Chapter 1 Black Technology System. Magic City. In a luxurious villa by the Huangpu River, the sound of water gurgling could be heard from the bathroom. Honey, help me get a towel. Good. Tang Ke yawned and got up from the bed, found a pure white bath towel in the closet, and passed it through the crack of the bathroom door. A pair of fair and slender hands stretched out from the crack of the door and took it with a smile. You are an old couple, why do you still cover up so tightly? Tang Ke said speechlessly. Hee, I won't show it to you. A clear and pleasant female voice, like the sound of jade beads colliding, came from the bathroom. Tang Ke smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was no longer surprised by his wife's eccentric personality. Tang Ke felt very happy that he could marry such a beautiful wife after living a new life. However, his reputation is not very good because his wife is the daughter of a large group. Tang Ke is an ordinary novelist, and the difference in their identities and status is huge. He also made a lot of money by copying the popular novels from his previous life. But these novels were not as popular as imagined, perhaps due to his writing style. After all, relying on memory alone can only help you understand the direction of the plot, but you cannot copy every word. My academic performance is only middle class, and my income is a little higher than that of a worker, but I am still some distance away from being a genius. However, this relatively mediocre result won the favor of his wife Zhang Yashuan. The two met on the internet and finally got together miraculously. However, their family backgrounds are very different. Although Zhang Yashuan didn't care about these things, her best friends and others thought that Tang Ke was attracted by her family background. Simply put, these people think that Tang Ke is a gigolo. Even the house they live in belongs to my wife. Honey, do you think this dress looks good on me? Zhang Yashuan walked out of the bathroom. Her graceful figure was covered in a green long dress. She turned lightly, and the hem of her skirt swayed, with a faint fragrance spreading out. I have to say that Zhang Yashuan is really beautiful. Her facial features are exquisite and beautiful, her eyes are like autumn water, and her eyebrows are like distant ink. If you wear a palace dress, you will definitely be regarded as a fairy from heaven. In front of outsiders, her temperament is cool and noble. But in front of Tang Ke, Zhang Yashuan was like a little girl who had not grown up, lively and cute. It looks very nice, I like it very much. Tang Ke nodded with a smile. In his opinion, his wife looks good no matter what she wears. Both of them knew it, but they still enjoyed it. Really? Then I'll wear this to the live ceremony tonight. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly. By the way, there seems to be something wrong with the car in our garage. Can you help me take a look? I'll make you a delicious breakfast. Okay. Tang Ke smiled, washed up, and took the private elevator from the third floor to the basement floor. Of course, it is impossible to capture the heart of a rich lady like Zhang Yashuan by just relying on a few copied novels. It also requires excellence in other areas to fill the gap, and automotive knowledge is one of them. It is definitely not a trick to trick others into learning auto repair. Tang Ke walked into a bright garage of 300 square meters, where several luxury cars and cool-looking sports cars were parked. He walked straight towards the Porsche 911 that Zhang Yashuan usually liked to drive. Equipped with a 3.8T twin-turbocharged engine, it is a limited edition. Normally, there shouldn't be any problems with a car like this. But unfortunately, my wife's driving style is really not good, which caused some minor problems with the car. For example, the brakes may be worn out or something may be stuck in the wheel. Tang Ke walked into the tool room as usual, ready to pick up the tools to repair the car. Hiss. The moment his palm touched the toolbox, he felt a sudden tearing pain in his brain. It was as if a huge needle had pierced directly into the brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Black Technology System. Upgrading and implanting scientific and technological knowledge. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your basic computer knowledge and obtaining Level 1 Artificial Intelligence knowledge. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your car repair skills and obtaining top car manufacturing technology. The two streams of knowledge were like two torrents, impacting Tang Ke's brain cells. He knelt directly on the ground, pressed his hands on his head, and gasped for breath. After a while, he gradually recovered. This golden finger after rebirth. Isn't it a bit slow? Tang Ke smiled bitterly. After living for 24 years since his rebirth, he no longer had any expectations for the golden finger. Who would have thought that this cheat would suddenly arrive at this time? With a lot of things forced into his mind, Tanko looked at the Porsche 911 in front of him, and suddenly many more thoughts popped up in his mind. He picked up the toolbox in the tool room and started some simple modifications to the car. He first fixed the car problems his wife mentioned, which were just some minor issues. Once the restoration was complete, he began disassembling the car. In just a few moves, the car was dismantled to a frame, and the body shell was forcibly peeled off and placed not far away. If it were the previous Tanko, he probably wouldn't even know how to start. Nowadays, the speed of dismantling cars is just like that of a veteran who has been playing with cars for many years. He also adjusted and added to various hardware, and dismantled several surrounding sports cars. He disassembled and assembled the hardware of different sizes inside the car, and then installed them on the Porsche. There was a clanging sound in the garage, as if it were a car factory, noisy and bustling. "Honey, come and have breakfast, huh? Why did you take apart all the cars at home?" Until Zhang Yashuan's voice came from the speaker of the camera. Tanko then stopped what he was doing, with some black oil stains on his face. "Got it. I'll be right there." Tanko replied casually, "It's just a small problem. I'll help with some other things." The car modification was not completed yet. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and decided to come back after breakfast. This refreshing feeling made him feel very comfortable. The things in my mind seem to be innate. When I think of a certain hardware in a car, a lot of knowledge about this aspect will come to mind. A moment ago, Tanko could only simply check for minor problems with the car. Modifying a car is now a piece of cake. After returning to the room and washing his face, Tanko picked up the expensive laptop in the room and went to the dining table. "I was typing code on my computer while eating breakfast made by my wife. If you poke 280% cooked fried eggs lightly, a trace of egg yolk will flow out. A few slices of breakfast bread and sausage, and a glass of hot milk. The breakfast is exquisite and nutritious. Don't type while eating breakfast. It's unhygienic." Zhang Yashuan sat opposite Tanko and waved her little hand in front of him. "Well, I have repaired your car. For safety reasons, I have modified it slightly for you. I will have it done before the ceremony tonight." Tanko was still typing the code in his hand. Okay, let's write after dinner." Zhang Yashuan grabbed the laptop. He looked down and said in surprise, "What did you write? Code? Do you know this?" They have been married for more than a year, but she has never seen her husband typing code. Could it be that she is under pressure from her friends and is planning to switch from being a writer to a programmer? This. Programmers can go bald. Chapter 2 Level 1 Artificial Intelligence. Ahem. Tanko coughed twice, seeing through his wife's thoughts. "You either want to be a programmer, or you just want to play with it." Okay, just play around, I'll go find Meng Meng." Zhang Yashuan didn't pay too much attention to these codes. "As long as my husband doesn't become a programmer, I can do whatever I want." Meng Meng is a good friend of Zhang Yashuan and lives just opposite her home. Both of them are from wealthy families and like to live broadcast all kinds of random things. Sometimes they live chat, sometimes they live sing, and sometimes they live play outdoors. Play whatever you want. It can be said that Zhang Yashuan and Meng Meng's live broadcast was just complete nonsense. They can have fun whether anyone is watching or not. It was this kind of nonsensical live broadcast that unknowingly made them the top stars in the live broadcast industry and gained them tens of millions of fans. Tonight's ceremony is the anniversary ceremony of Douyin Live. As top figures in Douyin live streaming, Zhang Yashuan and Meng Meng naturally received invitations. "Go ahead, leave the dishes to me." Tanko smiled and stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. "Then I'll go over there. If you're too lazy to cook, you can come over to Meng Meng's house." Zhang Yashuan walked up to Tanko with a smile, kissed him on the face with her sexy red lips, and then ran towards the door barefoot. Married life is dull, without the excitement and restlessness of when we first fell in love. Whether two people can stay together for a long time depends on whether they can feel happiness in their ordinary life. Anyway, Tanko and Zhang Yashuan are very happy at this moment. After drinking the hot milk, Tanko washed all the remaining dishes. Start banging out his AI code. The system gave him the first level artificial intelligence, which means there is a more advanced artificial intelligence. Based on the information in its mind, it can be learned that the first level artificial intelligence already possesses a certain degree of discrimination ability. Implanted into the car, it can form perfect autonomous driving. The operating ability will be stronger than that of top human racing drivers. With this, car accidents can be prevented. There's nothing I can do. My wife's driving skills are really worrying. The car bumps into things all the time. Tangka started typing on the keyboard, and the sound of the keyboard echoed in the silent house. The system has given him a code framework for artificial intelligence. Next, you just need to write the code logic into the framework according to your own knowledge to form a complete cycle. Tangka's hand speed was so fast that he finished writing the code for an artificial intelligence in less than an hour. This speed definitely surpasses all code engineers. No one can write code so fast, let alone artificial intelligence code. Only a cheater like Tangka can do this. Click run, and the code will run successfully with 0 errors. A large number of characters and paragraphs began to flash on the computer screen, and the laptop began to heat up. Fortunately, this laptop has top-level performance and first-class artificial intelligence, otherwise it would not be able to withstand such calculations. The next level of artificial intelligence will require servers as backup, otherwise the computers won't be able to handle it. The code written by Tangka began to change at this moment, as if it was randomly generating new code. This is the code loop of artificial intelligence. For an artificial intelligence that truly possesses self-awareness, the code cannot be fixed. Fixed code is simply engineering by humans, not artificial intelligence. Hello, Mr. Tang, I am a level 1 artificial intelligence. Suddenly, a character face appeared on the computer screen and a male voice sounded inside the laptop. Okay, switch to female voice. Tangka said with a smile, feeling a little excited about the birth of artificial intelligence. Although he had experienced the ups and downs of Rebirth, the birth of artificial intelligence still seemed a little incredible to him. This kind of thing has lasted for 2 lifetimes and can only be seen in movies. Now such an awesome thing has actually been created by myself. No matter how calm you are, there will still be ripples in your heart. Okay, Mr. Tang, do you need to rename the first level artificial intelligence? A clear and pleasant female voice sounded from the computer. Well, this sounds much more comfortable. From now on, your name will be Origin. The origin code of artificial intelligence will surely lead the world in the future. Okay, Mr. Tang, the first level artificial intelligence is renamed Origin. Tangka happily picked up the computer and went to the large garage again. Artificial intelligence is integrated into the car, and the Porsche's tires, glass, shell, etc. are also modified. With artificial intelligence reminding and assisting, Tangka's speed in modifying cars has been greatly improved, and he can also install many technologies that were impossible to complete. He was so immersed in the fun of modification that he even forgot to eat lunch. Time soon came to evening and the modification work was finally completed. This is all we can do. I'll add some other things after Yashwan comes back tonight. There is really only a limited amount of things that can be added during a one-day modification. But it's enough to protect my wife. Thinking back to Zhang Yashwan's driving skills, Tangka shuddered. Although she has no talent for driving, she likes to drive herself and even drives the driver away. Gurgle. Having not eaten lunch, Tangka finally felt hungry. As soon as I returned to the lobby on the first floor, I saw Zhang Yashwan walking in from the front door with a cute girl wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and a white pleated skirt. She was holding a mobile phone holder in her hand and talking and laughing to the phone. The cute girl next to Zhang Yashwan is her best friend Meng Meng, whose full name is Jin Yameng. She has a graceful figure and a little baby fat on her face, which makes her look quite cute. Hey, brother Tang, what are you doing? Why is your face so black? Jin Yameng waved at Tangka and said with a smile. It's Yameng, I just finished repairing the car. Have you just finished repairing the car? Hubby, you haven't eaten yet? Zhang Yashwan came over holding a cell phone holder, her brows slightly frowned. A live broadcast was in progress on the phone, with dense barrages of comments flashing by quickly. Hey, isn't this old Tang? No wonder there was no update today. It turns out he spent the whole day repairing the car? Is he really repairing the car? I think he drove it all day. 66,666. But my wife isn't home, who is old Tang driving with? Ah, this, could it be? TSK, Yashwan must keep an eye on Lao Tang. There are no new chapters today. Hurry up and check the cameras at home. Maybe Lao Wang has been arrested. Isn't Lao Wang a man? Maybe old Tang would like this? All kinds of strange words floated through the mobile phones, and the audience often saw Tangka, and they knew that he was a novelist. When people first learned that Zhang Yashwan had a husband, many threatened to unfollow her. Unfortunately, Zhang Yashuan ignored all this and showed her love to Tang Ku in the live broadcast room without any scruples. Over time, the audience got used to it. Zhang Yashuan's status as the top anchor in the live streaming industry remains unchanged to this day. Chapter 3 being followed. Oh. Let's go eat now. I have repaired the car. You can use it. Tang Ku chuckled twice. Ah, why did I marry a fool like you? How can repairing a car be more important than eating? If it doesn't work, I can just drive another car. Don't do this next time. Zhang Yashuan said in a slightly blaming tone. Also, why didn't you tell me that you didn't eat? I would have brought some for you. At the same time, she stretched out her fair jade hands and carefully wiped the black oil stains on Tang Ku's face without a trace of disgust. Tonight's ceremony is our anniversary celebration, so of course you have to drive your favorite Porsche. Tang Ku smiled again. Okay, you guys go to the ceremony, I'll take care of dinner myself. Alright, stop being so annoying. Sister Yashuan, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if you're late. Jin Yumling ate a mouthful of dog food and angrily pulled Zhang Yashuan's slender arm. The friends in the live broadcast room all expressed their sympathy. Poor bestie, she's eating a mouthful of dog food again. How can this be called dog food? This is clearly a normal conversation between a couple. That's it. Hurry up and go to the ceremony. I'm really looking forward to the dreamlike connection at the ceremony. Yes. Just leave old Tang at home alone. Don't worry about him. Are you really not going to check the cameras at home? What if there really is Lao Wang? You're good enough, aren't you a rotten girl? Old Tang is indeed handsome. Old Tang has always been a young talent who was delayed by his novels. Can we let Lao Tang debut? He's so handsome, I love him so much. Zhang Yashuan apologized a little. I'm sorry, husband, I'll make it up to you when I come back tonight. We're leaving first. She waved to Tang Ku, then took Jin Yumling to the garage. Oh my goodness, I'm afraid it will be another fierce battle tonight. Tonight Yashuan drove home and then had to drive again, it was so tiring. Come on, you're driving too fast. The color in the live broadcast room is always golden, and the engine noise never stops. Jin Yumling was smiling in an intriguing way beside her, which made Zhang Yashuan blush slightly. Has the appearance of this Porsche changed a bit? The two came to the garage, and Jin Yumling asked curiously. It seems to have changed a little. It should be that my stinky baby just modified the outer shell. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Zhang Yashuan was very confident in her husband's driving skills. She got into the car directly and drove the Porsche out of the garage very roughly. The car's engine sound was particularly harsh, but the two women didn't notice at all. The engine sound was several times stronger than before. Tang Ku, who was alone at home, made a simple dinner. After eating, I started updating today's novel chapter. So far, he has moved 5 novels from his previous life. Fights break sphere, Dolua Dalu, one hand covers the sky, swordsman in the snow. The current update is the 500th chapter of The God of Mysteries. It's a pity that these 5 novels that were extremely popular in the previous life have received rather mediocre responses in this life. Origin, can you analyze what the problem is with my novel? After writing for 2 hours, I finally finished today's chapter. Writing a novel requires thinking about the ideas while writing, which is very brain-intensive. Tang Ku only knew the direction of the plot, but the detailed description was a great test of his writing skills. Okay, we are using big data to collect the most popular novels today and compare them with Mr. Tang's works. The voice of Origin sounded, analysis results, your work does not conform to the style of today's popular novels, so the audience click rate is low. Origin detection found that today's online novels are gradually leaning towards the style of Mr. Tang's works. It is recommended to wait for a while, and the situation will gradually turn around. After listening to the analysis, Tang Ku finally understood why the novel he had copied over failed to become a hit. It turned out that my novel was too advanced. This is like when bell-bottom pants and plaid shirts are popular at the time, but you wear a tie and a suit. Naturally, it will be difficult for the audience to accept it. Once the popular things of the times gradually catch up, Tang Ku's novels will naturally become popular. Nowadays, those who are addicted to Tang Ku's novels are undoubtedly old bookworms. I see. Then I just need to wait for the right time to become a top god. After knowing the reason, Tang Ku felt very happy. He returned to the house and opened the live broadcast room to see how his wife was doing. The anniversary celebration was extremely lively, with countless internet celebrities gathering together and even stars coming to show their support. At this moment, the ceremony was coming to an end. Zhang Yashuan had received several trophies and was taking photos with a group of girls. As he watched, Tang Ke fell asleep on the bed. Okay, today's ceremony is officially over. My husband is still waiting for me at home. I'll end the show here today. Zhang Yashuan waved goodbye to her friends in the live broadcast room. No, Sister Yashuan, we haven't seen enough. That's right, we also want to see old Tang. We want to see how lonely he is. I want to eat dog food. Good fellows, I think you have other intentions than to eat the food. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I want to watch Sister Yashuan and Lao Tang's live broadcast of driving. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Tonight's ceremony was a dream come true for them, and they could watch the talent show to their heart's content all at once. Okay, in that case, I'll continue broadcasting for a while. After I go home and see old Tang, I'll end the broadcast. Zhang Yashuan said helplessly. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this group of lovely fans. They were the ones who said before that they hated to see Tang Ke, and now they are also the ones clamoring to see Tang Ke. Yo, are you in a hurry to go back and have a mua with brother Tang? Jin Yumeng, who was also holding up his mobile phone to broadcast live, couldn't help but laugh playfully. Hearing her best friend's words, Zhang Yashuan blushed again, but did not refute. Sister Yashuan, be careful, it seems like the people behind you are following you. It should be just a coincidence. After all, this is an underground parking lot. It's not surprising that someone came down here. No, I also feel that these people are following our Sister Yashuan and Sister Yumeng. It seems to be true. During the ceremony just now, they appeared in the camera from time to time. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng have already arrived at the underground parking lot. The strange thing was that there were only the two girls in the parking lot and a few male figures in the back. Reminders from netizens popped up in both of their live broadcast rooms. They were startled at first, but didn't dare look back. Instead, they continued to interact with their friends as if nothing had happened. But their pace gradually quickened, and when they arrived in front of the Porsche, they ran into the car very quickly. The car door slammed shut with a thud, and I was filled with panic. They seemed to be missing. Did we make a mistake? Jin Yumeng said with some fear. She looks petite and fragile, which makes people feel pity for her. Fans in the live broadcast room threatened to come and protect her. I don't know, I hope it's a misunderstanding. Zhang Yashuan was not too sure either, but she moved quickly and started the car and drove out. Chapter 4 What the hell, Artificial Intelligence? Just when the two women breathed a sigh of relief, they saw three black cars approaching from multiple directions. Two cars blocked their way in front and one blocked their way from behind. In an instant, the two women's faces changed and they both realized that something was wrong. Zhang Yashuan hurriedly stepped on the accelerator to speed up. Buzz. A huge roar of engine exploded in the garage. The Porsche instantly accelerated to more than 100 yards and passed through the empty space between the two cars. The terrifying acceleration stunned the interceptor. Is this Porsche so powerful? Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng in the car were also frightened by the sudden acceleration. Crunch! Fortunately, Zhang Yashuan reacted quickly enough and immediately turned the steering wheel to adjust it. The wheels made a harsh sound as they scraped against the ground and the car quickly drove out of the garage. Damn, her car is actually modified too. Stop talking nonsense, third brother, hurry up and chase after her. Fourth brother, call the brothers and ask them to help intercept her. If we don't catch this girl, we're all doomed. Yes. The boss is wise and has kept a trick up his sleeve. This little girl will definitely not be able to escape. The three intercepted cars immediately adjusted their directions, and the noisy engine sounds rang out one after another, quickly catching up with Zhang Yashuan and the other person. It's too fast, Yashuan, get out of the way. Inside the Porsche, Jin Yumeng screamed. Zhang Yashuan was also a little nervous because she had never driven so fast before. Even when driving with Tang Ke, it wouldn't be that fast. How come I didn't realize before that her car's engine was so powerful? Seeing that she was about to hit another car, she hurriedly turned the steering wheel, and the wheels rubbed against the ground again, making a harsh sound. But the vehicle behind was chasing her closely and was even about to overtake her. Zhang Yashuan bit the nut and increased the speed to 150 miles per hour again. There are not many cars on this road, and it is a straight section, so you can accelerate without worry. After all, it is a large-scale ceremony, and the location chosen by the organizers is relatively remote and desolate to avoid traffic jams and other situations. Call the police quickly, these people seem to be trying to arrest us. Zhang Yashuan shouted anxiously. Jin Yamun finally reacted and hurriedly called the police. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. None of them expected that they would actually witness a kidnapping case. Who are these people? They are so bold that they followed us from the ceremony site and even drove out to chase us. Aren't you afraid that the police will come and stop them all? The only possibility is that the force behind the kidnapper is probably not simple. Oh my god, this is a kidnapping in front of tens of millions of us, brothers, call the police quickly. I have already called the police. I hope they will come soon. Sister Yashuan, please be careful. It's dangerous to drive so fast on the road. But there's nothing we can do about the danger. If we slow down, the other party might just block us with their car, and we won't even have a chance to run. The viewers in the live broadcast room were extremely anxious. They could only watch the two goddesses flee in panic and were very worried. Yes, that's right, it's this location, come quickly, be careful. Jin Yamun, who was communicating with the police, suddenly screamed. Suddenly, two cars appeared in front of them and were driving in the opposite direction and heading towards them. So fast. Zhang Yashuan couldn't react at all and was completely frightened. It seemed as if at this moment, the past scenes of my life emerged before my eyes. Just when the other car was about to hit him, the steering wheel of the Porsche moved by itself. He slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel. Crunch! The Porsche slid sideways in an arc directly on the road. He dodged between two oncoming cars in an amazing way. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan's mobile phone, which was playing the live broadcast, fell onto the car platform, facing the car window. The entire amazing side-sliding dodge was broadcast live. Fuck! This woman. How did she do that? What happened just now? Sister Yashuan actually has such powerful driving skills, isn't that amazing? This is a drifting technique, right? Could it be that Sister Yashuan can also drift? Awesome! So awesome! The entire live broadcast room was in an uproar, and millions of people witnessed this incredibly beautiful woman. Driving a Porsche 911, he did a perfect sideslip. After sliding past the two cars, the Porsche's steering wheel moved again and adjusted the direction. And the speed quickly returned to 150 yards, and was even gradually accelerating. This. Jin Yamun was stunned and said, "My Yashuan is amazing. How did you do it?" When she came back to her senses, she looked at her best friend with excitement. Then the pupils suddenly shrank. Because she found that Zhang Yashuan's hands were not on the steering wheel at all, and she was staring blankly ahead. The Porsche, however, seemed to be controlled by someone, accelerating continuously and performing standardized overtaking. Now the speed has reached as high as 200 yards. Hello, we just detected a vehicle coming from the front. Artificial Intelligence Origin has temporarily taken over the driving authority for you. Do you want to shut it down? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded in the car, startling the two women. What is this, artificial intelligence? Am I hallucinating? Jin Yuming's mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Yashuan was also confused. All the viewers in the live broadcast room heard the voice of the artificial intelligence, and dense barrages of comments quickly passed by. Some people exclaimed, some questioned, and some made random analyses. Most people thought that what happened just now was just a little joke played by the host on them. But the following conversation made everyone in the live broadcast room silent. What artificial intelligence? Who are you? Zhang Yashuan said in surprise. Hello, Miss Shang. I am the artificial intelligence Origin, created by Mr. Tang Ko, who is also your husband. Origin said respectfully. Ha! Brother Tang created an artificial intelligence. Can a novel writer do this? Before Zhang Yashuan could say anything, Jin Yuming exclaimed in surprise. Then what functions do you have? Zhang Yashuan didn't have time to pay attention to these and got straight to the point. Origin can take over the driving authority of the car to ensure that the passengers in the car arrive at the destination safely. Do you need to turn off the automatic driving? Close it? No, there's no need to close it. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath and said, Origin, right? Please send us back home as quickly as possible. It's so magical, everything in front of me feels like it will happen in the future. But Zhang Yashuan adjusted her mindset and gave clear and logical instructions. Okay, Origin has taken full control of the driving authority and is returning as quickly as possible. As the sound of Origin fell. In an instant, the sound of an exploding engine was heard. The Porsche suddenly became like a long rainbow, passing through the darkness. My goodness, what speed is this? This must be a modified sports car, it scares me. No, this is a racing car. It runs even faster than F1. Please do not drive fast on the highway. No, shouldn't you be paying attention to artificial intelligence? Someone in the live broadcast room raised the key point. Chapter 5 How much is my husband hiding? After being reminded by one of them, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally remembered. Is this really artificial intelligence driving? Also, the creator is Tang Ku? Zhang Yashuan's husband? Isn't he just a novelist? How come he also created an artificial intelligence? Is this the hidden boss? The live broadcast room was in an uproar, with all kinds of rockets flashing across the screen. The already popular live broadcast was pushed to the cover at this moment. A large number of viewers flocked to the live broadcast room to watch this live broadcast of artificial intelligence racing and kidnapping. At the same time, several men chasing from behind were extremely anxious. Boss, she's driving so fast. If we can't catch up with her, we'll have no chance. I just got a reminder from my brothers. The police will arrive here in about 10 minutes. We must finish this within 10 minutes. A man holding a phone spoke to the brothers in the car. During this operation, they had people lurking in every area, specifically to scout out the police's location. At the same time, many people were lying in ambush on the road behind, ready to intercept Zhang Yashuan's car at any time. Damn, why does this woman drive so hard? You were a race car driver before, didn't you? Hurry up and catch up. How come you can't even outrun a woman? If you can do it, then go ahead. This woman is already driving 230 and she's not afraid of a car crash. I'm really impressed, the man driving the car cursed angrily. The younger brothers complained and the leader's face became gloomy. Use a gun, the leader said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the car suddenly became quiet. Their mission is to capture people alive. What if they shoot the wrong person? Fuck, here I come. Suddenly, a bald man pulled out a pistol from the car cabinet. Bang! 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 Several consecutive gunshots echoed on the road, and the bullets hit the glass with a popping sound. But the bullet did not penetrate the glass, but was embedded in it. Boss, it's bulletproof glass. Bang! The leader slapped the bald man on the head and angrily cursed, I told you to shoot the tire, who told you to shoot the glass? What a waste! Not to mention that cars of large conglomerates will inevitably be equipped with bulletproof glass. Their mission is to capture him alive. How could you shoot at people in a car? Okay boss. The bald man, sweat on his forehead, raised his gun again and shot at the Porsche tires. Bang! The bullet shot out quickly, flashing in the darkness and hitting the tire accurately. However, the Porsche was still driving at high speed without being affected at all. The bald man thought that he had misfired with the gun, so he fired several more shots. Until the pistol made a clicking sound and all the bullets were used up. Everyone was stunned at the same time, and then cursed, this is fucking poisonous, right? The tires are bulletproof? Who would install bulletproof tires? Isn't this something only used by the military? Chase. Chase them. Tell the brothers who are on guard to drive over here and intercept them immediately. The leader made a prompt decision and shouted, more. Let those brothers intercept the police and slow them down as much as possible. The only way to deal with a car that even guns can't penetrate is to chase it and then intercept it. This mission is a big order. If the operation fails, the losses will be huge. Who would have thought that a woman could drive so aggressively? Even racing drivers are not so fierce. The sound insulation inside the Porsche is quite good, and I couldn't hear the gunshots outside at all. Even when the rear glass was cracked by bullets, not a single sound came through. The song added by Tang Ku was playing in the car, and the two women were speechless after hearing it. Two tigers love to dance, the little rabbit is pulling carrots obediently, yeah. Jin Yunlin covered his belly and laughed, what kind of song is this? It's so magical, ha ha ha. It's already this late and you still have the mood to laugh. If we get caught up, we'll be finished. Zhang Yashuan was speechless at her best friend's thick nerves. They were being chased by a group of strangers, yet they could still laugh. Report to Miss Jean, this song was written by Mr. Tang. The voice of Origin came again. This was the song Tang Ku hummed out of boredom when he was modifying his Porsche 911. The more he hummed, the more he liked it, so he asked Yuancher to record it and add music to it. Although Origin is only a level 1 artificial intelligence and cannot identify many things on its own, it can still execute instructions and commands perfectly. For example, it is very easy for artificial intelligence to play a hummed tune with various musical instruments. Ah! Brother Tang sang it. I was wondering why this voice sounded so familiar. Jin Yumeng widened his eyes, looked at Zhang Yashuan, and said in surprise, "No wonder Yashuan, you like Brother Tang, it turns out he is such a talented man. Writing novels is just a superficial thing." In the background, he is not only a programmer, but also a songwriter. Oh my god, a treasure boy. If Tangko wasn't Zhang Yashuan's man, she would have wanted to throw herself at him. Such an outstanding and low-key man is really fascinating. Jin Yuming's eyes were full of stars and he couldn't suppress his excitement. Zhang Yashuan was even more confused. What happened that night seemed to overturn her perception of her husband. Thinking back to Tangko writing code this morning, everything seemed to make sense again. How much is my husband hiding? My old Tang is awesome. Old Tang can actually write songs. Did he really write this song? Although the level seems average, the song is quite magical. Old Tang is a man of few talents, secretly creating artificial intelligence and writing songs for his own amusement. Is this really an artificial intelligence driving the car? Could it be that Sister Yashuan didn't want to expose her driving skills and deliberately said it was an artificial intelligence? It's possible. Sister Yashuan drives with Old Tang all day long, so her driving skills must be pretty good. Ah, I think the guy in front has better driving skills. No matter who is driving, this first-person perspective is really amazing. The speed must be over 200 miles per hour, right? Oh my god. There's a curve ahead, why don't you slow down? Before they knew it, a huge bend appeared in front of them. But Origin had no intention of slowing down, still maintaining a speed of over 200 yards, and even seemed to be about to break 300 yards. Origin, there's a turn ahead, why don't you slow down? Zhang Yashuan reminded. It's over. It seems that the reminder is too slow. At the current speed, even if we slow down, it will definitely be too late. For a moment, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng both looked pale. It seems that this artificial intelligence is not very reliable. Is it because it is not perfect and has loopholes? If the two of them died in a car accident, even as ghosts they would run to find Tang Ko and give him sleep paralysis. Chapter 6, 200-yard drift around a bend. It's over. If you don't slow down, my two goddesses will be in trouble. Fuck, isn't old Tang cheating on his wife? Quickly cancel the AI's control rights, or we're doomed. Seeing that the car was about to turn, everyone in the live broadcast room started to panic. Although this place is not in the mountains, the road ahead will bypass a large mountain range. Therefore, there is a huge bend. If you don't turn, you will crash into the mountains, and the car will be destroyed and people will die. Are they about to witness a live broadcast of a car accident? Many people's faces changed drastically, and even the men chasing behind were frightened. If the target dies in a car accident, their mission will be considered a failure and they won't get a penny. Damn it, why are they still speeding up? It's almost 300 miles per hour. Do they really want to die? Are they planning to commit suicide? How should I know? Logically, it shouldn't happen, but I don't understand what's happening right now. The robbers looked very unhappy. They never thought that a very simple hijacking mission would become so difficult. Please rest assured, young ladies. Origin will definitely take you home safely. We are about to turn, so please sit tight and hold on to the handrails on the roof. As the Origin's voice fell, the two had no time to ask. If it's about to be hit, how can I return home safely? They immediately grabbed hold of whatever was fixed, and everyone's heart was in their throat. In an instant, the steering wheel suddenly spun, the car brake slammed on the brakes, and even the handbrake was automatically pulled up. Crunch! The entire Porsche suddenly slid sideways, forming a perfect drift curve on the bend, and a lot of white smoke was produced when the tires rubbed against the ground. Just like a bunch of white clouds, they glow with brilliant colors under the light. What the hell? Drifting through a corner at 200 yards? Awesome. Oh my god, could it be that artificial intelligence is driving? Even a racing driver would have a hard time drifting on the road at such a fast speed, right? Is this an extreme sport? It's so exciting. This first-person live broadcast is so cool. Is this what drifting is? My palms are sweating already. It's amazing. I feel so immersed in it. I'm already drifting. What a show. I've already seen tomorrow's trending searches. Fuck, are you playing a racing game? I give full marks to this curved drift. 6666, 666, 6666. At this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented peak. Many spectators who came here to watch the video were so shocked by the 200-yard drift from the first-person perspective that they screamed. Some people who planned to come and see whether the so-called artificial intelligence is real or not. At this moment, I couldn't help but scroll through the comments frantically. I was extremely excited. Boom! Under the control of Origin, the Porsche drifted through the Big Bend perfectly at an indescribable speed, leaving a smooth curved birthmark in the center of the road. Then the engine roared again, like the roar of a wild beast. After turning, the speed not only did not decrease, but it continued to increase. The robbers behind were all stunned. This guy's car has even had its engine modified. How could a normal engine withstand such rough use? The man driving exclaimed. A normal engine simply cannot withstand such damage. It would burn out on the spot in the next second, but the engine of this Porsche. Not only was there nothing abnormal, but from the sound it made it clear that it was even more ferocious than before. This scene also shocked many automotive experts in the live broadcast room. They were all attracted by autonomous driving, but now they saw something even more amazing. How on earth does this engine do this? Not simple. This Tangku is definitely a super expert in racing car modification. Judging from the performance of this car, every aspect is very complex. The supercharging, ignition, tires, etc. Even the car shell may have been reinforced. Who is this Tangku? Is he really just a novelist? A group of knowledgeable people in the live broadcast room spoke out one after another. Regardless of whether this car is driven by artificial intelligence, the modification of this car is enough to create a frenzy in the car manufacturing industry. Although many outsiders can't understand what they are talking about, they look very cool. The two women in the car were pulled by inertia, and the impact of this sharp curve drift was the greatest on them. Sitting in the car, they could personally experience how terrifying it was to make that turn. The adrenaline in my body was surging like crazy, as if it would fly out in the next second. This feeling of separation between body and soul is frightening, but also brings an inexplicable sense of pleasure and sourness. This is the charm of drifting, like walking on a cliff. Wow, so exciting, Yashwan, did you see that? At that moment just now, I felt like my soul was flying beside me. Jin Yumlin came back to his senses, shouted excitedly, and shook Zhang Yashwan's white arms wildly. This unprecedented experience is even more exciting than my first night. Although she still has her virginity. But this does not affect her addiction to drift racing. Zhang Yashwan had the same feeling, and her heart was still beating. Jin Yumling excitedly opened the live broadcast room on his mobile phone and shouted to the camera, "Did you see that, my dear kids? That drift just now, my god, it was really amazing. Let me show you, this is really automatically controlled, it's artificial intelligence, look." She pointed the camera in the direction of Zhang Yashwan and happened to see the handbrake being automatically released and the steering wheel turning by itself. Fuck, it's really on autopilot. Is it really artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence so powerful now? No. It's the artificial intelligence created by Old Tang that's awesome. The previous autonomous driving is like artificial intelligence, it's not good at all. Old Tang is awesome. He is not with his wife, but he still protects her. Where's Old Tang? What is he doing now? Who called him to watch the live broadcast? Yes, my wife has been pursued for so long, why didn't Lao Tang even call me? Ah, this, can't it really be? Netizens have all kinds of wild ideas, such as Lao Wang fencing, etc. But no one thought that Tang Ko actually fell asleep with his phone in his arms. Squeak! The harsh sound of tire friction was heard, and several black modified cars also drifted into the turn. But their speed slowed down a lot when they finished turning. Zhang Yashuan and her partner's Porsche had already opened up a distance of 500 meters from them and were entering the second bend. This time everyone was mentally prepared, and the moment the Porsche drifted into the turn, everyone became excited. Zhang Yashuan's phone was broadcasting the first-person perspective through the window, while Jin Yuming held his phone tightly and broadcast the perspective from inside the car. Two different perspectives in one car give people a clear sense of perception and a strong sense of immersion. Chapter 7, Damn, this car can deform? Under the attention of millions of people, Porsche's handbrake and steering will move almost at the same time. The Porsche once again drifted through the corner at an astonishing speed. This time there are two different perspectives, and netizens finally saw how artificial intelligence controls vehicles. Fuck, it's really autopilot. Fuck, it's so cool to watch from a dual perspective. I have two live broadcasts on my computer. On one side I watch the girls exclaiming in the car, and on the other side I watch the first drifting perspective. It feels like I am drifting with the girls. Perfect. Got it, so I'm driving with two beautiful girls at the moment. 666-6666, I would like to call you the strongest logical thinking person. Netizens were joking, but many people in the automotive and computer industries simply held emergency meetings. They must contact Tang Ku as soon as possible tomorrow and buy the technology from him. AI. Car transformation. Any one of them is enough to change the world. The perfect combination of the two allows people to directly enter the world of science fiction. Shit, we can't catch up. Everyone on Big Fatty's side, go and intercept the Porsche. If you can't intercept it within 15 minutes, evacuate immediately. The leader punched the car window and shouted into the communicator in his hand. This speed is really too fast. Even these modified cars and racing drivers can't catch up. What's wrong with this woman? Her driving skills are even better than those of a racing driver. Boss, we still have 2 tanks of nitrogen in the car, otherwise. A younger brother behind whispered. Got nitrogen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Install it quickly, and let's smash this Porsche and force it to stop. The leader slapped the younger brother and scolded him in disappointment. Yes. The guys hurriedly installed the nitrogen, and the car was still chasing at full speed. After some shaking, the nitrogen was finally installed. Hey guys, now let's see which is more powerful, your engine or my nitrous gas. Come on. At the leader's order, the man driving the car immediately pressed the exhaust button. Call out. In an instant, the leader's modified car accelerated suddenly, and 2 light blue flames shot out from the rear of the car, pushing their car forward violently. The speed suddenly increased, and the people in the car leaned back in their seats, feeling the rapid rise. Ha 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 ha. Charge. Smash this Porsche. The leader laughed loudly, with a slightly nervous expression on his face. Zhang Yashuan and the other girl, who had already run 400 meters away, thought they had escaped the pursuit. Unexpectedly, not long after, there was another light shining from behind. Jin Yumong looked back and found that their car window had been hit by a bullet. And there was a black modified car approaching at an alarming speed. Oh no, they are getting closer. Is there any way to speed up? Jin Yumong exclaimed. Zhang Yashuan frowned and said, they seem to have used nitrogen. Origin, do you have a way to speed it up? In response to Miss Zhang, due to time constraints, Mr. Tang did not have time to install the thrusters today. The clear female voice of Origin responded, however, we can temporarily change the shape of the car body to reduce wind resistance and achieve the acceleration effect, but the interior of the car will become a bit crowded. Do you want to proceed? Change form? Zhang Yashuan opened her mouth wide. How come it can even transform? What the hell is this thing? Although she was confused, she still nodded and said, execute immediately. Receive. Origin responded, and then a clanging mechanical sound suddenly rang out in the car. Both inside and outside the car began to shrink and deform. Is there something wrong with my ears or eyes? I seem to see the car deforming. Well, if you really have a problem, then I'm afraid I'm in the same boat as you. Fuck, what the hell is going on? It's deformed. It's really deformed. This must be a science fiction movie, starring Yashuan and Yumong. I feel like I'm out of touch with the world. Am I traveling through time? Netizens in the live broadcast room widened their eyes. The deformation of the car was much more shocking than artificial intelligence. The robbers who were about to catch up had crazy looks on their faces, ready to ram the rear of the Porsche with the front of their car. But at this moment, the shell of the Porsche in front of him began to move. What the hell, this car seems to be deforming. The first thing they did was to wipe their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Then I suddenly discovered that this Porsche 911 was really deforming. This sci-fi scene happened right before their eyes. For a moment, the robbers were stunned. Porsche shrinks quickly, with the car shells stacked together to form a low, assembly line shape. If it were a normal vehicle, it would be impossible for such a low and petite car to maintain such huge power. After the Porsche changed its shape, its speed suddenly increased dramatically at this moment, becoming ridiculously fast. Although it did not quickly leave the modified car using nitrous gas behind, it maintained the same speed as them. In less than a few minutes, the robbers ran out of nitrogen. The distance between the two quickly widened again. Two tigers love to dance, the little rabbit is pulling carrots obediently, yeah. The two women in the car sang songs happily, their voices as clear and sweet as silver bells. Although the car became a little crowded, the speed was really too fast. Shiyuan was driving the car at high speed, and the two girls were singing happily in the car. He even had the energy to interact with fans and talk about his feelings just now and now. The robber leader was so angry that he kicked the car cabinet and broke it into pieces. Is this the car that gods ride in? This was definitely the most bizarre criminal operation they had ever encountered. What's the situation with Fatty? Asked the leader of the robbers. We've arrived and have prepared for interception at the series of bends. The younger brother replied solemnly. Very good, we won't chase them anymore. We will block their retreat here. The cars of the crowd immediately slid sideways and stopped, blocking the road and prohibiting any vehicle from passing. It was a very tyrannical act. We are entering a series of bends ahead. Vehicles are detected blocking the way ahead. Ladies, please sit tight. The reminder from Origin came again. Whether it was Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yameng, or the others in the live broadcast room, they were all slightly stunned. Someone is blocking us ahead. How can we get here? This is a premeditated kidnapping gang. Not only do they have guns, but they also openly block the road. It's simply lawless. There's no way out. Even if the AI's driving skills are very strong, it can't force its way through the interception, right? Are you going to just crash into it? This. After hearing this, the two women were also frightened. If it really hits, won't it be a complete disaster? While everyone was thinking, Shiyuan had already driven the Porsche to the chain of bends. At every dangerous corner, there are two cars lying across the road. Chapter 8: The Programmer Who Was Delayed by the Novel. Dozens of men stood beside the car, smoking cigarettes leisurely and looking at Zhang Yashuan and the other person with sneering smiles. No matter how good your driving skills are, you still have to stop now, right? Buzz. The sound of the engine gradually approached, and the expression of the person blocking the road slowly changed from a calm sneer to a stunned look. Then everyone's expression changed drastically. Because the Porsche had no intention of slowing down or stopping, they were so scared that they suddenly rushed towards the rock walls on both sides. As the petite Porsche rushed over, its body was also changing. Several pieces of the deformed and redundant car shell began to move toward the front of the car to reinforce the front and both sides. Multiple shells stacked together make the front and sides of the car extremely strong, but the rest of the parts become very fragile. This is a variation of sacrificing the rook to save the king, but it is most appropriate in the current situation. The part that took up the most time for Tangko to modify today was the transformation function. Relying on the data control capabilities of artificial intelligence, a magnetic adsorption function is added. Artificial intelligence is used to control the strength of magnetic adsorption, thereby achieving the effect of moving the car shell. It looks very sci-fi, but in fact it is just a shocking visual effect. In order to achieve the car deformation effect that Tangko wants, more advanced materials and artificial intelligence with stronger computing power are needed to truly complete it. Bang! In an instant, the Porsche collided with the sedan and rushed forward with unstoppable force. The two cars were knocked apart on the spot, and a large hole was dented in the body of each car. The Porsche was unscathed and even managed to drift around the first corner. It stirred up a wave of white smoke and dust, and slid directly past these people and entered the second vehicle interception position. Bang! Origin still ignored the vehicles, accelerated recklessly, and directly crashed through the second vehicle blocking it. Crunch! With a drift and a flick, the car adjusts the direction perfectly and continues to slide through the second corner. The whole process went smoothly and the intercepted vehicles did not have any impact on the Porsche. He even performed a chain collision drift. Fuck. I just fucking fuck. Chain drift. I actually experienced a first-person perspective of chain drift. No, did you see that shield just now? This Porsche just deformed again. It's so sci-fi, coach, I want to learn this. Coach, sorry, I can't teach you this. The police are here. I see a police car. After drifting through corners twice in a row, Zhang Yashuan and the driver returned to the straight section. There are blue and red lights ahead, flashing alternately on the top of the car. Police sirens blared as they passed by the Porsche, rushing to apprehend the criminals as soon as possible. As for the parties involved, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, the police have not intervened for the time being. The identities of both of them are not simple, and they know each other well. It won't be too late to look for them tomorrow. The most important thing right now is to catch this lawless criminal gang. 15 minutes later, the Porsche drove safely into the luxurious residential area and stopped at the door of the house. Origin brought the two women back intact, without even a collision. Wow! Tonight is so exciting. I feel like I may not be able to sleep tonight. Jin Yumeng got out of the car, feeling a little dizzy. Go back and rest. It's okay if you can't sleep. It's good to calm down. Zhang Yashuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She looked towards her house and immediately turned off the live broadcast. Next, she would ask Tanko what was going on. My own stinky baby seemed to have suddenly become mysterious. How many things is Tanko hiding from her? When I walked into the house, it was quiet. Zhang Yashuan felt nervous. Logically speaking, Tanko should be very nervous since such a big thing happened to her. Why is there no sound at home? Could it be Tanko was also kidnapped or harmed? Thinking of this, Zhang Yashuan suddenly panicked and ran to the room while shouting Tanko's name. She suddenly pushed open the door, only to see Tanko lying motionless on the bed. In an instant, Zhang Yashuan was frightened and hurried to the bedside to shake Tanko. Also checked for wounds and blood. Tanko, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt dizzy. Then he was forcibly woken up by Zhang Yashuan, and he heard his wife mumbling. Are you all right? Wake up, please don't be in any trouble. Don't leave me alone. Something like that. Hey, my wife is back. I'm just going to sleep, why are you cursing me? Tanko turned around sleepily, looking at his beautiful wife at home with a helpless smile. Zhang Yashuan was stunned for a moment, and then was pulled into Tanko's arms. She was so concerned that she was confused and had lost her ability to think. How dare I curse your own husband? I'll teach you a lesson. Tanko chuckled, all desire to sleep gone, and pressed his wife under him. No, just now I thought, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Seeing her impatient husband, Zhang Yashuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and knew what to do next. But what's at stake tonight is so much, and there are so many things I want to ask. If you have anything to say, talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tanko interrupted immediately, not allowing his wife to refute. 8 o'clock the next morning. The curtains opened automatically, and the bright sunshine poured into the house from the window, making it warm. Beep 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 beep. Tanko was awakened by the message on his phone. He muttered in annoyance, who is it that sent so many messages so early in the morning? I turned over, continued to hug my fragrant wife, and planned to go back to sleep. Mr. Tang, there are messages from 11 contacts in your phone, with a total of 36 text messages. There are 32,421 message reminders on your Weibo account. Do you want me to read them out to you? Suddenly, the voice of Origin came from the phone. Tanko suddenly opened his eyes. He clearly did not install Origin into his mobile phone. Also, why did so many people contact him? The only people who contacted him in the past were his parents and his wife. As for classmates and friends, I only send 1 or 2 messages sometimes. Why so many messages this morning? As for his Weibo account, he would only update it once when he released a new book, and then he would receive hundreds of messages. He didn't release any new book today, so why did he receive tens of thousands of message notifications on Weibo? Tanko did not answer Yu Insher's question. He just stood up and picked up his phone to look at it. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. True artificial intelligence is born. Super black technology actually comes from the hand of a writer? Tang Ko, a programming tycoon who was delayed by novels. The automotive industry is about to undergo a transformation. Hashtag drifting at 200 yards through the corner, the beautiful anchor is racing late at night. Hashtag improper driving brings tears to loved ones. The top anchor of Douyin drove illegally in the middle of the night. Hashtag who is Tang Ko? Hashtag the online author is actually a big shot in black technology. Hashtag transformable car. Hashtag shocked. My husband is actually a black technology expert. All major news, hot searches, topics, short videos, etc. are flooded with almost the same information. Tang Ko was full of questions and didn't understand what happened last night. He became famous overnight. What the hell is going on? What happened last night? Tang Ko recalled last night in a daze. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was all about his late-night interactions with his wife. He checked the messages on his phone one by one, and then he realized it. It turns out that his wife was kidnapped yesterday. Chapter 9, Rich People Are Dangerous. Tang Ko hurriedly patted Zhang Yashuan beside him and saw that his beautiful wife was still sleeping soundly. He simply reached in and tickled his wife a few times. Zhang Yashuan immediately opened her beautiful eyes with a blushing face and said angrily, "What are you doing so early in the morning? I was so tired last night, and you won't let me sleep. Are you a cow? I worked so hard last night, and now I have to do it to her again early this morning. Do I really not need to rest?" No, what I wanted to say is, were you kidnapped last night? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing right away? Tang Ko said nervously. Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan was so angry that she threw a pillow at him. Yesterday I wanted to talk to you about what you were doing. Don't you have any idea? This. Tang Ko said with embarrassment, so what happened yesterday, are you okay? Humph, it's okay now, but it's you. Zhang Yashuan got up and moved her delicate face closer to Tang Ko. Should I explain what this artificial intelligence and transforming cars are all about? Suddenly I found that the husband who was accompanying me seemed to have become a different person, which was really puzzling. If it were placed in a fantasy novel, it would definitely be believed that this person was possessed by a powerful being. Tang Ko touched his head and said with a silly smile, I finally completed this artificial intelligence yesterday because of a sudden inspiration. It is only a level 1 artificial intelligence now. I will continue to upgrade it later. Zhang Yashuan looked doubtful and thought about it. Yesterday, Tang Ko did suddenly pick up his computer and started writing code. That must have been when he had a burst of inspiration. As for whether he had written code before, Zhang Yashuan found that she didn't even know. After all, Tang Ko basically writes novels at home every day. When Zhang Yashuan is bored alone, she will run next door to play with Jin Yumeng. As for what Tang Ko does at home, my subconscious thought is that he spends the day writing books. So that's how it is. What about the car? How is that thing that can transform? How do you make it? How do you know how to do it so well? Zhang Yashuan asked anxiously. She felt that her husband at this moment was like an abyss, with endless unknowns for her to explore and discover. Tang Ko stroked his wife's hair with a smile, silly Shen, go wash your face and brush your teeth. It's not too late to talk later. Your husband won't run away. Humph, I'll ask you later. Don't try to fish in troubled waters. Zhang Yashuan snorted and immediately climbed up naked. Tang Ko was somewhat excited and wanted to go into the bathroom with his wife. But unexpectedly, the bathroom door was closed by my wife and locked with a click. My goodness, why is the bathroom door locked? What if you faint in the bathroom? Tang Ko sighed and walked helplessly to the bathroom and another room to wash up. The good thing about a big house is that if you can't get into the bathroom here, you can go to another room. After washing up, they cooked and enjoyed breakfast together. Zhang Yashuan was a little emotional as she recounted her experience last night, which was exactly like what happened in the novel. Tang Ko listened quietly, occasionally explaining the principles with a smile. Then he made up some lies and described his abilities one by one. Ding dong. Just as the two were lying on the sofa and chatting, the doorbell rang. Tang Ko opened the door and saw 3 men and women in police uniforms standing outside. Hello Mr. Tang, we are here to ask you something. I wonder if we can bother you for a moment. The only female police officer among the three stepped forward and said. Judging from the tone, it is still very friendly. It goes without saying that it must be because his wife has a strong and clean background and knows everything about him. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't be so polite to you. Of course, please come in, all three of you. Tang Ku was extremely bold. He opened the door directly and brought 3 police officers to the reception room. The female police officer sat opposite Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, and 2 male police officers stood on both sides, looking out the window. The 2 parties have already had preliminary communication, and Zhang Yashuan was briefly asked about what happened. Ms. Zhang, we have arrested some people last night, and we have obtained some information from them. The female police officer went straight to the point. According to the investigation, this criminal gang has committed many crimes. This time, their mission is to kidnap you, not Jin Yumeng. As for the reason, she paused, hesitated for a few seconds, and decided to speak. She said, "It is very likely that your father's business rival hired this criminal gang to try to capture you and threaten your father." What? My dad's business rival? Zhang Yashuan looked surprised. In all her years of life, she had never heard of anyone doing such crazy things because of business competition. We are all just trying to make money, so why go to this extent? Of course, this is just our speculation. We have not been able to obtain accurate information from the captured people. Their leader is currently being tracked down by us. The female police officer said carefully, "We suggest that you better strengthen your protection work. Anyone who would make a mortal enemy just to make money must be a lunatic. This kind of person is capable of anything, and if he fails once, he will surely fail again." Tang Ku's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a little bit ridiculous. Is the world of the rich so dangerous? Okay, sorry for disturbing you, we'll leave first. The female police officer stood up and suddenly looked at Tang Ku. Mr. Tang's ability is very outstanding. He even created artificial intelligence. I wonder if you are interested in cooperating with our police. The power of artificial intelligence is definitely more than just driving. If it is used in scientific research, search and arrest, analysis and other matters, it will be enough to advance the level of a country. The 3 police officers came this time not only because of Zhang Yashuan's matter. The most important thing is to find out Tang Ku's attitude. Cooperate with the police? You want to use my artificial intelligence to investigate crimes, right? Tang Ku smiled and said, "It's not impossible, but my current artificial intelligence is not yet perfect. Let's wait for a while. Of course, this certainly won't be free." He is patriotic, but not to the point of giving freely. Tang Ku provided technology and the other party provided money. Mutual benefit is the most correct way of cooperation. If you don't want to, I can only say sorry. Well, if Mr. Tang is interested in cooperation, he can contact the person on the business card. The female police officer smiled slightly and handed over a business card. She felt that Tang Ku should be more positive and could give him a business card as instructed. Tang Ku took the business card casually and watched the 3 police officers leave. The card had a feminine name and a phone number. Other than that, there is no extra information. He is so mysterious, I think his identity should not be simple. I will look for him when I am short of money. Chapter 10. Hey, just for fun. Tang Ku shrugged and closed the door. He sat back on the soft sofa again, hugged his wife, chatted, ate melon seeds and watched TV. An ordinary life, but not boring at all. Even if 2 people sit together and say nothing, they won't feel awkward or unnatural. With nothing to do, Zhang Yashuan opened the live broadcast room again, planning to broadcast her daily life with her husband. As soon as the show started, a large number of fans flocked to it. They were all discussing artificial intelligence, cars, Tang Ku and other topics. It's on air, it's on air. I want to ask old Tang if this guy is the one who created the artificial intelligence. Oh my god, all the major groups have issued announcements, saying they want to talk to Tang Ku and want to cooperate with him. It's so prestigious. Tang Ku, I am a novelist, but I became famous through science and technology. I am really ashamed. Ha ha ha. Old Tang never thought that he would become famous because of technology. Old Tang has such strong programming skills, why does he still write novels? What a waste of talent. Hello everyone, I'm very happy to meet you again. Look who is next to me. Zhang Yashuan waved to the camera. He then leaned directly on Tang Ku's shoulder, attracting the envy of countless wolf friends. With such a beauty by your side, one would really want to replace her. Tang Ku also greeted netizens with a smile. This was not the first time he appeared in his wife's live broadcast room, so his expression was very natural. Zhang Yashuan clicked on the lock screen and checked the comments from netizens. I happened to see the last message, which asked why Tangku had such programming capabilities but insisted on making money by writing novels. Many people have the same idea. Could it be that they have nothing to do and are wasting their talents and abilities? Tangku smiled playfully and said, I can make a lot of money with programming, but I prefer to write novels. Hey, just for fun. Seeing his asking for a beaten look and words, the live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, a large number of comments flashed by, all threatening to beat Tangku. It's really infuriating. Is this letting yourself go? Play? Play with you. Get lost. Tell old Tang to get lost. I don't want to see him. This guy is really crazy. Is there anyone who can send him razor blades? No, please don't send any more razor blades. This guy is such a scoundrel that he resold all the razor blades we sent him before. Good fellow, old Tang is really shameless. I really don't understand how Goddess Yashwan fell in love with him. Of course it's because old Tang is handsome and talented. I like him too, but it's a pity that old Tang is already taken. By the way, aren't we here to ask about artificial intelligence? I don't want to ask anymore. I just want to scold old Tang. Seeing that everyone's attention was on her husband, Zhang Yashwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whose live broadcast account is this? Wasn't the topic all about her in the past? But today, everyone is paying attention to her husband. Hey! They scolded me one by one, and I was so angry that I kissed my wife on the spot. Having said that, without allowing anyone to refuse, Tang politely pecked Zhang Yashwan's sexy red lips. It's so annoying. We're on a live broadcast, so you're not serious at all. Zhang Yashwan's pretty face blushed, and she looked so cute. Ah. This guy kissed my goddess again, oh. I want to form a team to kill Lao Tang. Is there anyone who wants to form a team 110,000? Add me, let's fight old Tang together. +1. Do it? How do you do it? If it's that kind of thing, I'll go, hee hee hee. The netizens in the live broadcast room went crazy and wanted to drill through the screen and press Tangku to the ground. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Tangku opened the door, thinking that it would be Jin Yamong who came to play with Zhang Yashwan. Unexpectedly, there were many men and women in formal attire standing outside, holding several contracts in their hands, divided into several groups. The moment they saw Tangku open the door, they were immediately filled with ecstasy and swarmed over. Mr. Tang, I am a representative of Lamborghini and would like to discuss some cooperation with you. I am a representative of Ferrari and would also like to cooperate with you. I, a representative of Porsche, am here to give you money. Among a group of people's self-introductions, only the words of the Porsche representative stood out from the crowd. Tangku looked in amazement at the representative of Porsche, who was a gentle young man wearing glasses. He seemed to have heard the words send money just now. Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Chen Zimo, and I'm a representative of Porsche. Chen Zimo was a wise man and immediately explained, your wife drove our car last night and did some publicity for us, so the company decided to pay you some advertising fees. After hearing this, everyone understood. Especially the representatives of other automobile companies, they couldn't help but secretly curse this man for being a cunning person. First give money to gain the other party's favor, and then discuss further cooperation projects. What a great Porsche company. They are so cunning. Ha ha ha. So it's the advertising fee. Please come in quickly. Tangku made a gesture of invitation. Chen Zimo walked into the house politely and waited at the door. At this time, the representative from Lamborghini said, I am Lamborghini and would like you to help us advertise. Is that convenient? Everyone was startled and secretly admired the man's quick reaction, and then they followed suit. We are here to advertise with you, too. The price is negotiable. Yes. Is it convenient? People who work in this line of work deal with people all year round, and they are all very shrewd. Tangku saw through the situation but didn't say anything, and invited them in. Since they said they wanted to find me to advertise, I didn't care what they would ask me to do next. I just had to make money first. Alas, I am an online writer, but I have fallen to the point of accepting advertisements to make money. I am really ashamed. Tangku led a group of people into the reception room. Without being shy about noticing the people around him, he just sighed. These words fell directly into the ears of netizens, and they all scolded Tangku for being shameless in the live broadcast room. 2A. How shameless. Shameless Tangku, you are so shameless. By the way, what kind of advertisement does he take? Can he take advertisement when writing novels? No, the people here look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere. As one automobile dealer representative after another walked in, the live broadcast room gradually became lively. Fuck, I think I've seen that guy in a magazine. He's the chairman of the domestic division of Mercedes-Benz. Hiss. I think I saw the representative of Maybach. What the hell, many heads of car dealers are here, even the chairman of the global head office is here. My old Tang is awesome. Didn't these car dealers post information about cooperation online? And they actually took the initiative to visit us? It's so impressive. Nonsense, if you have car transformation technology, you can do it too. Chapter 11 Coke Reception. The incident last night has only just begun to spread today. The two topics of artificial intelligence and transforming cars are spreading at an astonishing speed. Countless automobile manufacturers and internet industry giants have been attracted. The people who walked into Tang Ko's house right now were the giants of the automobile manufacturers. Ms. Zhang, long time no see. You are here too. Chen Zimo took the initiative to greet Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting on the sofa. His attitude was very respectful, even a little nervous. When Zhang Yashuan bought the car, it was Chen Zimo who delivered it personally. The two had met once before. It's Zimo, huh? There are so many people here, everyone please take a seat. Zhang Yashuan was already used to seeing these important figures, and had no intention of standing up to greet the guests. She was as casual as she could be. Everyone smiled apologetically, without any dissatisfaction. Zhang Yashuan is the daughter of Zhang Hongguang, the president of Hongtai Group. Hongtai Group is involved in many industries and holds shares in many companies. The main businesses include food, clothing, and internet industries. In a commercial street or shopping mall, half of the shops belong to Hongtai Group. Faced with such a huge monster, everyone was polite except Tang Ku. What brings you here, everyone? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she leaned lazily beside Tang Ku. At the same time, she grabbed the blanket on the sofa and covered her long, white thighs. I want to show it to these stinky men. The friends in the live broadcast room also noticed this and sighed that it was a pity. It's rare that the live broadcast angle was turned lower, so you could see the beautiful Yashuan's long legs, but they were covered up. They said they wanted me to advertise for you. Do they want me to advertise for you in the book? Tangko happily came over with a large bottle of Coke and poured it into each plastic cup. Treating guests with a large Coke is really unique. But no one present had any complaints, and some even reached out to take the Coke with a smile on their faces. Coke to treat guests? The guests have to be polite and smile. You are worthy of being old Tang. 66666, this is the first time I've seen someone treat these car dealer bosses like this. Kneel down to old Tang. This is probably the first person in history to do this. Isn't it Sister Yashuan who was sitting here? Old Tang is just taking advantage of the power of others. You said our sister Yashuan is a tiger, you are dead. These big guys said they wanted to find Lao Tang to advertise? What's going on? Didn't they say they wanted to cooperate with Lao Tang? Is it just an advertising cooperation? That's it? You don't understand this, right? These big guys are all cunning people. The things mentioned above are all lies, and the things that come after are the truth. Zhang Yashuan did not turn off the live broadcast. She just held the phone naturally in her hand, as if she was chatting with someone. In fact, he was broadcasting live to the people around him, and interacting with his fans by typing in the live broadcast room. Kello Okiyu Zhang Yashuan, who said I was a tiger? Come out. Ah, Sister Yashuan, I was wrong. Sister Yashuan is so cool. She live streamed in front of the big guys and she wasn't even discovered. Kaluo Okiyu Zhang Yashuan, humph, I'll let you go this time. The live broadcast room was very lively. Zhang Yashuan kept interacting with her fans and talking about all kinds of things. These automobile dealer bosses knew nothing about this. After symbolically taking a few sips of Coke, some began to speak up. Yes, we are here to advertise with you. All you need is to mention our products in your book. Yes, as long as you mention it in the book, we are easy to talk to. Mr. Tang, this is the advertising fee from last night. There is 10 million in the card. Chen Zimo took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. 10 million. 10 million yuan for one night in advertising fees can be said to be a sky-high price. But for the publicity effect this time, it is undoubtedly less. However, everyone present understood that this was not advertising fee at all, but direct free money. The meanings of the two are different. Chen Zimo represents Porsche and offers to give money here on his own initiative, trying to win favor and achieve the purpose of coming here. Using 10 million as a breakthrough can be said to be a very smart choice. The representatives of the automobile manufacturers nearby looked unhappy because they were unable to give out money now. I can only sigh and regret, the winner this time is probably Porsche. All car manufacturers think so, but Tangku doesn't think so. Although he didn't make much money from writing books, he was not the kind of person who would be overjoyed when he saw money. What's more, with the black technology system in hand, it is really not too easy to make money. Do you want to make him happy with just 10 million so that he will happily accept the future cooperation? Don't even think about it. From the very beginning, Tangko had no intention of cooperating with any automobile manufacturer. He already has top-notch car-making technology and a large amount of black technology in the automotive field. Why does he still need to cooperate with others? Cooperation means both parties give something of equal value. One party provides technology and the other party provides money. Although Tangko was indeed short of funds, his wife Zhang Yashuan was not. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. If you want to cooperate, you should cooperate with your own wife. Who wants to cooperate with these outsiders? Not bad, not bad. I like this 10 million very much, but the advertisement. Tangka said with embarrassment, I am currently writing The Mysterious God, which is about steampunk and Cthulhu. I am afraid it will be difficult for you car brands to add it. How about waiting for my next book? What you said about not being able to add things is complete bullshit. Would a novel writer worry about not being able to add things? As for his next novel, he doesn't plan to write about the city, nor does he plan to include any car brands. What he wants to write is a classical fantasy novel. The knife comes. Hey! Just for fun. Of course, that's not a problem at all. The car manufacturers had no objection at all. For them, it doesn't matter whether it is added or not. The main purpose is to enhance the relationship between the two parties in this way, so as to pave the way for future cooperation. It is worth spending 10 million to buy the opportunity for cooperation. It's a pity that they would never think that Tangko had no intention of providing any technology at all. 10 million for advertising? That's a whopping price. I bet you a free gift. Old Tang will never let me down. Yes, from what I know about Old Tang, the novels he writes are either fantasy or fairy tales, and the god of mystery is just an accident. It's really hard to get used to seeing these big guys being so humble in front of Old Tang. Sister Yashuan, will Old Tang cooperate with these manufacturers? Zhang Yashuan of Kuluokuyu, I don't know. Whether we cooperate or not, I will support you unconditionally. I'm so envious of Old Tang. He actually has such a good wife. Old Tang is so happy. And also sexual happiness. Chapter 12 Potential Dangers of Artificial Intelligence. Faced with greetings from representatives of many automobile manufacturers, Tangku handled them with ease. Although he is a novelist, he is, after all, a man who has lived two lives. He is better than the other person at making polite remarks. He knew in his heart that the other party was interested in artificial intelligence and automotive technology, but he pretended not to know. I spent most of the day chatting with these people and practicing Tai Chi like crazy. Finally, it was decided that each person would be paid 10 million to advertise in the book. There is no deadline set for when it will be fulfilled. Of course, this is just verbal. The people at the car manufacturer are not fools. They won't really give money before signing the subsequent contract with Tangku. The two sides argued for so long, but it was all in vain. But it doesn't matter. The car manufacturer's agents had gleaming eyes and were almost ready to speak. It's time to state the purpose of our visit. Mr. Tang, Well, it's getting late. My wife and I are going to have lunch. I think you guys are busy too. You don't have to stay with us. Tangka stood up with a smile, interrupted the other party and ordered him to leave. When everyone heard this, they were stunned and their mouth corners twitched slightly. They had just finished discussing the advertising cover and were preparing to move on to the purpose of this trip. And then you told us that you were going to have dinner with your wife? So what do we say about the 10 million? Is it really just a waste? Although it was just verbal, it can be said that both the saliva and time were wasted. No, that Mr. Tang. Ha? Why, do you want to have dinner with us? Tang Ke frowned and said with a somewhat unhappy look. No, sorry to bother you. We'll leave first and come back next time. Everyone looked embarrassed and didn't dare to continue. They habitually drank the Coke in their hands. They left immediately without staying any longer. The netizens in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy. They were witnessing a large-scale scam. No one sympathizes with these car manufacturers. They will never give up and will definitely come to visit again. At the same time, many people were speculating what Tang Ke was thinking. Why don't you use all this technology to make money? Even if I like writing novels, there won't be any conflict between the two, right? Finally, everyone has left. I'll go cook for you. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and charmingly. I'll go with you. Tang Ke chuckled and started busying himself in the kitchen with his wife. The live broadcast content instantly turned into a food live broadcast, and there was no sense of incongruity. Old viewers have long been accustomed to Zhang Yashuan's ever-changing live broadcast room, so they still enjoy watching it. One is stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots, one is stir-fried eggs with leeks, and there is a dish of green vegetables. These three simple home-cooked dishes were made to taste high-end thanks to the duo's superb cooking skills. After a full meal, Zhang Yashuan continued live streaming at home. She was very casual in her live broadcast, sometimes singing and chatting, sometimes eating snacks and watching movies. Finally, I lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Rather than saying it was a live broadcast, it was more like playing with Tang Ke at home. Origin, open source code. Following Tang Ke's order, Origin directly presented its source code on the computer. My wife was sitting on the sofa next to me taking a nap, and the live broadcast room was just hanging there. There were still so many people watching it. It was outrageous. Add permission code. You are not allowed to connect to the internet without my permission, and you are not allowed to hack into the device. Okay, Mr. Tang. A series of complex codes were written by Origin himself into his own program. Although it is artificial intelligence, its current IQ has not reached a terrifying level. It doesn't have much self-discrimination for the time being, but it has strong execution capabilities. This morning, Shi Yuan secretly entered Tang Ke's mobile phone, which made him realize it. It is necessary to add more permission codes while artificial intelligence is just getting started. Otherwise, once it grows up, it might become like Skynet in the movie and gradually get out of control. Tang Ke silently looked at the changing source code. Once the code was written by the Origin, it was different from what Tang Ke thought. He will make the changes immediately. Fortunately, today's artificial intelligence is still very obedient. It will not think about the reasons behind adding these codes, but will only execute the master's orders conscientiously. Set me as the person with the highest authority. You must obey any of my instructions. Set Zhang Yashuan as the second authorized person. Both of us have all the authorized abilities of Origin. Also, you are not allowed to make any changes to this code. This is the second line of defense against artificial intelligence, to prevent its future origins from causing damage to humanity. Tang Ke still felt uneasy, so he took matters into his own hands and added more code to Origin. Various restrictions are imposed on the Origin to avoid any mistakes. Good fellow, old Tang is not writing books, but programming. He seems to be adding restrictions to artificial intelligence. Is this to prevent artificial intelligence from rebelling? That should be right. Old Tang is worthy of being a novelist. He really thinks things through carefully. By the way, I haven't read Lao Tang's novel yet. Ah, me too. Good fellow, you keep calling me Lao Tang, and it sounds so friendly, but it turns out you have never read Lao Tang's books. You are fake fans. Bullshit. We got to know Lao Tang from Sister Yashuan, so we can't be considered fake fans. By the way, what's old Tang's pen name? It seems to be called Meng Dao Chang Shang. Do you know what it means? I don't know. I'll go read his book. Oh, so boring, I'm going to read a novel. I'm going too. Some people left the live broadcast room, and the rest were so bored that they were enjoying watching Zhang Yashuan sleep. It is definitely LSP. After working for more than 2 hours, Tang Ke finally finished writing all the programs. He felt that his programming knowledge seemed to have improved a bit. The system gave him the code for first-level artificial intelligence and upgraded his knowledge of computers in all aspects. Therefore, the more code Tang-ko wrote, the more proficient he became in this area. Even being able to create new programming languages is not a problem. If I'm not mistaken, the second-level artificial intelligence may need to be created by himself. Although he has a black technology system, Tang-ko understands. You cannot rely entirely on the knowledge given by the system. You still need to learn and master more things in order to create greater value. Tang-ko stood up and stretched his tense back, and saw his wife sleeping soundly on the sofa. Her sleeping posture is very gentle, with almost no large movements, just like a sleeping beauty. Tang-ko walked up to his wife and gently covered her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. I glanced at the phone next to me and saw that it was live streaming. Chapter 13: Electromagnetic Devices. Tang-ko picked up his phone and saw that there were quite a lot of viewers. Hey, old Tang, what are you doing? I want to see Sister Yashuan's sleeping face. Get out of here. Put your phone down and don't come over here. Aha. I want to see Yashuan, you stinky man, get away from me. Wow, old Tang is so handsome. I like looking at old Tang. Old Tang, are you going to turn off the live broadcast? No, what are we going to watch if you turn it off? Maybe old Tang is planning to use my wife's account to do something bad, Tang-ko smiled at the camera and said, "Shh, everyone be quiet, I'm going to take you to see the big treasure, your favorite thing last night." After that, he took the phone and the holder away and walked towards the garage. The live broadcast room became lively again. This. Hiss. What is old Tang going to do? Could it be what I think? My goodness, is old Tang really planning to block Sister Yashuan's account? My favorite thing last night, this, we loved driving last night. No, you guys love to drive every day. Is old Tang trying to show us the car he and his wife drove last night? Can you guys stop being so dirty? Do you think it's possible? That's right, all you do is talk nonsense all day long, and the housing manager does his job. The jokes became more and more outrageous, and many room managers stepped in and gave them a silence package. Walking into the spacious garage, Tang-ko set up his phone, facing the Porsche 911 from last night. I did bring you here to play with cars. Today I will show you the secret behind the transforming car. Tang-ko walked towards the Porsche with a smile and opened the hood directly, revealing the internal structure. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked and stared at everything under the hood of the car with wide eyes. The engine, water tank, wiring and other things are nothing surprising, but there is one thing that is unfamiliar to everyone. An irregularly shaped iron block with many copper pipes wrapped around it, and several blue lightning flashes from time to time. It looks very technological, but no one can recognize what it is. This thing is the secret of the transforming car. Tang-ko wore insulating gloves and unplugged all the wires on the large device. Laugh. In an instant, the device seemed to lose energy, and the flowing light dimmed. Bang! The outer shell of the Porsche disintegrated instantly, and pieces of iron fell to the ground with a dull sound. This device is attached to the car shell? What's going on? I suddenly don't understand. Why did the car suddenly fall apart? This big guy with lightning seems to be related to the car shell. Could it be that this thing is an electromagnetic device, and the car shell has always been attached to it by this thing, rather than being installed on it? Electromagnetic device? Why do cars use electromagnetic devices? Tang-ko's actions made the live broadcast room extremely lively. Everyone was speculating about this strange device and the principle of the car's disintegration. As Tang-ko disassembled the car, he said, "To put it simply, this thing is an electromagnetic device, but it's a little different. Everyone has seen that once this thing is closed, the car shell falls apart. What is the reason? I think some people have guessed it. It is this device that is sucking on the car shell and also controlling the car shell." With a muffled sound, Tang-ko took out the large device and threw it on the ground casually. Many people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Such a mysterious thing looked very valuable at first glance. But Tang-ko treated him so roughly? This thing is a semi-finished product. It is mainly used to push and absorb the outer shell of the vehicle. The car was deformed yesterday because of this electromagnetic device, which moved and controlled the outer shell of the car. Tang-ko continued to explain, "As for how to achieve this moving operation, it is naturally assisted by the artificial intelligence I created. It is very difficult to control the strength of electromagnetic waves to move objects. But artificial intelligence is different. It can accurately calculate every step of data to create a perfect electromagnetic movement effect. Although I didn't understand it, it felt very impressive. I understand. Electromagnetic control technology. It's similar to the maglev train, but the electromagnetic control that Old Tang made is more difficult to operate. Awesome. It's really black technology. The electromagnetic technology for controlling the car's shell is several levels higher than the technology of the maglev train. Do you really understand? Why do I feel like you are talking nonsense? Who cares? 6 is the end of it. So, Old Tang is planning to make his technology public. Aren't you afraid that the car maker in the live broadcast room will steal his skills? Stupid. If it were so easy to be stolen, it wouldn't be called black technology. Tang did not look at the comments in the live broadcast room, but was immersed in the modification of his own car. He did not explain the principle and structure of the electromagnetic device, but only briefly described its function. Ignoring the reactions in the live broadcast room, he dismantled the Bugatti, Silber, Pagani and Koenigsegg in the garage with his bare hands. His actions were extremely rough and he showed no respect for the luxury car at all. The people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but wail for the car. These sports cars were bought for Tang by Zhang Yashuan because she thought they were good. As a result, Tang stayed at home every day writing novels and never went out. Zhang Yashuan was at a loss for words and said that he was too much of a homebody. It seems like it's pretty good to be at home with myself every day. Such a man will never go out to fool around, let alone cheat. You can say he stays at home, okay. He ended up not driving any of the cars he was given, and they just sat in the garage to rot. Zhang Yashuan herself doesn't like driving a sports car. After all, a sports car is not only fast but also looks handsome. There is no comfort in it. Sports cars are built for speed, so the temperature of the hardware is very high when they are running. The girls who got into the sports car said it was hot as soon as they got in, and then started taking off their clothes. This is not just a joke, it's really hot. In addition, in order to achieve faster speeds, the bodies of sports cars are made as light as possible. So when the car is running, you will feel a bumpy feeling inside. If you drive on the highway or something, it can make your butt numb. This is why Zhang Yashuan, who has so many supercars in her garage, prefers to drive a Porsche 911. It is precisely because the Porsche 911 is not as bumpy as other sports cars that the chassis is higher. Especially after the modification, an anti-shock system was added, making it more suitable for use on ordinary roads. Tang dismantled a lot of hardware from the supercar and spread them out on the ground one by one. Drive shaft, ECU, exhaust pipe, gearbox. He disassembled the hardware again, and the spacious garage was filled with various parts, which dazzled the viewers in the live broadcast room. Although I don't understand what Old Tang is trying to do, I have great respect for him for dismantling several supercars into tiny parts. +1. Plus 10,086. You will never believe that this person is a novelist. Writing a novel? What kind of novel is this? Isn't it better to just modify a car? Ha! It looks like Old Tang is about to start assembling something. Chapter 14, Dismantling a Car with Bare Hands, Rape. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched Tang dismantle the car with great interest. It was the first time for them to see a car being dismantled. No one has ever live broadcasted the dismantling of a car after all, this is not a long-term job. You get tired of it after watching it once or twice. Therefore, netizens feel that it is quite interesting. Not only does it not feel boring, but there is a great sense of freshness in it. If you want to make the car truly deform, you need a powerful program and metal materials with memory to truly realize it. I don't have either of these two things. Tang took a deep breath and murmured, first, optimize the power and consumption of the car, then study the materials, and finally build a complete electromagnetic device to serve as a thruster. The road must be taken step by step, and he made a complete plan in his mind. Tang wants to build a car that satisfies him. It should not only be comfortable, but also have power and safety that surpass all other vehicles. What we need to consider in terms of comfort is the material issues, such as sound insulation, heat resistance, weight, etc. When it comes to power, we also need to consider the hardware, including brakes, engine, cooling, transmission, etc. The simplified electromagnetic device Tang made yesterday was just to prevent his wife from getting into a collision while driving. The car shell can be moved to prevent collision. Who would have thought that Zhang Yashuan would be kidnapped? The functions of electromagnetic devices are used in other aspects. Now that there is no material, Tang Ke does not plan to study the deformation and propulsion functions anymore. He decided to optimize the car's original hardware to enhance all aspects of the Porsche experience. Tang Ke assembled the engine while thinking about the follow-up arrangements. To everyone's astonishment, he moved out many things that no normal family had. Welding guns, cutting machines, grinders. There was a clanging sound in the garage, and even the occasional flash of welding light. What the hell is this? My goodness, how come the Tang family even has welding tools? Forget about the electric welding. Isn't this cutting machine outrageous? I even suspect this is a large factory. I understand. Old Tang's full name must be Tang Doraemon Ko. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. The tool shed at the back is actually Doraemon's treasure bag. You are even more outrageous than Old Tang. So many people are here to watch a grown man assemble car hardware. You are? I'm from the car factory. I came to see if there's any problem. TSK. We are still car gods, let's see what's wrong. That's right, we are all car gods. Do you car manufacturers have any objections? Do you believe that we will never drive again? I don't believe you guys didn't drive one day. Stand up. 666, 6666, this car god is not that car god. While netizens were chatting in the live broadcast room, Tang Ke had already completed assembling all the numerous parts. It took him more than 3 hours to reassemble the Porsche. With a few clicks, the car shell was reinstalled. It is no longer electromagnetic adsorption, but normal assembly of the car. Okay, the sports car has been optimized. There are still some things that require special materials, so I can't demonstrate it to you for now. Tang Ke took off his gloves and smiled at the live camera. How about I show you the effect of the optimized car? The optimized car naturally needs to be demonstrated, and he himself also wants to see the effect of the performance optimization. This optimization is all based on his theoretical ideas. The simplest and most direct one is lower displacement and greater kinetic energy. At the same time, the vibration amplitude of the car is reduced, making the supercar have the comfort of a sedan. There is no doubt that the two are conflicting things in reality. Only a large displacement can provide great kinetic energy. Because supercars are designed to be light, their shock and sound insulation effects are bound to be poor. But Tang Ke wanted to subvert all of this and refresh everyone's views and ideas. Ha ha. Tang Ke, you still dare to say you didn't drive? Huh, so you still want to drive? I thought you were a serious person. TSK, I didn't expect you to be such a Tang Ke. There were still some funny things going on in the live broadcast room, but there were also some unpleasant voices in it. Forget about driving. Although I'm not an expert on cars, I know a thing or two. What changes can this kind of hardware that is taken apart and then put back together bring? It's just a change of brand of hardware and a slight modification. Basically, there will be no change. Don't lie to us, we are not fools. That's right, Old Tang, you should return the phone to your wife and stop making trouble. How can you optimize the same parts? I admit that your electromagnetic device and artificial intelligence are black technology. But you took parts from multiple cars, modified them and put them back together. How is that different from changing a piece of clothing? A person changes his clothes, but although his temperament and appearance have changed, he is still the same person. You can't just change your clothes and take off, right? Do you think you are Superman? Many people disagreed with this and thought Tang Ke was just teasing them. No one is interested. Fine, I'll return the phone to my wife. Tang Ke shrugged and didn't care about it. He is not a professional live broadcaster, so there is no need for him to prove his achievements to netizens. The reason I did a live broadcast was just because I was bored. I'll test it myself later, it's not too late to optimize the performance. Looking at the time, it's already past 6 o'clock, and it's time to eat. Tang Ke didn't turn off the live broadcast. He just grabbed his phone and took the elevator upstairs. Bite. The elevator door opened, and as I walked out of the corner, I smelled a familiar fragrance. Stop, robbery. A sound like a silver bell rang in his ears, and a pair of small hands pushed him hard. Tang Ke was pushed against the wall by Zhang Yashuan, holding his cell phone in his hand, at a loss. Hand over your phone to me. Zhang Yashuan said fiercely, looking like a gangster. I don't have a cell phone with me, how about? Tang Ke pretended to be scared, then suddenly changed his attitude and said with a raised corner of his mouth, Is it okay to rape you? Zhang Yashuan was stunned and was about to refuse. As a result, Tang Ke turned over, pushed Zhang Yashuan against the wall, and kissed her directly on her red lips. Fuck. What the hell is this live broadcast? Is it really just a live broadcast of driving? This is too much. I came here to learn how to modify cars, but you're showing off your driving skills here. No, you are wrong. This is clearly a live broadcast of slaughtering dogs. It hurts, old man. I'm just going to kill you. I'm not a single dog, hee hee. Damn it, I feel uncomfortable every time I see this scene. What the hell? He's kissing a girl here, but he's still live streaming on his phone. This bitch must be doing it on purpose. I've decided to give a bad review to Lao Tang's book. There was wailing in the live broadcast room. This behavior was too much. After their lips parted, Zhang Yashuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and Tang Ke held her slender waist tightly. At this time, Tang Ke discovered from the corner of his eye that there was Jin Yumeng standing next to him. Chapter 15, A Good Evening Banquet. Your best friend is here too, Tang Ke said in surprise. The two of them had been kissing for 2 minutes, and Jin Yumeng was just watching without saying a word. Is it possible that he has some special hobby? Looks like I have to be more careful next time. Fuck, you still know I'm here, I thought you two had ignored me. Jin Yumeng, this soft girl, was so angry that she cursed, "You feed me dog food in front of me, I shouldn't have come." This is completely different from what Yashuan said. We agreed to pretend a robbery and then asked Tang Ke to pay for dinner tonight. How come during the fight, the two of them started kissing each other? They kissed for 2 full minutes right in front of her, a single woman. TSK, Meng Meng is so pitiful, is this closing the door and beating the dog? Ha 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 ha. Seeing poor Meng Meng, I instantly felt better. Well done. It's so delicious. Ah, it's all your fault. Meng Meng is still here, huh? You didn't turn off the live broadcast? Zhang Yashuan then realized that the entire kiss between the two of them was broadcast live. Various comments kept flashing by, making her laugh and cry. This time she really wasn't showing off her love on purpose, it was all her stinky baby's fault. She originally wanted to come here to get her phone back, play with Tang Ke for a while, and ask Tang Ke to treat her to a meal. The two interacted a lot in their daily lives and had long been accustomed to it. Who could have thought that Tang Ke would take the initiative and push her against the wall and kiss her? I'm sorry everyone, my stinky baby secretly took my phone to livestream while I was taking a nap, and I didn't know about it. Zhang Yashuan took the phone from Tang Ke and saw that the battery was running low, so she said, "My phone is running low too, so I'll stop broadcasting." No, we want to see Sister Yashuan. I'm tired of watching old Tang all day. We want to watch Sister Yashuan, please don't end the broadcast. I want to watch AI driving. Can you play it again? I'll send you a power bank. The audience was reluctant to let her go and all advised Zhang Yashuan not to end the show so soon. Okay, Yashuan, please end the live broadcast. I'll start it here. Jin Yumeng squeezed over and said loudly to the camera. Then he opened his mobile phone and opened the live broadcast room. A large number of viewers jumped from Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room to Jin Yumeng's live broadcast room. Few successfully continued the flight. The landing was successful. I saw old Tang again. My Meng Meng is so beautiful. Zhang Yashuan put away her phone and said, "Honey, let's go out for dinner. We won't cook tonight." Okay, I'll go change my clothes and come back. Tang Ke nodded, then went up to the cloakroom on the 3rd floor and changed into a more formal set of shirt and trousers. When he was at home, he always wore casual clothes, sometimes even nothing underneath. I wear whatever I see, there is no beauty in it at all. He was wearing a blue shirt with a grid made of thin white lines. Then pair it with a black suit jacket and a pair of gray trousers, and your temperament instantly improves. Plus, Tang Ke himself is very handsome, with firm eyes and a handsome face. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, with slightly muscular body, and looks very imposing. The saying that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha does have some truth to it. When Tang Ke walked down, Zhang Yashuan nodded with satisfaction. But Jin Yumeng on the side was dazzled. She had never seen Tang Ke in formal attire before and didn't expect him to be so handsome. But when she thought that this was her best friend's husband, she had to quickly restrain her expression to avoid being misunderstood. However, the people in the live broadcast room were no longer calm. Fuck, who's that handsome guy? Is this old Tang? No, is this brother Tang? He's so handsome, isn't he? 666666. It turns out that not only fat people have potential, but otakus also have potential. This is the first time I've seen Tang-ku dressed so handsomely. My brother Tang-ku is handsome, he just doesn't pay attention to his appearance. Tisk, TSK, a top model who was delayed by writing novels. Tang-ku, wow, it turns out that novels have delayed me in so many aspects? In previous live broadcasts, Zhang Yashuan and Tang-ku broadcast live at home. When they go out, it is their date time, so Zhang Yashuan has never shown Tang-ku in formal attire to fans. It has caused quite a stir now, especially among female fans, who are expressing their envy. The three of them came to the garage together, got into the modified Porsche, and started it. Even Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng, who knew nothing about cars, noticed something was different. The sound of ignition was unusually quiet, with only a few faint sounds being audible. The moment Tang-ku stepped on the accelerator, the car engine hummed slightly and then returned to its initial calm. Why did this car suddenly become so quiet? Did you modify something? Zhang Yashuan asked puzzledly. There is no modification. I took down everything that was modified yesterday, but I optimized the performance of each hardware. While increasing power and reducing emissions, it also greatly reduced noise. Tang-ku said while driving. How can the displacement be reduced while increasing the power? Jin Yameng, who was sitting at the back of the car, leaned forward and asked curiously. This question was not asked by her, but was asked on behalf of the people in the live broadcast room. Tang-ku's words had already reached the live broadcast room, causing another round of discussion. Old Tang is getting carried away. Reducing displacement and increasing kinetic energy is totally against physics, right? It's like wanting a big explosion but a small noise. Ever since he made a fake transforming car, old Tang has started talking nonsense. Brother Tang, please don't lie. Even though you are handsome, a handsome guy will lose his charm if he lies. Everyone in the live broadcast room expressed their disbelief and advised Tang-ku not to get too cocky. Of course it's relying on the power of technology. Tang-ku laughed and didn't explain too much. This involves the core secrets of technology, how could it be revealed? He stepped on the accelerator and the Porsche accelerated instantly. Magic City, a good night banquet. The restaurant is decorated with gold and red, creating a brilliant and splendid atmosphere. Red is the vermilion face of the Shriness Torii Gate that supports the sky and the earth, and gold is the splendor of the mirage that is revealed in layers. The sounds of flowing water and cranes' cries never cease, and auspicious clouds rise above the temple. The overwhelming aura draws a clear line between him and the mundane world. This restaurant specializes in Chinese cuisine, and the prices are so expensive that most people can only watch from outside. The number of vehicles parked at the door alone is enough to make most people unable to afford a house even if they work their entire lives. Those who can come here to spend money are undoubtedly people with some assets. Looking at the elegant and graceful customers in the restaurant, Tang-ku's heart still felt stirred. In his previous life, he didn't have the money to spend in places like this. One meal may cost him a month's salary, which is really not affordable for ordinary people. However, now he has become one of the customers here. With his current income from writing books, he can make around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, which is enough to buy him a few meals a month. Of course, his wife has countless times more money than him, so it's better not to mention these things. The three of them sat by the window and tasted each dish. I have to say, the taste is really good, but the portion of each dish is a bit small, but there are many dishes. After more than an hour, we had eaten no less than 20 dishes. Chapter 16, Racer's Invitation. After a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Yashuan wiped her red lips elegantly with a napkin and commented, "It tastes good, but I don't like some of the dishes. It would be better if I could only choose the dishes I like." It was the first time for her and Tang-ku to eat here, and Jin Yameng brought them here. "I think it's good. It seems like everything I like to eat," Jin Yameng said while live streaming. "Is there anything you won't eat? You're like a little pig." Zhang Yashuan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Well, you actually called me a pig, so forget about sleeping tonight. It just so happens that I've had enough sleep during the day, so I'm staying at your house tonight." Are you going to watch me and Tang-ku? I didn't expect you to be so cute." Yashuan, you've been led astray by Brother Tang. You can even drive now." The two girls were playing with each other, totally oblivious to the surroundings. The people around seemed dissatisfied, but when they saw that they were two beautiful women, their frowns immediately relaxed. Seeing this, Tang Ke couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. This is the advantage of appearance. People with different appearances will receive completely different treatments. Hello, are you Mr. Tang Ke? Just then, two handsome young men with crew cuts came over. There were smiles on their faces and a hint of anticipation deep in their eyes. Tang Ke was slightly stunned. Yes, may I ask what can I do for you? In the past, when he and his wife went out, he encountered his wife's fans who asked for photos, and he also encountered rich young men who tried to chat up his wife. He even encountered a gangster who wanted to molest his wife. But the only thing he had never encountered was someone who was targeting him. He couldn't figure out what these two people were trying to do. Could it be that he was starting to have true fans too? Really, Mr. Tang Ke? One of them was very excited and stepped forward and said, "We are from the McLaren team. We have seen your AI driving a car before, so we wanted to have a race with your AI. Is that possible?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chung Young-jun, and the person next to me is my friend, Ju Bowen." The two men extended their hands very friendly and shook hands with Tang Ke gently. "You two are racing drivers. It's not impossible for you to race against artificial intelligence. As long as there is a suitable racetrack, it will be fine." However, Tang Ke looked embarrassed. Of course he was fine with competing, but he also wanted to test the performance of his modified car. "But I'm having dinner with my wife now." The two men glanced at the two beauties behind him and instantly gave him a look that showed they understood. There is envy and also sympathy. Tang Ke was confused. He felt that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. "Racing? Yashwan, why don't we go and take a look?" As soon as he heard the word racing, Jean Yumling immediately became interested. She experienced the thrill of drifting last night and still felt a little unsatisfied. "I knew you were still immersed in drifting, okay. Zhang Yashwan smiled and nodded, looking at Tang Ke with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Let's go together. We have nothing to do tonight anyway." "Ah? My chapter hasn't been updated yet?" Tang Ke never forgot that he was a novelist. After spending a whole day modifying cars, he didn't even have time to update his novel today. "What the hell are you writing novels for? Take us to the racetrack. We want to drift. Just write on your phone. AI can drive the car anyway, so you don't need to drive. I allow you not to update today, go and race for me." My goodness, none of you are human anymore. This is the first time I've seen fans asking the author not to update. The live broadcast room became frenzied again, especially those who watched yesterday's live broadcast. Each one was more excited than the other. You can watch the drift firsthand again. Moreover, the speed on the track is several times faster than that on the road. No, can Tang Ke's car outrun it? I have my doubts too. After all, supercars on the track are built for speed, which is different from civilian supercars. Old Tang has also modified cars before, so I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Come on, no one will really believe that the modification this afternoon is really effective, right? The supercars on the track can run at speeds of over 300 or even 400 miles per hour. The fastest speed of Old Tang's car last night was only over 300. How could it run? That's right. We are not doubting artificial intelligence, but evaluating the performance of this car. Netizens are not very optimistic about Tang Ke's modification skills, although they know that Tang Ke knows how to modify cars. But the performance optimization modification this afternoon was really incomprehensible. Take some small parts from each supercar, modify them, and then install them again. Can this modification make it faster than a top supercar? What a joke! Countless viewers in the live broadcast room who knew a little about cars scoffed at this. In that case, Mr. Tang, how about we meet at the Jingfeng racing circuit at 11 o'clock tonight? Chung Young-jun said happily. Shu Bowen beside him also showed anticipation. Okay, we'll be there on time. Tang Ke nodded and smiled. After the agreement was reached, everyone said goodbye here. Chung Young-jun and Shu Bowen left Liangsha's evening banquet excitedly. They have to requisition the venue and notify the brothers in the team to come together to witness this exciting competition. At the same time, news of the two people's competition quickly spread on the internet. After all, Jean Yumling is also a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, and the incident of artificial intelligence racing just became popular yesterday. Many people are immersed in this sci-fi information and cannot extricate themselves. Just at this moment, news suddenly came that artificial intelligence was going to participate in racing. How can this not make people crazy? Everyone wants to take another look at autonomous driving to see whether it is strong or weak. With the spread of the news on the internet, many racing drivers and wealthy kids in Shanghai became aware of the matter. They started testing their supercars and planned to join in the fun. Tang Ku and the others thought it was just a simple competition, but they didn't expect it to attract so much attention. Night. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Jingfeng racing track. Sports cars all took turns entering the racetrack, but many were blocked outside and required to enter on foot. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? I'm a diamond member of the Jingfeng racing circuit. A young man in a sweatshirt at the door said angrily. I'm very sorry, Mr. Liu. It's not that we don't want to let you in, but there are no more seats left in the racetrack. The racetrack staff said apologetically, sweating profusely. Full? Such a big racing track is so full? Lu Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. This is really too popular. A multi-million level anchor can actually motivate so many rich kids in Shanghai? Chapter 17, The Hot Racing Circuit. Yes, most of them are fleets from major automobile manufacturers, and they come very early. The staff explained patiently. Are the people from the convoy also here to join in the fun? Lu Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed, Oh, what a pity, I was thinking of running a couple of laps in, but now I can only go in and watch. There are many dandies among the rich families, but there are also many with high quality. Upon hearing that they could no longer drive in, the people behind also looked disappointed. In order to have fun, they spent 2 or 3 hours modifying the car. As a result, after all the trouble, I can't participate in the competition. At this moment, a black Porsche drove past the crowd without any interception and drove straight into the racetrack. Didn't they say the seats were full? Why was he able to get in? Lu Xiao frowned, looking a little unhappy. That's right. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this matter will not end. Everyone looked gloomy, feeling that their identities were not valued. The one just now was the artificial intelligence racing car. The staff didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The group of rich kids were stunned, and then their faces were filled with embarrassment. No wonder the car just now looked so familiar, it turns out to be the protagonist of this competition. But isn't it a bit too hasty to put Porsche in competition with top supercars? In desperation, the group of rich kids could only park their cars outside and then walk in. More and more people gathered and the incident continued to ferment. After all, what happened last night was a big deal, and any little movement can attract widespread attention. It can be said that anyone who is in Shanghai, whether they like racing or not, comes to join in the fun. Rather than focusing on racing, it's more about focusing on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has always been a topic worthy of great attention, and it carries too many fantasies of human beings. But the artificial intelligence created in reality all has fixed programming logic. It has no self-thinking ability and is just a pseudo-artificial intelligence with relatively comprehensive code content. It is conceivable how great the response will be to this artificial intelligence created by Tang Ku. Tang Ku and others got out of the Porsche at the same time, looking at the noisy scene, and their inner enthusiasm was also aroused. We agreed to race only with the McLaren team, but what happened? Tang Ku laughed bitterly. Many racing drivers were wearing uniforms, with their cars printed with the team's unique paint colors, and they were waving excitedly to the audience. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Tesla, Maybach, Mercedes-Benz. There were also several wealthy young men leaning against the car door with a leisurely look on their faces, looking in Tang Ku's direction. Oh, you can't blame me. It's because your artificial intelligence is so famous. Jin Yumeng said innocently while holding up his mobile phone. If you weren't there live, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Zhang Yashuan frowned slightly and tapped Jin Yumeng's fair forehead with a slightly reproachful look, which hurt the girl so much that she fought back against Zhang Yashuan. Let's go to the spectator seats and let Qi Yuan drive the car. Tang Ku said. But my netizens want to experience drifting. Jin Yumeng, who was playing with Zhang Yashuan, heard this and said anxiously. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at her bestie when she heard this. I think it's you who wants to drift. The most excited person last night was this girl. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Don't talk nonsense, I'm doing this for the good of my fans. Jin Yumeng immediately refuted, then changed his tone and said with a smile, I will just sit in the car reluctantly and broadcast the first-person perspective for the audience. She was very proud and silently praised herself for her cleverness. Just leave your phone in the car. At this time, Tang Ke suddenly said something. Hey, brother Tang, can you please stop talking? Poochie. Zhang Yashuan couldn't help laughing when she heard Tang Ke's words. You can sit if you want, but remember to fasten your seatbelt. Although the safety system is very good, we still need to prevent accidents. Tang Ke shrugged and stopped making things difficult for the girl. Porsche's safety has also been strengthened and optimized. When you fasten your seatbelts, you will basically not be hurt no matter what emergency you encounter. Yeah. Jin Yuming excitedly opened the car door and got back into the Porsche with a group of cheering fans. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Mr. Tang Ke was here, thank you very much for coming. At this time, Cheng Yongjun came over with a big laugh and patted his shoulder happily. Are you planning to let people sit in the car? Cheng Yongjun looked at Jin Yuming in the car and asked curiously. Yeah, don't worry about her. Are you all ready? I'll have Chi Yuan drive over and prepare. Everything is ready. Just drive the car to position 6 on the track. The race will officially start at 11:30. Cheng Yongjun nodded. He paused and said, by the way, there is also a prize money for this race, which is raised by other teams as compensation and apology for coming to the race without permission. There is a total prize of 50 million. The champion will receive 30 million, and the rest will receive less in order. This competition was originally going to be between the McLaren team and Tang Ke's artificial intelligence. But as the situation escalated, the track was filled with cars. In order to express their apologies, these teams that participated in the competition privately allocated funds personally as competition prizes. No matter what place Tang Ke's Porsche finishes, he will get a prize. If you can beat all the racers and win the championship, you can directly get a bonus of 30 million yuan. Tang Ke didn't care too much about the bonus, he just smiled and nodded. Then he took his wife to sit in the audience and feel the excitement and noise of the stadium. Origin, open the car data panel. Tang Ke connected his mobile phone to the origin of the car, and the information of the car's accessories was displayed one by one, and the data was all good. It started. It started. It's finally about to start. By the way, there seems to be someone sitting in that Porsche. Didn't they say that artificial intelligence drives cars? Are you blind? Didn't you see that person sitting in the passenger seat? Stop talking, look, the racers are coming in. Fuck. They are from the McLaren team and the Lamborghini team. As several racers drove into the venue, there was a loud noise and cheers from the audience, and the emotions reached a peak. F1 drivers participating in this kind of competition? Isn't that a bit of a bully? No, bullying of artificial intelligence? Don't underestimate artificial intelligence. Its skills are no worse than those of racing drivers. But it's just a Porsche. How can it compare to the supercars and modified cars on the track? How pink is Chapter 18? Tang Ke optimized the car parts today. Although I don't think there will be much improvement, his modification skills should not be underestimated. Come on, what good is Tang Ke's fancy modification? I bet he'll be at most 10th tonight, and that's assuming we overestimate the artificial intelligence as much as possible. The Tang Ke you're talking about seems to be sitting next to you. The person next to him poked him and reminded him. The commentator turned his head stiffly and saw the handsome man sitting next to him. It was Tang Ke. Well, old Tang, I was just joking. I'm an old fan of yours. The man chuckled, his face full of embarrassment. Oh? How old is he? Tang Ke asked with interest. 10 years old fan. I've only been writing books for 4 years. Where did you get 10 years, my old fan brother? Ahahaha, that's an exaggeration. I'm such a fan. How pink is it? Old Tang, are you driving? Before I knew it, it was already 11:30 in the evening. Yuanqi drove his Porsche to a stop at position 6, surrounded by racing cars lined up. Colorful lights illuminated the track, and spectators on both sides held up neon signs and cheered wildly. Boom! The sound of racing car engines continued to ring out, like a beast ready to go. It seemed as if it would pounce forward in the next second. Everyone, 3, 2, 1. Swish! As the girl waved the flag, dozens of racing cars started at the same time, raising several clouds of smoke of different colors. The engines roared, and cars of various brands made a sound of cutting through the air on the track. The Porsche that Jin Yuming was riding in took off to the astonishment of countless people. It only took 1 second to accelerate to 100 yards and rush to the front row. The artificial intelligence autonomous driving is particularly eye-catching, and there is no one in the main driver's seat. The Porsche's steering wheel turns automatically, and the brake and accelerator are controlled in turn as if by an invisible hand or foot. Jin Yumong took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the situation inside and outside the car. The car window was slightly opened, and the strong wind blew in from outside, making her hair dance, and the engine seemed like it was about to explode. Jin Yumong glanced at the speedometer and saw that it had reached 240. The strong wind hurt her pretty face and she was so scared that she quickly closed the car window. The sound inside was instantly reduced a lot, and only a slight engine sound could be heard. This noise reduction effect made everyone in the live broadcast room excited. Launch start. Awesome. As expected of an AI driver, it can do everything. No, it accelerated to 100 per second. This is a record-breaking one, okay? This is definitely a record-breaking thing. Although it's not the first time I've seen AI driving, I was still shocked. What the hell? It was supposed to be a civilian supercar, how could it be so fast? This noise reduction function is really powerful. Who said that Lao Tang's modification was not used this afternoon? This. I'm sorry, I'm not very knowledgeable. I can only say that old Tang is awesome. Your uncle is always your uncle. All the voices that had previously questioned Tang's modification skills disappeared at this moment. Including the man sitting next to Tangku, his face was full of embarrassment and he didn't know how to face Tangku. He was the only one sitting next to Tangku, and he said that other people's modifications were misleading. The next second, he was slapped in the face, leaving his face red and swollen. His companions around him all pretended to be dead and kept silent. Pretend nothing happened and watched the game seriously. Some people even thought they were the best actor, as if they were Tang's die-hard fans, and shouted loudly, "Tangku was awesome." Come on, AI. Do you think the car's power and displacement are exactly the same as what old Tang said? I don't know the displacement, but the power is real. This speed is also not bad. It is always far ahead. I bet the top speed of this car is 370 kilometers per hour. It's too small, the pattern is small, I bet it's 380. 309, I think. Why the hell didn't you say 400? You were being sarcastic before, but now everyone is talking like Tangku. How shameless. As the fans' comments flashed by, they had arrived at the first bend. Jin Yumong immediately grabbed the handrail. Crunch. The powerful inertial force seemed to throw her away, and the tires suddenly made a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground. Still as fierce as last night. There was also no deceleration, and it drifted through the corner at a speed of more than 200 yards, raising a cloud of white smoke. Wow! The spectators at the racetrack were all excited. The deafening roar resounded through the sky and the ground was shaking slightly. Fortunately, this racing track is located near the airport, otherwise people in the city would really have no sleep tonight. It's such a fast speed to turn the corner. The content in the video is actually real. Wow, that's awesome. It's worthy of being an artificial intelligence. The audience shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed with excitement. It didn't slow down at all and left the second place by a huge distance. How is this possible? He's an F1 racer. Speed up. The racers seem to feel the pressure and all start to speed up. They are getting serious. The vehicle behind also drifted through the corner, and after entering the straight track, it immediately began to accelerate wildly. These racers were not able to take the competition seriously at first, but now, after experiencing the speed of the other party firsthand, they have completely stopped underestimating the other party. In second place is the Maybach team. The third place is the Tesla team. Fourth place goes to McLaren. Later on, the rankings of the cars changed frequently and neither team gave in. This is a competition with artificial intelligence, but also a secret competition among the major teams. Tang's car has really been modified and optimized. His live broadcast this afternoon was not just for show. I listened carefully to the engine sound just now. It was terribly low. It didn't sound like a racing car at all. The performance is far beyond what a Porsche should be. This car is no longer a Porsche, but a completely new car series. This Tangco has the ability to build his own car. So, he has no intention of cooperating with anyone? He has been fooling us all day long. I guess so. A group of bigwigs from automobile manufacturers stood in the audience, discussing the issue with serious expressions. If we cannot become partners, we will inevitably become competitors. Looking at Tanko, who was playing with a laptop in the audience in the distance. These big guys couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Tanku was probably observing the car data and performing optimization work in various aspects. The genius who works hard is the most terrifying. Especially a genius like this will become their opponent. In the future, the automotive industry is likely to welcome a giant dragon that will have a huge impact on the market. They stood up collectively, no longer interested in the outcome of the game. The most important thing right now is to hold a company meeting to deal with this ferocious dragon. Even though it is already 11:30 p.m., the meeting must still be held. Chapter 19. Your competitors may just be typing. Honey, the people from the car manufacturer looked a little unfriendly and left early. Do you think they will? Zhang Yashuan said with a frown. She is worried that these car manufacturers will do something bad. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Not everyone is as scary as our father's competitors. Tanko was typing away on his laptop keyboard, working frantically on his novel. Even though his fans told him not to update, if he really didn't update the chapters, he would probably be sent knives again. The car manufacturers had never expected that Tanko would become a scourge in their eyes. I'm not monitoring car data at all, I'm trying to type. Various engine roars and the squeaking sounds of tires rubbing against the ground could be heard on the track. Run round and round. Jin Yumeng and his fans in the live broadcast room celebrated and exclaimed, and his ranking first has never changed. Now it is the last lap, and the Maybach team, which was originally in second place, has been overtaken by the Tesla team and the McLaren team. The Tesla team controlled the situation very well and kept blocking the McLaren team. Chung Young-jun and Xu Bowen were so angry that they pounded the steering wheel, but there was nothing they could do. This is also one of the racing tactics. If you want to overtake, you need to rely on amazing driving skills and courage. If you succeed, you will be able to surpass the past. If you fail, you will fail. Today is not a real game, there is no need to take risks. In desperation, the McLaren team could only rank third, closely behind the Tesla team. Ha ha ha. Chung Young-jun and the others will be pissed off. Well done, keep it up, it's the last lap, and I'm about to unleash my secret weapon. Don't worry, we will never let any car pass us. Go and try to win first place. Our Tesla team will become famous in one battle. Hey, let's go. Puff. Suddenly, a stream of purple nitrogen was released from the exhaust pipe. A racing car in the Tesla fleet suddenly accelerated, soaring from 340 miles per hour to 390 miles per hour. The whole car was shaking violently, and the team member felt a huge force pushing him on his back. Call out. Tesla cars are approaching at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Jean Yumeng immediately shouted in the car, Origin, can you go faster? Okay, Miss Jean. The sound of Origin sounded, and this time the engine sound finally became a little noisy, and it could be heard clearly even inside the car. The speed of Porsche also increased at this moment. But Tesla's speed is even faster and is about to catch up. Go faster, the finish line is just ahead. Don't let anyone overtake you at the last crucial moment. Jean Yumeng said anxiously. I'm very sorry, the car has reached its speed limit. If we speed up further, it may cause damage to the car's hardware. We need Mr. Tanko's consent before we can proceed. TSK, how much are the accessories worth? Speed up, otherwise Tanko will probably kill you. Jean Yumeng patted the interior of the car, very anxiously. Honey, your car is about to be overtaken. Tanko, who was sitting in the audience, stopped typing after being reminded by Zhang Yashuan. Origin, unlock all speeds. Okay, Mr. Tang. As Tanko gave the order, Porsche's speed increased again. Tesla was just about to catch up, but before it had time to get excited, it saw its opponent widening the gap again. Woo! The Porsche instantly increased its speed to an astonishing 420 miles per hour, so fast that it was difficult to catch. When the car passes by the audience at such a speed, it feels like a shadow passing by. Only a red taillight was left, lingering in the air like a rainbow. A strong wind whistled in my ears, and the scene in front of me quickly receded. Netizens present and absent all cheered at this moment. The Tesla member who was chasing was dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell is this? I don't see any nitrogen. How can they accelerate instantly? The Tesla team member said with a twitch of his mouth. The two were about to get closer and even show signs of overtaking. However, as the Porsche accelerated, the gap widened again. Once you pull away, you can no longer catch up. Witnessed by countless people, the Porsche crossed the finish line with an afterimage. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. What the hell? What just happened? What a fast speed. It turns out that the car didn't use full speed at the beginning? This is fucking faster than nitrogen acceleration? Last night, this car also outperformed the robbers who used nitrous gas, but that was only at a speed of 300 miles per hour. Today, it ran at 400 miles per hour. The engine alone can instantly increase the speed from over 300 to over 400. Is this really against the will of heaven? So Tang's modifications and optimizations this afternoon were all real. He wasn't just bragging? The same hardware, with a few minor modifications, can reach the speed of a top supercar. What kind of heaven-defying thing is this? Tang Ku is a monster. Everyone was in shock. The speed after the modification overturned everyone's three views. Speed up in 1 second. Without thrusters, the speed increased from over 300 miles per hour to over 400 miles per hour in an instant. There is no doubt that this is not a result that a Porsche can achieve. What kind of optimization did Tang Ku make to it? Could it be that just by disassembling and assembling it a few times this afternoon, we could achieve such an effect? Wouldn't all major automobile manufacturers be slapped in the face? The same hardware creates different effects. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to all automobile manufacturers, using pure technical attainments to beat them all to a pulp. Because the speed was too fast, it was impossible to stop quickly. The Porsche continued to run along the track, leaving some marks where the tires rubbed against the ground. Finally, it gradually stopped several hundred meters away. The Tesla racing team members at the back looked disappointed. They didn't expect that they still couldn't overtake the Porsche in the end. Wait, what's going on? The second Tesla member's face changed drastically and he slammed on the brakes. But the car speed never decreased and maintained the highest speed. The brakes failed. The worst thing was that the Porsche right in front of him had just stopped. At this speed, there is no time to turn. Oh no, we're going to collide. The man's face was pale. If he hit the other person at this speed, the people and cars in the Porsche will be smashed into the wall and turned into a puddle of mud. But if he turned the steering wheel, he would fly out of the wall, the car would be destroyed and he would die. Faced with this life and death situation involving others and himself, this member's mind went blank and he didn't know what choice to make. We have detected a vehicle about to hit us. Please do not get out of the car, Ms. Jean. In the blink of an eye, the voice of Origin suddenly rang out. The Porsche parked on the road suddenly moved. Chapter 20 Top Metal Synthesis Technology. Jean Yumling was about to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car when he heard the Origin prompt sound. There were two clicking sounds inside the car. The fastened seatbelt didn't respond no matter how hard she pressed it, and the car door was locked at that moment. Then, the harsh sound of tire friction was heard, and the Porsche suddenly accelerated and took off instantly. Bang! Amid the exclamations of countless people, a loud noise erupted in the venue. Jean Yumling, who was sitting in the Porsche, was shocked all over and almost lost his grip on his phone. The scene in front of the car kept spinning, and a heat wave was sweeping from the rear. She didn't know what happened, but the netizens who saw it behind her through their mobile phones were all scared out of their wits. Because the entire rear end of the Porsche was smashed to pieces, even the back seat was gone. At this moment, the rotating images and the harsh sounds. It was the front part of Jean Yumling's car, still braking hard. Gah! After spinning 3 times, the Porsche finally stabilized. Jean Yumling was surrounded by a large number of white airbags and was very confused. Zhang Yashuan in the audience was so frightened that her face turned pale and she ran away in a hurry. Don't panic. I've modified the Porsche for safety reasons. I guarantee that Yu Meng is absolutely fine now. Tang Ko ran downstairs with Zhang Yashuan while talking. The words "passengers are safe and airbags are deployed" were displayed on his phone. The two came to the half of the Porsche that was left, and they both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jean Yumling was safe and sound. Looking at the Tesla again, it had crashed into the track wall, the front of the car was completely rotten and flames were still coming out. Many staff members rushed over to put out the fire and rescue people. If Origin had not started to move at the critical moment, Jean Yumling would have been knocked into the wall by that blow just now. It was the instantaneous acceleration of the movement that caused the position to shift, and Tesla only hit the rear of the Porsche, not the entire body. I have to study the materials, Tang said to himself as he looked at the debris on the ground. In addition to supporting speed, the most important thing about harder materials is safety. Only a hard shell can protect people inside the car from any harm. But if the car shell is hard, there will be extra weight problem. Once the car becomes heavier, energy consumption will increase. However, Tangco has already thought of a direction, which is synthetic metal. If you want a material that is both light and strong, you must use black technology. Tangco actually has a general idea of how to use the black technology system. You'll know when you go back and try it out. He and Zhang Yashuan got Jin Yumeng out of the car. The girl just breathed a sigh of relief and continued the live interaction. I was so scared just now. My head was spinning and I felt hot air blowing on my back. I thought it exploded, and then I was wrapped by a white airbag. Jin Yumeng said excitedly. I don't know whether I should be scared or excited. I was scared to death. What happened just now was too abrupt. Yeah, it made me break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly the rear end of the car disappeared. Is this racing? It's too dangerous. I swear, I will never exceed the speed limit when I drive in the future. Everyone was still in shock. What had just happened almost turned into a live broadcast of death. Fortunately, our Meng Meng is fine, thanks to old Tang's black technology. Fuck, when my little one was about to be hit, I thought he was dead. I didn't expect that artificial intelligence could actually identify so many cars in the outside world. How did it do that? It was this artificial intelligence recognition that temporarily accelerated and helped Meng Meng escape the disaster. Yes, luckily it's old Tang's black technology that's so powerful. The car was half broken, but it was still braking. It's amazing. How did they do that? Shouldn't the wires be broken? Why can they still brake? Could it be that the front and rear of the car are two modules? Both the netizens in the live broadcast room and the audience on site were talking about it. Why didn't the Tesla brake? Did it malfunction? It was too dangerous. The brakes must have failed. Don't buy a Tesla in the future. TSK, look at that person being carried out just now, covered in blood. It's really horrible. Speed racing is risky, so everyone must obey traffic rules. The terrifying scene on the racetrack went viral on the internet. Last night was a crazy night and tonight is just as crazy. After the race, Jin Yumeng received compensation for mental damages from the racing track officials. As for the price, Tang Ku didn't know. But judging by the expression on this girl's face, it should be a considerable amount. Tang Ku himself also received a prize of 30 million yuan for the championship, plus 10 million yuan in compensation for the car crash from Tesla. Now he has more than 50 million in hand. He spent 4 years writing books, but the money he earned was only in the millions. But today he suddenly made 50 million. It's really ironic that the property you have worked hard for many years is not as good as the money that others throw away. Then I thought about the millions I had earned in the past 4 years. In the eyes of those who earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, they also have to struggle for countless years, and the bitterness in their hearts is reduced a bit. Tang Ke took a deep breath and put these things behind him. The three of them took the car arranged by Cheng Yangjun and returned to the door of their villa. By Yashuan, I won't disturb you and Brother Tang anymore. Jin Yumeng waved his hand heartlessly and walked into the villa opposite. He had just experienced a life and death crisis, but now he acted like nothing happened and even made a few jokes before leaving. It's getting late, let's go to bed early. Tang Ke smiled. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at him, and the two of them walked back home side by side. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your metal synthesis knowledge. You have obtained top metal synthesis technology. In the study, as prompt sounded in Tang Ke's mind, a large amount of knowledge also poured in. As expected, as long as I learn the basic knowledge of science and technology, the system can upgrade it to a black technology knowledge module. Tang Ke put down the book Basic Principles of Synthetic Metals in his hand and a look of joy appeared on his face. With top alloy technology, he can start creating black tech materials. What he needs right now is a factory to conduct his experiments. Click. 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 What are you hiding here looking at? Just then, there were knocks on the study door and a middle-aged man's voice was heard. Seeing the newcomer, Tang Ke's face immediately lit up with a smile. Dad, when did you come? The middle-aged man with a refined temperament at the door is my father-in-law, Zheng Hongguang. Don't be fooled by his amiable appearance and sweet smile. In the business world, he is more ferocious and ruthless than anyone else. I just arrived not long ago. I heard that you were reading in the study, so I came to see you and talk to you. Zheng Hongguang always wears the same black suit, which makes him look very elegant. Chapter 21 Heike Technology Company, Limited. He walked over with a smile, glanced at the books on the table, and said, "Synthetic metal? What are you tinkering with?" He. Just playing around. Dad, what's the matter that you came to see me for? Tang Ke touched his head and said in a cute way. I came to you to add some bodyguards for you and to strengthen the security measures. Zheng Hongguang sat down happily and said casually, of course, it's also because of what you made these 2 days. He really didn't expect that his son-in-law was so well hidden. A technology genius who writes novels every day is really a treasure. He always thought that his son-in-law was just an honest man who wrote novels and that he could not inherit his career. After I retire, I'm afraid that such a large group will be left to my grandchildren to inherit. Zheng Hongguang felt a little disappointed about this. After all, his son-in-law failed to inherit his career. He will have to continue working hard for a few more years and then train Tang Ke's descendants to become his successors. However, from other aspects, being able to stay at home and accompany his wife makes him a good son-in-law. At least his daughter will live a happy and joyful life. But what Zheng Hongguang never expected was that his son-in-law turned out to be a big shot in black technology. With such ability, you can create a new company and break into a new world. Even his group can be handed over to Tang Ke to inherit. You hit it very well. Even I, your father-in-law, didn't know that you even know about computers and car manufacturing. Zheng Hongguang smiled bitterly and tapped the table with his fingers, as if blaming Tang Ke for deliberately hiding it. Well, I'm just playing around with this stuff. I still like writing books. Tang Ke touched the back of his head with an innocent look on his face. Then he was stunned and said seriously, by the way, Dad, who on earth was it the night before yesterday that actually wanted to kidnap Yashuan? It was really too much. It's Guan Juanhao from Haofang Group. He's been trying to snatch investment projects from me recently. About technology and artificial intelligence. Zheng Hongguang's eyes became more and more strange as he spoke. 2 major groups are competing for artificial intelligence technology, and one of the groups is even using methods that only terrorists would use. However, it doesn't matter whether artificial intelligence technology is snatched away or not. My son-in-law actually created a real artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence that can achieve autonomous driving and has technology that is better than that of top racing drivers. What the hell is this? With his son-in-law's artificial intelligence, Zheng Hongguang has no need to compete with the other party for the fake artificial intelligence. Oh, what a coincidence. If you need it, Dad, I can provide it to you for free. It just so happens that the artificial intelligence was perfected yesterday. Tang Ke smiled and patted his chest, saying confidently. Hearing this, Zheng Hongguang put away his smile and said seriously, Son-in-law, you know a lot of things, listen to me carefully. I will find someone to help you apply for a patent for your technology. Next, I plan to help you set up your own company. Any product you make in the future will become a product of this company. Don't rush to refuse. Zheng Hongguang raised his hand to stop Tang Ke from speaking, and continued, I know you are motivated to write a book, but what you have mastered can allow you to do many things, not just making money, it will also involve many other things. It's like business competition and kidnapping. The two seem unrelated, but they are connected. Owning a company, all your technologies can create value in the future, and you can also block many flies, such as car manufacturers who want to cooperate with you, and those people in the internet industry. Zheng Hongguang paused, giving Tang Ke a few seconds to digest the thought. What he said was not nonsense. The birth of a technology will attract the envy of countless people in the industry. The people on the internet were blocked by Zheng Hongguang. After all, Hongtai Group is also involved in the internet sector, but it is not involved in the automotive industry. That is why so many people from car manufacturers came to Tang Ke yesterday to discuss cooperation. Although Tang Ke cleverly drove these people away, the other party would not give up. They will definitely try every possible means to harass you repeatedly. After talking for a long time, Zheng Hongguang felt a little thirsty. Just at this moment, his daughter Zhang Yashuan came over gracefully with tea and tea sets, and she gently handed the tea to her father and husband. Then he sat down next to the two of them without saying anything. Thank you, wife. Tangka took the tea with a smile and did not forget to say thank you. Although you don't need to be too polite with your wife, it is a sign of respect. When your wife pours you tea, it is a sign of her love for you. Your response is also a manifestation of your love for her. The father-in-law took a sip of tea and continued, also, actually starting a company won't affect your writing of books. Most things can be handed over to the people in the company to handle. You just need to provide the technology. Don't worry, I can help you with human resources and money. You don't need to manage anything, and you don't even have to spend a penny. As the chairman of Hong Tai Group, this amount of money is nothing to him. Besides, the man in front of him is his own son-in-law. Do he really want him to pay? You have a point, but I can provide the funds myself. Although it's not much, I still have 50 million in startup capital. Tangka put down the teacup and smiled, but for other things, I need your help, Dad. Ha ha ha. You can figure it out so quickly, you deserve to be my son-in-law. Zhang Hongguang laughed happily. Fortunately, my son-in-law is not a stubborn person. He knows how to listen to his elders and think from multiple perspectives. If he met a stubborn person, even if Zhang Hongguang talked his mouth off, he would probably find it difficult to convince the other person. I will do my best to help you with your problem, but I won't take any money. If you insist on giving me money, just deposit it into Yashuan's bank card. By the way, what name do you plan to give your company? I will help you register it later. Zhang Hongguang glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist and asked casually. Name? Tangka pinched his chin and thought for a while. Let's call it Heike Technology Company, Limited. Ku means Tangka's Ku. Okay, I understand. I'll have my assistant bring the stuff over tomorrow. I'll help you buy a factory that can manufacture cars. As for the location of the company, let's temporarily choose the Hong Tai Group building. It's getting late, and I have to get busy. Remember to be nice to my Yashuan, and don't let me catch you bullying her. Zhang Hongguang drank the tea in one gulp and chuckled at Tang Ku. Dad, don't worry, I love her so much, how could I bully her? Tangka stood up and said, by the way, how can I give you the code of the artificial intelligence? Well, just give it to my assistant. No need to send me off. Go back and be with Yashuan. You two should get along well. The three of them arrived at the door of the house, the assistant opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz, and Zhang Hongguang got in. He lowered the window and waved goodbye to Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan. It can be said that they come and go in a hurry. Chapter 22, Paying Grain. Zhang Hongguang had too many things to do. He came over and talked to his daughter for a few words, then went to the study and talked to Tang Ku. After saying this, he hurried back to take care of his business. He had not forgotten the kidnapping incident that happened to his daughter the night before. Zhang Hongguang is not a pushover either. Since the other group dares to touch his daughter, this matter will not be so easy to end. After he left, several bodyguards in suits were stationed inside and outside Tang Ku's villa. These people are security personnel hired by Zhang Hongguang. Under their handsome suits are strong muscles. Some bodyguards also installed cameras outside the house to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Even the villa next door was bought by Zhang Hongguang and used as a resting place for his bodyguards. The purpose is to protect my daughter 24 hours a day. After all, these bodyguards can't live in Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan's home. How could that be appropriate? Come on, hand in the public grain. Back in the hall, Zhang Yashuan stretched out her fair jade hand and said with a smile. Hey, what kind of public grain is this? Tang Ku smiled and hugged his wife's delicate body, then sat down on the soft sofa. He placed Zhang Yashuan's long and white legs horizontally on the sofa. Bah! You are such a jerk. Of course it's the startup capital you mentioned. My dad asked you to transfer it to my card. Zhang Yashuan pouted her red lips, seeming a little aggrieved and angry. If you don't give it to her, she won't agree. Tang Ku couldn't help but give her a kiss because of her cute appearance. What if I don't give it to you? Then I'll tell my dad that you bullied me. How am I bullying you? I'm just teasing you. Isn't it enough for me to give it to you? Tang Ku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My father-in-law has just left. If Zhang Yashuan turns around and complains, Zhang Hongguang will definitely punish him. If I say you have it, then you have it. Zhang Yashuan waved her little pink fist angrily as a threat. The delicate face pretended to be angry, which made her look even cuter. Tang Ku smiled and pinched his wife's delicate face, which was so pink and tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Okay, here you go. The password is your birthday. As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet from his pocket, which contained all his bank cards. In fact, Tangko, who is at home every day, really doesn't need any money. Even if all the family assets are given to my wife, what does it matter? Zhang Yashuan happily took the wallet, like a little money grubber, which made Tangko smile bitterly and shake his head. Isn't 50 million just pocket money for you? Why are you so happy as if I gave you 500 billion? How can they be the same? This is what you gave me. Zhang Yashuan put the wallet tightly in her pocket and looked very happy. The couple's daily family life is peaceful and tranquil. But on the internet, it has caused another round of frenzy. It mainly revolves around 3 topics. Artificial intelligence creates miracles again. The same hardware, transformed into top supercar speeds. Tesla's brakes failed. In addition, there are many eye-catching hot topics. It was so popular that it directly made it into the top 10 hot searches. Hashtag exciting. The cute and beautiful anchor's late-night horror. Hashtag, I just optimized it a bit and the car ran at 400 miles per hour. Hashtag the high-tech sports car that can still brake after being smashed, and the Tesla that is intact but cannot brake. Hashtag what happened last night? Hashtag Tesla's stock plummets. Tesla's brakes failed? Don't scare me, my car is a Tesla. Ah, then why don't you return the goods immediately? Tesla is lucky because its halo was suppressed by Tangko's black technology. Tangko is amazing, but I heard that the car manufacturers don't seem to want to cooperate with him anymore. I don't know why. Ha. Why else? Because Tangko has the ability to manufacture cars himself and will never cooperate with these car manufacturers. That's right. The same hardware, but with different speeds. This is a technology that completely crushes all car manufacturers. With this technology in hand, why would he need to cooperate with others? But car manufacturers can provide funding. The guy upstairs is definitely a newcomer. Do you know who old Tang is? He's the son-in-law of the CEO of Hongtai Group. Do you think he's short of money? Fuck. It turned out to be him. Was this the guy who married the beautiful, rich girl back then? Netizens were shocked and recalled the news from that year. The little princess of the Hongtai Group's boss actually married an online friend. The most important thing is that this netizen is just an ordinary person. Apart from being handsome, he is ordinary in other aspects. If I have to talk about my achievements, it's that I have written a few novels, which is a small success. Tangko's achievements are considered to be above average in society. But for a behemoth like Hongtai Group, this achievement is really insignificant. In everyone's eyes, Zhang Yashuan is a white, rich and beautiful woman. Only marry some famous people or successful people. However, the result dropped everyone's jaw. Zhang Hongguang and his wife both agreed to this. On that day, countless young men from wealthy families felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife and wailed in agony. They felt that their goddess was too ignorant and naive, and was bewitched by Tangko's beauty. Why does he do that? Many of Zhang Yashuan's friends and girlfriends think that Tangko was a gigolo and therefore look down on him. In a fit of anger, Zhang Yashuan stopped associating with them. Therefore, among her best friends now, the only heartless guy left is Jin Yumeng. Facts have proved that Zhang Yashuan's vision was correct. Although what made Tangko famous was not his novels, but his black technology. But the facts prove that when judging people, we should not only look at the surface, but also pay more attention to the inner qualities. Inner qualities have a great impact on success. Goddess Yashuan has good taste. She is both beautiful and intelligent. Who said that old Tang was a gigolo? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned the goddess's judgment in the first place. Do you think old Tang will create his own car brand? With his ability, the cars he builds probably won't even need a steering wheel. It's unknown, but if we want to build a car, I think we still need a steering wheel to feel safe. Even if it is made, we can't afford it. That is true. There was a heated discussion on the internet, and various topics revolved around Tangko. Tesla's brake failure has received less attention. Only Tesla car owners have approached the car manufacturer and requested a refund. I thought that winning second place last night would have a good publicity effect for the company. Who would have thought that the brakes would fail at the finish line? Tesla is now extremely busy. The next day, my father-in-law's assistant came over and took away the artificial intelligence source code. At the same time, he handed Tang Ke some company-related documents and the address of his factory. Tang Ke couldn't help but sigh that rich people are more efficient than others. In just one night, he acquired a large factory that could manufacture cars. Tang Ke drove the SSC Tuatara that he had modified himself and came alone to the factory bought by his father-in-law. Chapter 23: Treating Tang Ke as a Fool. The person in charge of the factory was already waiting at the door to greet them. When he saw Tang Ke driving in, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Jiang Junmin, the factory manager. Please come in." Jiang Junmin greeted Tang Ke at the car door with a bright smile. This factory is capable of manufacturing all the hardware for a car, but it is at risk of closing down due to technical problems. Now it has been taken over by Tang Ke, this unfortunate victim. It is really cause for celebration. "Mr. Tang, please come this way. I'll show you our employees. They are definitely positive and hard-working employees." Jiang Junmin led the way in front, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Judging from Tang Ke's appearance, he must be a young and inexperienced rich second generation. Zhang Hongguang asked his subordinates to buy this factory that was about to go bankrupt in the name of Tang Ke. Because of the existence of artificial intelligence and Tang Ke's technology, Zhang Hongguang knew what Tang Ke needed. It's just a factory that can make things. It just needs a place and equipment. Therefore, Zhang Hongguang did not care about the predecessor of this factory or what problems it would face. These are not taken into consideration. Tang Ke's expression was calm and indifferent. He just smiled and nodded, which made Jiang Junmin a little confused. "Please take a look, Mr. Tang. This is the stamping workshop. We have flattening machines, rolling machines, bending machines, etc. We have all the necessary tools." Jiang Junmin took Tang Ke to a workshop and pointed to the busy factory. The employees inside were working diligently, holding panels in their hands and staring at the assembly line seriously, not allowing any mistakes. "You see, my employees are all very dedicated and conscientious," Jiang Junmin said with a smile. Tang Ke narrowed his eyes and did not express his opinion. Continue to follow Jiang Junmin to the welding workshop, painting workshop, and assembly workshop. Sawing machines, cutting machines, arc welding machines. Transplanting crane, pure water preparation system, electrophoresis system. Manual rolling machine, profile cutting machine, CO2 shielded welding machine. A series of equipment such as the following are indeed fully available. How is it, Mr. Tang? The equipment is complete and the employees are pretty good, right? This is the employee contract in our factory. Can you sign it? Jiang Junmin handed over a contract in a humbly manner. Although the factory has been bought, the renewal of the employees' contracts has not yet been taken over. After the change of boss, the factory workers' contracts also expired. If you want to continue working here, you have to sign a contract with Tang Ke. From now on, Tang Ke will be the one paying their salaries. The equipment is very complete and intact. I am very satisfied. Tang Ke stood with his hands behind his back and replied with a smile. But this employee. But it's not what it shows. After a round of inspection just now, these people seem to be working seriously, but Tang Ke found that they were just pretending. Why is a factory that is about to go bankrupt and has already been sold, and has no orders at all, so busy? This is so fucking fake. Moreover, the work panel in each person's hand had no words written on it except for the printed form. In other words, these people are just standing there holding a task panel and putting on a show. This contract in front of him is completely treating him as a sucker. Ha, that's right, I don't know about this contract. Jiang Junmin still smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, do you think I'm a fool? Can't I see that it's just a show? Tang Ke said with a smile, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Jiang Junmin's face was slightly stunned and his forehead was slightly sweaty. But he still pretended to be calm and said, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We employees are all down to earth. You have seen it. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the things in the factory, and thank you very much for taking me on the tour. If everything is fine, you and your workers can go home. Tang Ke said lightly. You? Jiang Junmin's face suddenly darkened. Boss Tang, there are thousands of employees in the factory. You acquired the factory, but you want to fire all of us. I'm afraid that's not fair, right? Do you want to make thousands of employees unemployed for no reason? I'm afraid this is beneath your dignity. His voice gradually grew louder, and nearby employees stopped what they were doing and gathered over here. Everyone had a frown on their face. Jiang Juanmin's voice just now was very loud and they all heard what it said. Especially for older people, it is very difficult to find another job if they lose their current one. One is age and the other is technology. Don't forget why this factory is facing bankruptcy, it is because of technical reasons. Automated things do not require manual technology, but the casting and assembly of some parts do require manual labor. It was their poor manual skills that caused the factory to face bankruptcy. In other words, the workers in this factory have very poor skills. If I lose this job, I'll be unemployed for several months. Therefore, when they heard that they were going to be fired, everyone became anxious. Boss Tang, you can't fire us. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. If I lose this job, I won't be able to support my family. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s pleaded with Tangku, this salary is not money at all to you, why are you making things difficult for us? That's right. You are so rich, why do you make things difficult for poor people like us? Isn't that too much? Without us, where can you find skilled employees like us? If you need employees, why can't you hire us? Humph, this is how the rich don't understand the poverty of ordinary people. They have tens of millions of dollars in assets, but they oppress us over this little salary. If you fire us, we will have no choice but to sue. These employees talked to each other and even launched moral blackmail. It really made Tangko laugh. Sue? I don't have any employment relationship with you. Why are you suing me? Tangko sneered, please understand the situation. I am the owner of this factory, but you are not my employees. If you don't leave immediately, I can sue you for trespassing. If you want to play the law, then come on. Anyway, no matter which direction he starts from, he is on the side of reason. These assembly line workers had no legal knowledge at all, yet under such circumstances, they used law and morality as weapons to try to attack him. Do I have to support you just because I have money? This is such a huge joke. The contract only took over the factory, but not the employees. As for their family background, it has nothing to do with Tangku. In today's society, it's not that you can't find a job, you're just too lazy and don't want to work. To put it bluntly, these employees in front of us just want to continue to work in this factory and get paid for nothing. Tangku knew very well what these people were thinking. Chapter 24 Creating Coal. How about this, Mr. Tang? You give each of us some compensation and we'll leave. How about that? With the support of thousands of employees, Jiang Junmin became bolder. He actually wanted to cheat some compensation from Tangku before leaving. Hearing this, Tangku said expressionlessly, get lost, or I will have to resort to coercion. He. Jiang Junmin laughed and said loudly to the employees behind him, did you hear that? Mr. Tang actually said he would use coercive measures. What should we do? Coercive means? Great. I'm going to sit here today and wait and see how he uses coercive means on us. Yes, we're not leaving. Brothers, I've heard a saying that the law does not punish the masses. I'm sure this person can't do anything to us. For the sake of our compensation, we must not admit defeat. Don't worry, if we don't get the compensation today, we will never leave. That's right, Director Jiang, we support you, and there are thousands of brothers backing you up. The crowd started to make a fuss, and many people just sat down where they were. Jiang Junmin raised his head proudly, showing that he was determined to fight Tangku to the end, as if he was sure of victory. Various shouting sounds continued to be heard, and Tangku could not help but sneer and shake his head. This piece of land already belongs to his territory, and this factory is his company. These people are not his employees, but they insist on staying here. This constitutes disrupting company order and violating the Public Security Administration punishment law. Their shameless behavior of asking for money is even more like extortion. The two items together are enough for them to drink a pot. Hello, Assistant Wang, could you please send someone over to the factory? We have some things to take care of here, so it would be best if you bring some people with you. Tangku turned around and whispered into the phone to explain the situation here. He could have called the police and asked them to take these people away. But he insisted on calling his father-in-law's assistant and asking him to come and handle it. With the background of Hongtai Group, it will be more convenient to handle things. At the same time, these rogue employees can also suffer the maximum punishment. Detention and fines, nothing will be spared. Humph, are you calling for help? If you dare to touch us, you'll be caught. Jiang Junmin sneered in his heart. Although he didn't hear clearly what Tang Ko, who was standing in the distance, was saying, he was undoubtedly calling someone over. There are more than 1,000 people here, do you still want to take action? But if we don't take action and just call a few security guards over, we won't be able to do anything to them. The more Jiang Junmin thought about it, the more confident he became, and he felt that he had the other party under control. A moment later, several cars and police cars drove into the factory grounds. The moment they saw the police car, the employees sitting on the ground suddenly panicked. Ordinary people rarely come into contact with the police, so when they see the police, they will subconsciously become nervous. Fortunately, there were many people here and they quickly regained their composure. Several men and women in formal attire got out of the car and walked over with serious expressions. Mr. Tang, I'm Assistant Lee from Hongtai Group. Leave the matters here to us and you can just mind your own business. Assistant Lee walked up to Tang Ku and said with a smile. Thank you Assistant Lee for coming, and thank you and Assistant Wang for your help. Tang Ku nodded, then turned and walked into the factory. Hey, don't go. Where are you going? Jiang Junmin frowned and was about to step forward to stop Tang Ku. But he was stopped by a man in police uniform. Excuse me, sir, please come with us. After that, two policemen grabbed Jiang Junmin from behind and handcuffed him directly on his wrists. What are you doing? You are arresting people indiscriminately. I can report you for abusing your power. Jiang Junmin screamed and struggled. The employees sitting on the ground were startled and were about to stand up when they heard loud shouts from behind. No one is allowed to stand up. Squat down with your hands on your head. You are suspected of rioting and extortion. We have the right to use special measures against anyone who disobeys us. As the shout was rang out, several police cars drove in with sirens blaring. Hundreds of police officers armed with riot shields and batons got out of the cars in an orderly manner and surrounded more than 1,000 people. The employees who were about to stand up were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Ordinary people had never seen such a scene before. They were panicked and pale. They began to realize that the young man who bought the factory seemed to have an unusual background. Tang Ko walked into the hot workshop and the noise outside gradually decreased. This workshop is used to make car shells, and the tools inside can be used by Tang Ko to make synthetic metals. He wanted to create a light, strong, heat-resistant and noise-reducing metal to make the car's shell. It is so light that it weighs less than 100 kilograms, surpassing all car shells on the market. It is so hard that even if a car hits it at 400 miles per hour, no mark will be left. The heat resistance must be enough to withstand rocket eruptions, and the noise reduction level must be enough to isolate the world. Do you think the sound insulation is too good and you can't hear other people's horns? Sorry, AI is driving, so there is no need to listen to the horn. As for your friend honking at you, or something falling from the car. Artificial intelligence is also capable of recognition and reminders. If you are still not sure, there is also a function to adjust the noise reduction effect by yourself to meet everyone's needs. It sounds like a fantasy, but Tang Ku has mastered top-level metal synthesis technology. Able to simulate a set of feasible theories in the mind through the knowledge possessed. Now we just need to try it out and we will know the result. Based on previous successful examples of car performance modifications, the knowledge theory given to him by the system is basically 100% achievable. With the hot furnace burning, Tang Ku began his metal synthesis work. It seemed as if he had instantly transformed from an elegant scholar into a craftsman who had been immersed in iron smelting for many years. He directly used the metal materials available in the factory and mixed and melted them. The amount of metal to be fused, as well as the proportion of their content, is a very challenging matter. There is no room for carelessness in the process. Once there is a mistake, the fusion may still be successful, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. Origin, connecting all the networks in the factory, recording my fusion process, analyzing metal quality and content. Connected to the factory network, recording and testing in progress. The voice of Origin sounded from the phone. Tang Ku carefully refined infused metals. The clanging sound mixed with the sound of the stove, and the heat made him sweat all over. But he didn't care and concentrated on the work at hand. The entire day was spent here, and more than 1,000 people outside had all been taken away. Some of them begged the police to let them go, some tried to defend themselves, and some tried to resist and threaten. But no matter how these people struggled, they could not escape the fate of being handcuffed. The police won't listen to so much of what you say, let alone care whether you are being wronged or not. Since we caught you at the scene, everything must be done after we take you to the detention point, and then we will slowly interrogate you. Commonly known as drinking tea. If they are wrongly accused, they will naturally be released. If it is confirmed that you are not wrongly accused, then I am sorry, the only thing we can do is to enforce the law fairly. Chapter 25 Electromagnetic Thruster. Laugh. The cooling white smoke rose up, spreading like a cloud of white mist. Tang Ke picked up a piece of refined rough metal and placed it on the machine for origin inspection. Congratulations to Mr. Tang for creating a new alloy that contains multiple elements including aluminum, zinc, manganese, cerium hydrogen, oxygen, tin, silicon, etc. The content ratio is exactly the same as Mr. Tang planned, and the quality is perfect. Origin asked calmly, "Would you like to give the alloy a code name?" I finally succeeded in refining it. It was much more difficult than I thought. Tang Ke let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his face. I found myself like a drowned rat, soaked all over. Let's call it Colloid. Tang Ke was too lazy to think of so many weird names, so he just named it after himself. This thing was created by him by combining his knowledge, so he is indeed qualified to do so. It has been stored in the database, and a technical patent has been applied for Mr. Tang. The certification information will be sent to the Hongtai Group headquarters. Shi Yuan responded again. After hearing this, Tang Ke felt that Origin's wisdom seemed to have improved a little, and it actually knew how to help him apply for a patent. The most important thing is that it actually knows that all these messy things can be handed over to the people at Hongtai Group to deal with. From this we can see that Origin gradually understood the relationship between humans and their degree of friendship. This is a very good start, being able to identify human relationships, and can do a lot of things. For example, find someone among the countless people who was hostile to Tang Ke. All it takes is a large amount of data to find the person, then use facial expressions captured by cameras and eavesdropping on surrounding facilities. This will help us determine the extent of this person's hostility towards Tang Ke and what his purpose is. Of course, it is impossible to handle such a huge amount of data with only the Origin of first-level artificial intelligence at present. It will have to wait until it evolves. Tang Ke took out a new set of clothes from the Silby sports car and took a cold shower in the bathroom in the factory. He came prepared, so of course he had clothes ready. The metal has been manufactured and all that remains is to test the metal in all aspects. Finally, Tang Ke plans to study electromagnetic propulsion. In this way, the first car he built was completed. As for the deformation of the car, liquid memory metal is used. This thing is more difficult than synthesizing metal, so we can put it off until later. The most important thing right now is to build a world-leading car to pave the way for the company. Only when Heike Technology Company enters people's lives can more black technology products benefit the most. In the next month, Tang Ke went to the factory every morning to build cars and conduct various tests, while also carrying several books on electricity and magnetism. Build cars and read books. At night I go home to write novels and play with my wife. If his novels were not updated normally, he would sometimes appear in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room. Netizens almost thought that Tang Ke was missing. After all, after artificial intelligence became popular, Tang Ke began to disappear. There was no more news about him, and nothing about autonomous driving appeared. Many people were wondering if Tang Ke was sulking because his Porsche was smashed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your knowledge of electricity and magnetism, and obtaining top-level electromagnetic knowledge. Tang Ke, who was conducting an impact test in the factory, heard a system prompt in his mind. The entire impact test was controlled and recorded by Shi Yuan. He just sat in the workshop reading a book to prevent accidents. He thoroughly read the books on electricity and magnetism, and the system helped him combine the two, forming a flood of electromagnetic knowledge in his mind. Things that I hadn't figured out before suddenly became clear at this moment. Tang Ke couldn't wait to start manufacturing the electromagnetic device. During this month, he purchased a lot of materials. Just preparing for today. Swish! In a closed secret room, Tang Ke, wearing insulated clothing, fiddled with the large object in the center of the secret room. Lightning bolts swirled around his body, making crackling sounds. The moment Tang Ke pressed the last large magnet into the center. Buzz! The light blue energy shockwave spread out, and the iron blocks scattered on the ground every 1 meter began to vibrate at this moment. Judging from the amplitude of the vibration of the iron block, the influence range of the electromagnetic device is about 5 meters. Although the iron block 5 meters away also vibrated, it was obviously weakened by a large margin. This is the electromagnetic thruster made by Tangku. Don't underestimate the vibration effect of only 5 meters. If energy can be interchangeable, it would be like turning on the nitrogen in a sports car and releasing a 5-meter long flame from the exhaust pipe. It is conceivable how terrible the propulsion effect of this thing is. This is when it's not fully activated, otherwise the electromagnetic thruster would have already flown out. It's done. After installing it on the car, this sports car, no, it's a sedan. It can be said that it is completely finished. Tangku clapped his hands, feeling very happy. After more than a month of hard work, I finally built my first car. He walked out of the secret room carrying the electromagnetic thruster, and there was a wide open space outside. A sci-fi silver car was parked in the open space. The overall width and height are similar to those of ordinary cars, but the shell and shape of this car are very different from those of cars on the market. The shell looks like silvery white reflective glass, but it is not dazzling. When you walk over and are less than 1 meter away from the car, you will be surprised to find that the outer shell of this car is actually black. It is so dark that you cannot see your own reflection at all, as if there is nothing but darkness in front of you. In terms of appearance, it feels like a smooth curve, which minimizes the impact of wind pressure. It looks like a sports car, but also like a sedan. Tangku still added a steering wheel inside the car. After all, some people buy a car to drive it themselves, not just for transportation. In order to satisfy everyone, Tangku specially added hidden functions to the steering wheel. If you don't want to drive but feel that the steering wheel takes up space, you can put the steering wheel inside the car. Those who want to drive themselves can take out the steering wheel. The joystick also has the same function, and the owner can choose to hide or release it at will. After Tangku installed the electromagnetic thruster into the car, he got into the car and fastened his seatbelt. Excitedly said, "Origin, test speed." "Okay, Mr. Tang, please sit down." As the Origin voice fell, the car started and instantly accelerated to 100. It drove out from the factory lot and circled the factory again and again, gradually increasing in speed. Tangku looked at the data on the display inside the car and everything was normal. The car speed increased from 100 to 200, raising a large amount of dust. On this bumpy dirt road, I didn't feel much shaking. Moreover, the car was surprisingly silent. Chapter 26 I am here to favor you. When the car speed increased to 300, there was still no noise in the car, it was so quiet that it was abnormal. Origin, help me lower the noise reduction function. Tangku didn't dare to open the car window. After all, the car was now speeding at 300 yards per hour and the wind pressure was terrifying. In particular, the car built by Tangku adopts a streamlined design and is designed to cut through wind pressure. When the noise reduction function was lowered, the roar of the engine was finally heard, echoing outside. The engine sound is not loud, but it is strong and powerful, rippling like waves, very refreshing. At this time, the car speed had increased to 400, and the wind outside was roaring like a tornado. The car speed was getting faster and faster, but the interior of the car remained stable. There are only slight bumps, which can be completely ignored. It's just like an ordinary car driving on the highway, so there's no big problem. This kind of shock absorption function is definitely the blackest technology among black technologies. Even if you do something on the car, I guess it won't shake. Ahem, we also need to add a rule inside the car that the windows cannot be opened above 160 miles per hour, to prevent problems from occurring if someone doesn't understand. At the same time, we also need to prevent special situations, so we add reminder and forced window opening functions, but the owner's authorization is required. This is to prevent certain accidents in the car that require opening the windows while driving at high speeds. No, if the owner of the car takes the girl into the car and abuses her, then the girl will have no way to escape, right? Tangku touched his chin and thought, artificial intelligence needs to be upgraded. It would be best if it could identify the situation of the people in the car through language and emotions, and automatically call for help when necessary, so as to avoid crimes and accidents. Although such a function may be reported by car owners as a violation of privacy, it must be installed. If someone really used the car he built to commit a crime, the consequences would be even more serious. Therefore, we cannot be careless in this regard. At worst, we can just add it and not tell the customer. If someone really uses his car to commit a crime, it can also save innocent people, which is a good thing. As for the issue of privacy violation, the solution is actually not difficult. Tangku believes that there will be many supporters standing on his side. If it doesn't work, just ask my father-in-law to send a team of lawyers. There's not much use thinking about this now. Tang Ke took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and said softly, Origin, start electromagnetic propulsion. Receive. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from behind. A hole appeared at the rear of the car, revealing a circular device with a diameter of 40 centimeters. It's the electromagnetic thruster just now. Buzz. Azure radio light shone from the instrument, and then a wave of air shock suddenly erupted from the thruster. Tang Ke was startled by the huge push from behind. The next moment, the scene in front of me turned into straight lines, quickly passing by on both sides. His eyes immediately looked towards the speedometer. Good job. 500 yards. It's really too fast. It was so fast that the smoke and dust outside the car spread wildly and the vehicle seemed to be floating up and almost lost its grip on the ground. After all, this is not a professional racing track, just an ordinary road. The moment it floats slightly, the vehicle will immediately leave a long scratch when it lands, making a creaking sound and raising a cloud of dust. Fortunately, there was no one around the factory. If someone rushed out, I would definitely smash him into a pulp. Slow down. Origin, slow down quickly. No, slow down slowly and stop safely. Tang Ke swallowed and nervously grasped the door handle. Although he built this car, this was the first time he used electromagnetic thrusters. Even though I was mentally prepared, this speed was still a bit scary. Under Origin's control, the car continued to circle the factory several times before finally stopping. As soon as Tang Ke got off the car, he was choked by the dust in the air and coughed twice. Even with the brakes on, there was still dust flying behind. One can imagine how fierce the car speed was just now. He glanced at the car's tires, which looked intact. I placed my palm slightly closer to the tire and felt a burning sensation. He picked up a branch from the ground and poked the tire with it to test how well it could withstand the heat in such high temperatures. Facts have proved that the black technology system is still very reliable. The hard rubber used in tires is also made using special methods. Even if it runs at a speed of 500 yards per hour, it is still fine and the quality is excellent. The silver, white and black alternating body of the car surpasses all other cars on the market in terms of performance. Car manufacturers all like to use animals and beasts as logos and names, so I'll call my car Qilin. Tang Ke smiled slightly, cooled down the wheels, got into the Qilin car again, and drove towards home. Tang Ke's home. Qilin stopped steadily at the door. Tang Ke got out of the car and walked into the house, while Qi Yuan drove Qilin into the garage by himself. Wife, your husband is back. Tang Ke walked into the lobby on the first floor and did not see Zhang Yashuan, so he ran to the study on the right. I saw Zhang Yashuan sitting at the desk, drawing something seriously. As a rich girl, it is impossible for her to just eat, drink and have fun every day. Of course, she also has her own interests and hobbies. Drawing is one of them. You know what, my wife is quite good at drawing. Whether it is the smooth line drawing or the coloring technique, he can be considered a qualified painter. Should I move my One Piece and Naruto to this world? Tang Ke said to himself. Due to the previous experience of transferring his novel, he didn't know whether the anime works from his previous life would still be popular if they were put here. However, you can first use works such as Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba and Jujutsu Kaisen to try out the effects. You're back, why are you here so early today? Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, put down the paintbrush in her hand, stood up and hugged Tang Ke. Tang Ke smiled and carried his wife to the sofa in the living room and sat down. It's done, my first car is built, the next step is to promote it and pre-sell it to the public. I've been so exhausted over the past month. My back and waist are sore. It's more comfortable to write novels. He pounded his sore back, his eyes giving wild hints. In that case, let me pamper you. Get down for me. Zhang Yashuan understood immediately and pushed Tang Ke down on the sofa. Then with her fair hands, massage his sore back. Comfortable. Tang Ke said with a look of enjoyment. As a reward, I decided to give you a passionate comic story. Do you want it, my beloved concubine? Humph, you arrogant little Kezi, believe it or not, I won't give you a massage. Zhang Yashuan snorted. Ah? Isn't Xiao Kezi the name for eunuchs? If you dare to call me that again, I will be angry. Okay, I won't yell anymore. Your Majesty, what kind of comic story are you planning to tell me? Hearing his wife give in, Tang Ke snorted with pride. I see that you've done a good job, so I've decided to reward you with a hot-blooded manga called Demon Slayer. While enjoying the massage, Tanku said, "I will write the story when the time comes, and you can just draw it according to the story. Don't worry, I will guide you on the character's appearance, clothing, etc." "Thank you, husband." Zhang Yashuan leaned over and kissed Tanku on the face. The two of them smiled knowingly at the same time and continued chatting about family matters. Chapter 27: Kirin's Smart Car, Shocking the World. A few days later, the network, which had been quiet for more than a month, was broken by a promotional video. This news was like a huge rock, smashing into the calm lake and setting off the entire internet. The white text on a black background at the beginning of the promotional video instantly attracted all the audience. The father of artificial intelligence Tanku build the world's first artificial intelligence car. Then the scene changed and came to a closed secret room, where a streamlined car with alternating silver and white colors came into view. The various perspectives switched continuously, presenting the entire shape of the car to the audience. High-end, cool, and sci-fi. These three words appear in everyone's mind at the same time, simple and straightforward. Then the scene changed again, and the surrounding secret room was like shattered glass. Intelligent driving. Several big words flashed across the screen. This sci-fi car was running fast on the road with no one inside. There were several stone walls ahead, but the car showed no fear. The screen went dark, and a few large white words popped up: indestructible. The scene returns to the running car again. It is like a ferocious beast, moving forward unstoppably and crashing into the stone wall. Boom! 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 3 consecutive stone walls were knocked down by the car, but the car's shell was still brand new and shiny, without any dents. The car speed is getting faster and faster. There is a changing value in the upper right corner of the video, showing 256 km/h. And this value is increasing rapidly, reaching an astonishing 418 km/h. The screen went dark again, and white words popped up again: electromagnetic propulsion. At this moment, the rear part of the car suddenly opened up, revealing a circular device with a diameter of 40 centimeters. With a buzzing sound, a blue light burst out, and the running car accelerated in vain, turning into a trailing shadow. At this moment, the speed soared to 527 km/h. Suddenly, the scene changed again. A young man in a suit stood in the wilderness, looking at the time on his watch. Boom! The sound of the engine, like the sound of waves, came from far away. A silver-white car, with faint white smoke rising from its tires, stopped steadily in front of the man. Remote driving. All the images just now were just of this man in a suit calling a car remotely. The color of the car parked in front of me changed from silver to pure black. From the man's perspective, there was no steering wheel or operating lever in the car. But when he got into the car, he seemed to be saying something. Then the steering wheel and operating lever will automatically rise from inside the car for operation. The scene ends with the man in a suit driving the car away. The screen went black, and a stream of light converged into a unicorn icon, with a line of text below it. Sheilan Smart Car, more unknowns are waiting for you to discover. Heike Technology Company, Limited. The promotional video ends. The internet exploded. This Kirin Smart Car only shows the tip of the iceberg. More detailed functions are not shown in the video. But right now, these contents are enough to shock the world. Autonomous driving, remote driving, artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion. Ordinary people only see the surface of these science fictions, but car manufacturers see more. The performance of a car is not just about whether it is fast enough, but also about whether the brakes are good enough, whether the tires can withstand the load, and a host of other issues. Can't they build a faster car engine? It's not that you can't build a faster car. But we can't build brakes, tires, casings, transmissions that can withstand that speed. The faster you go, the greater the pressure and temperature your brakes will be subjected to. The same is true for tires, car bodies, transmissions, etc. There was a car that ran 500 yards, but when it came to a stop it simply disintegrated. But Sheilan Automobile doesn't have that. It still uses disc brakes, but the material is the same as the outer shell, Kohler alloy, which perfectly withstands high temperature and pressure. This is why it is possible to stop smoothly at a speed of 500 yards. Holy crap! This is amazing. Is this really not a science fiction movie? Is this a sports car? Driving at 500 miles per hour? Is this the beginning of a new era? I feel like I have suddenly entered the future world. As someone who watched those 2 unprecedented live broadcasts a month ago, I can tell you clearly that this is absolutely true. Yes, although it is more incredible than before, artificial intelligence driving does exist, but this propulsion device is. What the hell is this propulsion device? Why does it look so much like the thrusters used in spaceships in science fiction movies? That's the electromagnetic thruster that old Tang mentioned in a live broadcast before. Oh my god, he really made it. It's too extravagant to use electromagnetic propulsion in cars. If it were used in fighter jets, our military strength would instantly lead the world. The post went viral on the internet, and countless people began searching for the official website of Heike Technology Company, Limited and the data of Kirin Auto. This site scared many people who know cars. All data panels surpass all current automotive hardware. All of Kirin Auto's hardware is made of the latest and only coral alloy. In terms of power, it can be driven by gasoline or electricity. It can even be a hybrid of oil and electricity. Such a design is enough to stump a large number of engine manufacturers. Kinetic energy can actually be freely selected? I'm cracked. Tangco actually created a whole new alloy just to build a car that he's satisfied with? And got a brand new engine. No wonder this car is so tough. I thought it was exaggerated, but it's really tough. Tangco, in order to make the car stronger, I created a new alloy. Boss Tangco's strange behavior. I don't even lean on the wall, I just respect Tangco, I'm going to say 666. And this electromagnetic propulsion system, the world's first electromagnetic propulsion system, was born. This car has multiple high-tech features, hundreds of years ahead of the world. Oh my god, I really want to know what's in Tangco's mind. He has mastered so many advanced technologies, but he actually writes novels at home? Maybe, as he said, he writes novels just for fun. No, I'm going to read Tangco's novel and find more faults. I'm going to criticize him so much that he stops writing. Yes, yes, yes. Let's all read his novels together and criticize him until he stops writing. This way he can focus on technology. Tangco became famous. His company also became popular. As a result, his novels also began to attract a large number of readers. From campus students to middle-aged office workers. More and more people began to read his novels and wanted to find out more. What would the content of the novel written by this black technology tycoon be like? However, to everyone's surprise, a big shot in the field of black technology actually writes not science fiction, but fairy tales and fantasy? Everyone was frowning, but they still watched patiently. When I took a look at it, I unexpectedly found that it was quite interesting. Chapter 28, the novel is popular and creates miracles again. Tangco's novels are very different in style from other novels on the market. His ideas are more imaginative and even a little outrageous. A thought can shatter mountains and rivers, a punch can explode planets, and a sword can cut through eternity. Some books are written in a very plain language, while others have very profound content and it feels like they were written by different authors. Before he knew it, all of Tangco's novels were in the top 10 of the 24-hour bestseller list. The Sky Covered by One Hand. Swordsman in the Snow. The Mysterious God. Battle Through the Heavens. Dolua Plain. 5 novels occupy the top 5 of the sales list, and the rankings are constantly changing. Such a sudden and huge amount of data made the officials of the novel website think that the data was inflated. After some investigation, I found out that these 5 novels were written by the same person. The reason why he is so popular is that the Kirin car he built is popular all over the internet and has attracted countless readers. Hey, you know what? Tangco's novel is actually quite interesting. I think so too, why didn't I notice it before? After being used to the same old mainstream novels, Tangco's novels unexpectedly attracted me. Good boy, old Tang has lost his pen name. I don't know what Lao Tang's pen name is, and I don't dare to ask. It's amazing. Although the writing style of each book varies, the content is really mind-blowing. If I, Li Chungang, had not been born, the sword path would have been dark forever. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. This sentence has ignited the second-year soul of many people. The love story of Tang San and Xiao Wu made me cry, whoa. I think the brother-sister relationship of the ruthless emperor is even better. He doesn't want to become an immortal, but only wants to wait for your return in the mortal world. TSK 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 TSK. Is that the orthopedic master upstairs? I am the emperor of heaven, I must kill all enemies in the world. Please update the God of Mysteries as soon as possible. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. You've been off duty for 2 hours. The whole network is discussing it hotly. On the one hand, people are discussing cars, and on the other hand, people are discussing novels. The hot topics on the internet are all about what Tangco created. The official website of Heike Technology Company, Limited has received a huge influx of traffic. Fortunately, the servers were well prepared, so there was no lag. Kirin's smart car is priced at 3 million. This price is very expensive for ordinary people, but it is worth the value of the car itself. It's so cheap. Especially those who like sports cars, when they heard the price, they almost flew into the air with excitement. Their supercars are worth tens of millions, and they are even more expensive after modification. But now there is an artificial intelligence car right in front of them, whose performance far outperforms that of a supercar worth tens of millions. These people placed orders without any hesitation. But this price makes supercar dealers feel like they are falling into an icy cave. The hardware of a sedan priced at 3 million yuan is far superior to that of a supercar. What supercars have, Kirin smart cars also have. What supercars don't have, Kirin smart cars have too. How can this be compared with others? There is no doubt that the birth of Kirin smart cars is a heavy blow to the supercar industry. Those cars priced below 1 million have not been affected too much. After all, there are many people who cannot afford a $1 million car, and they still have the market. But it's different for cars above $1 million. With the same price tag of $1 million, why not choose Kirin's smart car? Not only does it have artificial intelligence, it also realizes autonomous driving and remote driving. It also has electromagnetic propulsion acceleration and an indestructible shell. No need to worry about car accidents anymore. In just less than 1 day, the pre-sale sales of Kirin smart cars reached more than 100,000 units. Moreover, this sales volume is still growing, which is unprecedented. There are buyers both at home and abroad. Everyone, I believe you all know why this meeting is being held, right? The supercar manufacturers opened their video calls with each other, and everyone's face was filled with solemnity and worry. The birth of Kirin smart cars is not just a market impact, but a complete crushing victory. It is a revolution of the times. Yeah. You're right, the era of super sports cars being the king of speed is probably about to end. A famous manufacturer's boss sighed. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The term smart car is more than just a simple name. It is a name that transcends time. Just like the difference between a sedan and a sports car, the two are no longer the same thing. The same is true for smart cars, which are equipped with artificial intelligence and can do things that other vehicles cannot. This alone is not enough to shake the status of sports cars. But the smart car that Tangco made is not only fast in itself. It even has an electromagnetic thruster. What do you want to do with electromagnetic propulsion? Isn't this guy just idle and having nothing to do? What is the purpose of electromagnetic propulsion? Is it for the robbers to escape? Or? Someone hesitated to speak. But everyone in the video understood what he meant, which was nothing more than smearing and creating bad news. That's absolutely not possible. Don't forget that Tangco was backed by Hong Tai Group. Everyone's breath was held, and they could only put aside this dangerous thought. If they really dare to do anything to Tangco's company, they will definitely be severely retaliated by Zhang Hongguang. At this point, there are only two options left. Either we work with Tangco, or we study his smart car and create our own smart car. The era of supercars is over. Smart supercars are the future development path. Let's study his smart car first. If you find anything, remember to share it with each other. Don't keep it to yourself. This is so that we can get through this difficult time together. Otherwise, cars worth more than $1 million will be monopolized by Tangco alone. The meeting is over. A number of supercar manufacturers have shut down their communication videos. Tangco had no idea that his promotional video would lead to so many incidents. At this moment he is sitting at home, typing frantically. Prepare for a wave of super explosive updates to bring the God of Mysteries to an end. Knowing the direction of the story and honing his writing skills for 4 years were enough for him to become a super tentacle monster. It is not a problem to write 20,000 to 30,000 words a day. If you are in good shape, you can even write 40,000 to 50,000 words a day. Moreover, it's all useful information. He was completely unaware of the hot topics on the internet. Bang bang bang. The crisp sound of keyboard tapping continued to echo, and new text continued to appear on the monitor. In the sunlight, it clapped its hands against that small hand. When Tang Ke typed the last word, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The man was so tired that he was lying on a chair with his eyes closed to rest. More than 1,400 chapters. It took less than 3 months to complete the book. On average, he writes 400 to 500 chapters a month, a speed that has become a legend in the online literature world. Chapter 29, Being Disturbed. Tang Ke, your novel is a hit. Zhang Yashuan ran into the room and shouted excitedly. My novel is popular? Tang Ke was slightly stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this thing. In order to have more time to write the book, he published the chapters he had written directly, then closed the page and continued writing. I didn't even click to see the background data. Because his data is so stable, I don't feel anything after looking at it too many times, so I just stop looking at it. After hearing what his wife said, Tang Ke clicked on the background data. Zhang Yashuan also came over and looked at the number of subscriptions displayed above, as well as the skyrocketing data curve. I couldn't help but gasp. 1 million subscriptions. In just half a month, the average subscription soared from a few thousand to 1 million. What's going on? Why did my book suddenly become popular? Tang Ke asked in surprise. Because your Kirin smart car has become popular, many people are curious about you and go to read your novels. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pinched her husband's handsome face, saying with a smile. She knew that her husband's greatest wish was to become famous for his book one day. Although one book did not become a deity, 5 books were deified at the same time. All 5 books are absolutely powerful and dominate the list. It was like a dream that Tang Ke became one of the top authors in the online literature world. I never thought that I would become a great writer on the internet in this way. Tang Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's because you wrote well. If it's bad, even if your smart car is amazing, your novel won't be popular. Zhang Yashuan gently rubbed Tang Ke's shoulders with her delicate hands and spoke in a gentle voice. Thanks to my wife's support, I can persist in writing these works. As a reward, let's kiss. Tang Ke turned around with a smile and picked up Zhang Yashuan's delicate body. Just as the two of them came to the bed and prepared to take the next step, a voice suddenly came from the origin on the computer. Mr. Tang, someone is looking for you outside. There was a slight conflict between the other party and your bodyguard. Do you need to go out and investigate? Someone is looking for me and has a conflict with my bodyguard? Who are these people? Tang Ke was frowning. Someone actually disturbed his fun at this time. According to the investigation, the visitors were state personnel and plainclothes police officers. Origin replied, but since they didn't have your consent, the bodyguards temporarily stopped them outside the door and didn't let them in. As he spoke, Chi Yuan played the surveillance video of the door on the computer. Several middle-aged men and women were stopped at the door by bodyguards. The woman among them had a frown on her face and crossed her arms with an angry expression. In front of Tang Ke's house. The two groups confronted each other. The bodyguards didn't care who you were. They would not let anyone in unless the owner of the house agreed. Even if it is the police, they have no right to enter. After all, there were no criminals in Tang Ke's home, and the police did not have a search warrant. Why don't you notify Tang Ke? What are you all standing here for? The woman opposite said with a gloomy face. We have already notified Mr. Tang Ke. Maybe he is taking a nap. Anyway, we can't let you in before he responds. The bodyguard standing in front of the door, with his hands behind his back, said indifferently. You, believe it or not, I will give you all to. Okay, since there is no response, let's just wait outside. Don't be impatient. A slightly older man at the back interrupted the woman's harsh words with a smile. Just then, the door of Tang Ke's villa opened. Tang Ke walked out of the house and asked expressionlessly, Who are you and why do you want to see me? Huh? Didn't your bodyguard tell you where we came from? The woman frowned again. Tang Ke glanced at his phone and found that he had muted the phone while writing, so he didn't hear the message. Sorry, I forgot to read it, so why are you here? Tang Ke said calmly. Although he knew that these people were police and state personnel, his attitude remained calm. To Tang Ke, his attitude towards everyone is almost the same, as long as they are strangers. We are the police. We are here to protect national scientific researchers. He wants to discuss something with you. The woman took a deep breath and said to calm her anxious heart. Researchers are here to see me? They are here for my advanced technology, right? Tang Ku moved slightly to the side, politely made a gesture of invitation, and then took the lead to walk into the house. Faced with his indifferent attitude, the woman felt very unhappy. The person behind her is a scientific researcher who has made great contributions to the country. As a result, Tang Ku didn't show any respect at all. This is really outrageous. Grandpa Wu, please go first. The woman turned and said respectfully to the old man behind her. This young man is quite interesting. I don't mind him. Shanshan, please don't be so irritable. Wu Wenyao smiled happily and walked into the villa. He believes that it is normal for geniuses to have their own temper and style of doing things. After all, there is no order in learning, and the one who is more knowledgeable is the teacher. With Tang Ku's skills, he is qualified to be a teacher to all of them, so there is naturally no need to be respectful to him. A group of people walked into the house, and Zhang Yashuan had already prepared tea to entertain everyone. She didn't dare let Tang Ku entertain others. Tang Ku didn't care about the other person's identity, but Zhang Yashuan did care. After all, they are national researchers and their status is there. If Tang Ku were to entertain them, he would probably have to serve Coke again. Welcome everyone. My husband is not appreciative of my kindness. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. When the woman named Shanshan saw this, her expression relaxed a little. She also showed an approachable smile. It's okay, Miss Zhang is indeed beautiful and well-mannered. My name is Zhong Shanshan, and this is Mr. Wu Wenyao from the National Defense Research Department. Hello? Zhang Yashuan nodded and smiled at Wu Wenyao. After some pleasantries, we finally got down to business. Tang Ku, who was sitting next to him, simply nodded, then sipped his tea slowly, waiting for the other party to speak first. Friend Tang Ku, you have guessed why we are here this time. We are here for the electromagnetic thrusters and artificial intelligence. Wu Wenyao said, I'm sure you know how important these two things are to the country. I wonder. If you want, I can provide it, but the countryside. Tang Ku put down the teacup and rubbed his fingers with a smile. Wu Wenyao and the others suddenly twitched their lips and broke out in a sweat. He suddenly had an illusion, as if the person in front of him was not a black technology genius at all, but a greedy businessman. This guy must be a fake. How come he doesn't have any spirit of selfless dedication to the country? Don't most young people feel respect for national researchers and feel obliged to help when they are asked to do so? How come when I got to Tang Ku, it seemed like he was negotiating with a businessman? Chapter 30, Cute. Ahem. Of course we will pay the money. After all, hard work always pays off, not to mention it's a contribution to the country. Wu Wenyao coughed twice in embarrassment. I wonder if Mr. Tang is interested in working at the National Research Center. Our salary is also very high. If we can recruit Tang Ku to work in the Scientific Research Department, the country will instantly become one of the world's top ranks. This is a rare talent. However, Tang Ku refused on the spot. No, I like writing novels, not doing scientific research. What a joke, trying to get him to go to work is like asking for his life. Isn't it nice to write novels at home and have a beautiful wife to kiss you every day? If I go to work at a scientific research center, won't I never see my wife and be like a single guy every day? Well, okay, can these two technologies be provided to us now? The country really needs these two things. Wu Wenyao asked again. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally, so he did not force Tang Ku to go to work at the research institute. Ha! We haven't agreed on the price yet, and I'm licensing this technology to you for use, not selling it to you. We have a cooperative relationship. Tang Ku raised his eyebrows and said lightly. TSK. Money, money, money. You only think about money all day long. Isn't it your duty to contribute to the country for free? Do you know that the environment you are in is given by the country? Zhong Shanshan, who had been listening, finally couldn't help it and cursed out loud on the spot. As a police officer who protects the people, she was really annoyed by Tang Ku's attitude. They worked so hard to protect the people, but the people treated them like this. Not only do they charge for the two technologies, but it's just a technology license. Ha! Why should I contribute for free? The country protects me, and I am very grateful, so I have never evaded taxes. Tang Ku responded calmly, my technology is the fruit of my wisdom. I should have the right to dispose of it, and I can even not have any transactions with the country. But I am still willing to cooperate with the country because I am grateful to the country. I just hope that my technology can make the country stronger. I don't understand what you are angry about. Just because you have the technology, does that mean you have to give it away for free? He is just a civilian, not a state official. Besides, the cooperation between the two parties was originally a fair deal, and he did not ask for an exorbitant amount. Zhong Shanshan choked suddenly and her face turned alternately blue and red. It is the ideological conflict and incompatibility between the two sides that led to such a situation. Zhong Shanshan wanted to say something in rebuttal, but Wu Wenyao raised his hand to stop her. Okay, Shanshan, Tang Ku is right. The country has no right to privately seize the wisdom of others. If that were the case, wouldn't it be no different from robbery? Wu Wenyao said in a deep voice, our research center has no problem. We will accept any price. Technology licensing is also a form of support for the country. Shanshan was very rude just now. I apologize for her and you. After saying that, he slowly stood up. Tang Ku immediately stood up to stop the other party and said with a smile, Mr. Wu, you don't have to do this. I don't take it to heart. As for the price, I will also give a fair and reasonable price. Zhong Shanshan had a very bad temper and was too selfless, which led to the conflict with him. Tang Ku was too lazy to pay attention to such people. In his opinion, such a woman would never get married. Which man can tolerate her temper? His Yashuan is better. She is gentle and considerate, and knows how to think from other people's perspectives. Tang Ku and Wu Wenyao subsequently discussed the details of the cooperation. The price was very fair and reasonable, which won a lot of goodwill from people on this side of the country. Money is a kind of honor to Tang Ku. He is not short of money. The money he earns from writing books is enough for him to eat and drink. He is not interested in money at all. And don't forget, Tang Ku has a wealthy wife, so what money does he need? He simply enjoys the sense of accomplishment of making money. Therefore, he will not ask for an exorbitant price in terms of cooperation, but will choose a price that both parties can accept. Once a country possesses electromagnetic propulsion technology, it can greatly enhance its military strength. Artificial intelligence can help the country solve many problems. For example, data calculation, criminal investigation, big data search, etc. Although they are just two things, their contribution to the country is definitely not low. After the national researchers left, the matter was also announced to the public. It seems to be released for domestic people to see, but in fact it is to show the national defense strength to the world. They have electromagnetic thrusters and true artificial intelligence. These two things shocked countries around the world. Is it really a good thing to hand these things over to the state? Tang Ku sat at home and read the news, muttering to himself. Our country advocates peace. Weapons will only be used for protection, not invasion. You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Yashuan sat next to Tang Ku, right next to him. That is true. It is not his turn to worry about the country's affairs. Instead, there was another important matter that he needed to resolve quickly. That's his factory, and it hasn't produced any cars yet. Pre-sales were very popular, and Tang Ku's orders had piled up to 2 million. But at present, there is only one Kirin smart car in his garage. The reason is that humans work too slowly. Especially the manufacturing technology of smart cars has extremely high requirements and cannot allow for even the slightest error. Parts of the automated industry can be controlled by the origin, but some things require workers to carefully polish them. At this rate, millions of smart cars. Even if he were given 10 years, he would never be able to finish it. We need to develop robots to help with the work. This idea suddenly popped into Tang Ku's mind. If others knew about his idea, they would definitely call it extravagant. Building robots is just to let them help with work? Shouldn't we have some robots with better service capabilities to benefit mankind? Xiao Kezi? Ha? What do you want me to do? Tang Ku suddenly came back to his senses. When will you give me the comic script that you said you would give me? Zhang Yashuan asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Oh. You mean Demon Slayer? I'll write it now. He almost forgot about it. After all, he had been busy reading novels during this period. Tang Ku turned on the computer and started writing the story of Demon Slayer. The story of Demon Slayer seems very long in the comics and anime. But if written as a novel, it is actually a very short story. It only took Tang-ko 1 week to finish writing the detailed story of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Under his guidance, Zhang Yashuan began to draw the prototypes of the characters in the story. This story is too tragic. Why did you write them all dead? This is not Demon Slayer, it's Pillar Slayer. After Zhang Yashuan finished reading the novel, her brows furrowed slightly. Obviously, she didn't like this sad story. She is an optimistic person and prefers watching comedy content. Oh, then should I change the ending? Tang-ko said with some difficulty. No, we want this one. If you change it, it will no longer be the story you want. Zhang Yashuan shook her head. But you don't like it. No, I love it. Tang-ko was slightly stunned. Do you like it? You didn't seem to like it just now. If I say I like you, then I like you. Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang-ko with a fierce look. Tang-ko shrugged speechlessly. Sometimes his wife is like this. Weird. So cute. Chapter 31. Netizens only feel sorry for Gigi. In the following days, Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast content completely changed to live painting. At first, the friends in the live broadcast room were wondering what Zhang Yashuan was drawing and why she was so serious about it. When they heard Zhang Yashuan say that she was drawing a comic adapted from the novel written by Tang-ko, it sparked widespread discussion for a while. I thought that after Lao Tang finished writing The God of Mysteries, he spent every day happily with his wife and forgot about his identity as an author. Happy? Good fellow, the sound of the engine is heard as soon as you open your mouth. Old Tang actually wrote a short story, and it's not even published yet. Is it written specifically for Sister Yashuan? Isn't that too loving? I'm looking forward to Lao Tang's novel. When can it be published for us to see? I just finished The Mysterious God. When will the new book be released? Where's Old Tang? Where did Old Tang go? Did he go to build cars? As soon as Zhang Yashuan started the live broadcast, netizens were clamoring for Lao Tang. Unknowingly, Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room became Tang-ko's live broadcast room. My husband Tang is reading in the study. Why are you looking for him? Isn't it good for you to watch me draw? Zhang Yashuan smiled, took out paper and pen, and started her comic work. During the painting process, her favorite thing is to chat with netizens. I am his customer, and I haven't picked up my car yet. I want his factory to build the car as soon as possible. How can you still have time to read a book? That's right. I bought one too. Is the factory in operation? They're not slacking off, are they? Why haven't they shipped a single car yet? Wow, there are so many big guys who can actually afford a 3 million smart car. 6666, worship the boss. Speaking of which, the production of this smart car is indeed a bit slow, and there is no announcement on when it will be ready for production. Could this be a scam? It's not a scam. The National Research Institute has specifically announced that they have obtained the technology of artificial intelligence and electromagnetic thrusters from Old Tang. Someone in the live broadcast room spoke out to refute the rumor. This is true. I've also seen it on the news. Old Tang has made great progress. He no longer writes books. He works on technology every day. My youth is over. What? Old Tang doesn't want to write a book anymore, no. The audience who came in later didn't know what was going on and started wailing. 10,000 people signed a blood letter, and Old Tang wrote a new book. 10,000 people signed a blood letter, and Old Tang wrote a new book. +1. Plus 10,086. Zhang Yashuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Don't mess with the tone. Old Tang is just taking a break for a while, it's not like he's not going to write a book anymore." "Xiaokezi, come out quickly, netizens are looking for you," she shouted towards the study. Tang-ko, who was in the study, put down the book Robotic Arm Structure in his hand and walked out puzzledly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your mechanical knowledge and obtaining primary robot manufacturing technology. What do you want from me? As knowledge flooded into his mind, Tang-ko sat down next to his wife. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, I felt speechless. These people are so unkind. He just finished one novel and they expect him to start the second one right away. My goodness, have you all stopped treating yourself as human? Tang-ko said in astonishment. His appearance also made the live broadcast room lively. Tisk, tsk, 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 I feel that Old Tang has lost weight. It must be because he has been unrestrained during this period. I'll send you a rocket to buy some milk to replenish your body. Go write a book. Old Tang, where is my car? Give me some news on when we can pick up the car. Don't tell me you're trying to rip us off, even though 3 million is nothing. Good fellow, old Versailles. Tang Ke touched his head and said awkwardly, it's the brother who bought the car. It will be made in a while. The main reason is that the manual work is too slow now, so I plan to use a robot instead. I have been learning about this for the past 2 days, and I will make sure that the smart car is ready for production as soon as possible. When these words were spoken, not only netizens but even Zhang Yashuan was stunned. Can you also make robots? Zhang Yashuan stopped painting and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Yes, there are many robots on the market. The difficulties mainly lie in intelligence and body. Tang Ke smiled and said, needless to say, the origin can be perfectly replaced. What's left is to build a mechanical body, and then we can start working directly. He said this to his wife and also to his netizens. Especially for those who have purchased smart cars, it is to give them peace of mind. Robot? Old Tang is going to build a robot? No, Old Tang said he was learning about this. Does that mean he only needs to learn a little bit before he can build a robot? Good fellow, I thought I was very Versailles, but I didn't expect that you, Old Tang, are the king of Versailles. I told you, Old Tang will definitely be able to build a robot. Aren't robots currently made of artificial intelligence? Once this problem is solved, building a body for the robot will be a piece of cake. Ah, are they going to implant the origin into the robot? I remember the voice of the origin was a girl, so does Old Tang want to build that kind of robot? Something's wrong. I'm already getting excited. Great. Great. Old Tang, go build a robot now. Brother Tang, I hope your wife won't be jealous of the robot you built. Brother Tang, if your wife knew, she wouldn't beat you, would she? But you can rest assured, we netizens are different. We only feel sorry for our brother, so you should go and build a robot. Seeing this, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but ask, what kind of robot do you want to build? Could it be that I really want to create that kind of robot? Is my body no longer attractive to my husband? Damn it, I actually lost to a robot. Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed inwardly that netizens were simply poisonous. He tapped his wife's forehead lightly and said speechlessly, of course it's a robot that specializes in work, don't listen to the nonsense of netizens. As for realistic robots, it's not that easy to make. The materials and structures required for simulation robots are much more difficult than those of specialized primary robots, and are not as simple as imagined. Old Tang, since you can build robots, why don't you do a live broadcast? Yes, we also want to see how you build a robot. Aren't you afraid of it being leaked? If it doesn't work, forget it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all very curious about how to make a robot. No one has ever broadcast this live, and they also want to see if Tang Ke is bragging. Although it sounds like everything would be very simple with artificial intelligence. But the robots on the market are not only not smart enough. The body is extremely stiff, giving people a mechanical and clumsy feeling. Chapter 32 Live Broadcast of Robot Building. In that case, I will occupy my wife's live broadcast room today to show you how to make a robot, and take you to see my factory. Seeing so many people interested, Tang Ke also became interested. What is black technology? Beyond the scope of current human technology or knowledge. Scientific technology or products that lack scientific basis and violate the principles of nature. It's black technology. It's not something you can understand the principles behind, imitate or copy just by looking at it for a few seconds. After receiving Tang Ke's affirmation, there was cheering in the live broadcast room. Zhang Yashuan smiled bitterly and said, you guys have taken my live broadcast room away from me. Hey, how about coming with me? Tang Ke smiled. No, I'm going to draw comics at home. Just take my phone. Remember to come back for dinner in the evening. She has 2 mobile phones, the one in front of her is specifically used for live streaming, and the other is for daily use. My wife is so nice. I will definitely come back on time tonight, Mua. Tang Ke leaned over to give his wife a gentle kiss on the face, and before leaving, he did not forget to sprinkle some dog food on the audience. He picked up his phone and walked out of the door. A silver-white sedan that was very familiar to the audience drove out of the garage automatically and stopped steadily in front of Tang Ke. He sat directly in the back seat of the car and took clear pictures of everything inside and outside. Origin, go to Qilin factory. Okay, Mr. Tang. As the clear female voice of Origin fell, the Kirin smart car started moving again. Fuck, it's a real Kirin smart car. I finally saw the real car. The interior is quite spacious. It feels like a small room. Kirin smart cars are different from other cars. They have artificial intelligence driving in Tang QS optimization technology. So the steering wheel and joystick can be hidden, and the two front seats can be turned to the rear of the car. This will leave a large space in the middle of the car. You can even put a small table on it, so 4 people can play cards in the car together. After all, you don't have to drive yourself, you just need to sit in the car. If it weren't for the electromagnetic thrusters at the rear of the car, Tang Ke could even make the vehicle more spacious. He held up his mobile phone and introduced some small functions in the car to the viewers in the live broadcast room, which amazed everyone. The 2 front seats can be turned around and moved back slightly to make the center area more spacious. If you don't have a need to drive, you can just install a refrigerator or a table in the middle, or even a disco ball. You don't have to drive anyway. The spacious space makes people in the live broadcast room feel refreshed. This feeling is so sci-fi, letting the car drive automatically while you chat and play cards with your family in the car. Good news for self-driving tour enthusiasts. A long-distance trip without having to drive yourself is a real enjoyment. Tang Ke moved the camera closer to the seat and smiled. The leather seats in my car are standard. I will launch seats with different materials for you to choose from. Of course, you can also modify them yourself. After saying that, he pointed the camera outside again and turned off the music in the car. The car became extremely quiet, with only Tang Ke's voice remaining. Listen to the sound. This is the noise reduction function of the Kohler alloy shell. When the car is driving at high speed, you can't hear any external sound inside the car. He took out a bottle of Coke and a plastic cup from the car's refrigerator and placed them flat on the table. The next thing to show is the stability of the car. Tang Ke poured Coke into a plastic cup and pointed his phone at it to take a picture. The Coke placed on the table was as stable as if it was on the ground, without any shaking. Fuck, this car is more stable than the high-speed train? 666666666. It turns out there is so much content that has not been revealed in the promotional video. No wonder there are so many unknowns waiting for us to discover. It turns out there are so many detailed functions inside the car. I really love this refrigerator and table. I think I can decorate the interior of the car like a room. I want to put a bed directly, no chairs. My goodness, what do you want to do? We are in the car. Do you want to drive? You only drive when you are in the car. This is in a car, you have to wear a seatbelt even if you are lying on the bed. If we have seatbelts, do we not need safety helmets? You guys are toxic, right? This is a technology channel, not a racing channel. A large number of rockets flashed across the live broadcast room, and the discussion was heated. From exclamation to various driving jokes, autonomous driving allows people to do a lot of things in the car. It makes people think of a lot of things and opens their minds. After a while, Qilin automobile stopped in the factory. Tang Ke took netizens on a tour of the factory to prove that his factory was indeed in operation, but the progress was slow. Also checked to see if the employees are slacking off. Finally, he asked someone to bring some materials to his workshop and prepared to start the first live broadcast of making robots. Ah, this is such a boring live broadcast. Shocking. A certain anchor actually made a baby live. Good fellow, don't run away, the boy in front, report to my shock department tomorrow. Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, and he was too lazy to pay attention to these stupid netizens. Origin, start recording my robot building process. Whether it was the colloy or the robot manufacturing, he had Origin record them all. The purpose is to let Origin control the robot after it is manufactured to imitate his movements. Use robots to make robots and Corundum. Tang Ke started the robot manufacturing work directly. There were a large number of machines placed around him, many of which were automated machines. He asked Origin to control the equipment to assist him. Work such as cutting, hammering, and line connection can all be done with the help of Origin. It greatly accelerated Tang Ke's working time. The sounds of cutting, clanging, welding, etc. continued to echo in the live broadcast room. As soon as Tang Ke gave orders, the surrounding equipment would start working automatically and complete the task in a few seconds. Tang Ke only needs to draw the blueprints and do the assembly work. Everyone watched Tang Ke's busy figure with great interest. Especially the mechanical parts placed in the middle position, which looked crowded. With Tang Ke's busy work, these parts were gradually pieced together from a scattered state. Formed the outlines of the robotic arms, legs, torso and other parts. The whole process took only 3 hours, and 6 complete mechanical parts were assembled: head, torso, and limbs. Although the mechanical parts are roughly made and look black, they are not as clean and round as in the movies. But it is angular and full of mechanical power. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is increasing, and countless people come here to watch. The number of simultaneous online viewers in the live broadcast room reached an astonishing 50 million, setting an unprecedented record. The Douyin official server was almost crowded. Chapter 33. If it's a simulation, I'll buy it. Too many people came to watch the live broadcast. Almost everyone in other live broadcast rooms came over to watch. Even the anchors stopped broadcasting and came here to watch the live broadcast. Tang Ke is already famous, and the title is Intelligent Robot Manufacturing. It not only attracted the general public, but also attracted countless workers in this industry, including national scientific researchers. Brothers, if this robot is really born and is as we imagined, I think we are witnessing a history. It's horrible. I'm very nervous right now and I don't know why. With the birth of intelligent robots, do you think they will rebel against humans? I'm from the research department. I can tell you clearly that Tang Ke is a man of extraordinary talent. He has already imposed countless restrictions on Origin, so Origin will never betray us. Even if an accident really happens, Tang Ke has means to restrict it and directly destroy the Origin. The code of mutual circulation and restriction is unprecedented. The national scientific researchers who were watching the live broadcast did not hesitate to express their appreciation and praise and answered questions for everyone. 666666, they are actually members of the research department. This ID is real. My old Tang is awesome. His every move is watched by the country. Old Tang is going to create a miracle. Is this another unprecedented live broadcast? I'm so excited now. The same goes for us. Look, here comes the final assembly step. Everyone gasped and stared at Tang Ke on the screen. Now the robot's limbs, torso, and head are all completed. Tang Ke placed all these parts on the table and made the final line connections. Origin was controlling the limbs at the side, constantly testing the flexibility of the mechanical joints. When all the lines were connected, Tang Ke assembled all the mechanical parts and fiddled with the flexibility of the joints. At the same time, I used a hammer to test the hardness of each part to see if it was falling apart or if I heard any abnormal sounds. After a round of testing, Tang Ke finally said, "Origin, enter the robot and try your first body." "Thank you, Mr. Tang." The robot lying on the table's eyes suddenly lit up, and the voice of Origin's answer came from the robot's mouth. Then, in front of tens of millions of people, Chiyuan stood up from his back and immediately stood on the ground. Every movement of it will cause a mechanical rotation sound. It has an angular, dark square face, no nose or mouth, but only 2 camera eyes, observing everything around it. Hiss. It's standing up. It's standing up. Origin is controlling the robot. Judging from the movement just now, it was very smooth, and its legs were also strong and nimble when it landed. I'm so afraid it will punch old Tang the next moment. I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable fear in my heart. Me too. I thought I would be looking forward to the birth of the robot, but when it stood in front of us, I felt a sense of fear. When the robot's simulation is low, people know it is fake, so they are not afraid. But when the degree of simulation is high enough, people sometimes cannot determine whether it is real or not. Treating a real person as a fake person, or treating a fake person as a real person, will scare people. A researcher explained in the live broadcast room, it may also be due to an instinct. It is similar to humans but not human, which makes people feel potential danger and thus produce fear. However, after Origin controlled the mechanical body to move a few times, he actually bowed deeply 90 degrees to Tang Ke. "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for creating a body for Origin." Origin's voice was as flat as ever, as if it had no emotion. But its behavior made everyone in the live broadcast room stunned. For those viewers who still had a sense of fear, the fear suddenly disappeared. This artificial intelligence seems to be a little different from what they imagined. I said that Tang Ke has been prepared for artificial intelligence. He will not rashly create a body for artificial intelligence. The previous researchers said again. It seems to be really good. This Origin is good. Now I can feel more at ease when riding in a smart car. So polite, and even knows how to be grateful. This is the kind of artificial intelligence I want. If the lifelike robots were this obedient, I would definitely buy them. Hey, I'll buy a lot too. I'll just shoot it. Ah, this. Tang smiled slightly. Origin, test the movement of each joint. Okay, Mr. Tang. Origin was as obedient as ever, and started various movements directly in front of countless people's astonishment. Sit-ups, push-ups, running, burpees. Not only that, he also performed finger exercises. There are even flower shaking hands, which looks very funny. Oh my god, what did I see? This is too sexy, he can even wave his hands? Ha ha ha. Wait a minute, I remember the assembly just now was all hardware. Why do all the joints of this robot look so soft? I've noticed this problem, too. How on earth is this done? Many people raised questions in the live broadcast room, but this problem also stumped the scientific researchers. Logically speaking, the joints of the robot need to use some flexible materials or rollers. Otherwise the robot will look very stiff. But when this problem was applied to the robot made by Tangco, it seemed that it suddenly didn't work. The movements are extremely flexible and there is no lag at all. If they had not seen the entire assembly process with their own eyes, they would even have thought that there was a living person inside the machine, teasing them. What is going on? They watched the entire process of robot manufacturing, but they didn't know the principles behind it. Countless questions arose in everyone's mind, and many researchers in this field rushed to watch the live broadcast replay. They watched the replays over and over again, trying to figure out why. Mr. Tang, the test has been completed and the performance is normal. You can officially put it into work. Origin's dark body stood up again, as straight as a soldier. That's right. Starting today, you will build more robots here. Stop when the number reaches 1,000. Put all of them into the factory to start producing Kirin smart cars. Tangco nodded with satisfaction. This is just a primary robot. I wonder what level it will be if it reaches intermediate or advanced level. Intermediate and advanced robots definitely do not just change in appearance, there must be many internal changes as well. Tangco was very much looking forward to seeing what the robot behind him would look like. Okay everyone, let's stop here for today's live broadcast. It's getting late. I have to go back to have dinner with my wife. Tangco turned and walked towards the phone that was broadcasting live. Chapter 34. I said yes, then yes. No, don't turn it off yet, this robot has just been built. No way, old Tang, you're telling me to shut down the live broadcast at this time? I've taken off my pants, and you said you were going to turn off the live broadcast. What should I watch then? The one in front is poisonous. A black robot is taking off his pants. Is he a pervert? No kidding, we haven't even looked at the robot's other features yet. Millions of viewers shouted at him not to turn off the live broadcast, saying they wanted to continue watching. It doesn't have any functions. It's just a robot that helps with work. When I make other robots in the future, I'll just send you promotional videos. Tangco laughed and responded. Will you make other robots? Good fellow, you actually kept it secret. Can you reveal it to me? Disclose? Next time I want to build a robot that's big and white and feels very comfortable to touch. Having said this, Tangco very casually clicked the button to end the live broadcast. Fuck, what the hell? What did he just say? Did I hear it wrong? Damn it, why don't you just turn off the live broadcast midway through your conversation? I doubt that old Tang is driving, but I really hope that what he said is true. How can I fix it? A big, white, and comfortable robot. Old Tang has fallen. I'm going to send this message to Sister Yashuan. Old Tang is dead. The live broadcast room has been closed, but there are still many people chatting and posting comments under the black screen. Obviously, fans are still not satisfied. Tangco put away his wife's phone and said to the Origin robot, "Work hard, I'm leaving first." Goodbye, Mr. Tang. Shi Yuan bowed again. At the same time, he controlled the Kirin smart car and stopped it at the door of the workshop. Tangco got into the car and headed back home. Toot. He opened his phone and found several messages. Some are from my wife, some from my mother, and there are also a few from the research department. The information from the research department was nothing more than about robots. Tangco didn't even look at it and simply crossed it out. Then came the news from my mom, about his recent troubles. She asked Tangko when he would get these things, and showed concern for him, reminding him not to bully Yashwan. Tangka smiled bitterly and promised that he would never bully his wife. His parents are in his hometown and did not come to Shanghai to live with him. Every month Tangko would send some money back to his hometown, which was enough for the two elders to live on. It can be said that Tangko's parents are very happy now. Their son is successful in his career and their daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a fairy. The only thing that worries them is when they will have grandchildren. Mom, okay, I won't say much. Just have a baby with Yashwan as soon as possible and stop doing all that messy stuff all day long. Mom, it's enough to have enough money to spend. If you earn too much, you won't be able to spend it all. Do you understand? Tangka Yimeng, I know. Traditional perfunctory conversation. Every time Tangka saw this information, he felt a headache. It's not that he doesn't try hard, but he thinks it's too early to have a child now. He is only 24 years old and Yashwan is only 22. I haven't enjoyed my two-person world enough, how can I take care of the baby? After finishing chatting with his mother, Tangka clicked on Yashwan's message. Little fairy, stinky baby, why aren't you coming back yet? Little fairy, how dare you not reply to my message? Little fairy, don't even think about going to bed tonight. Tangka Yimeng, wash me clean and wait for me to come back. As soon as he sent the message, his wife replied within seconds. Little fairy, confused, what? Little fairy, ah. Little fairy, this man is a bitch. What a pervert. Zhang Yashwan is sometimes quite silly and was unable to understand the meaning of Tangko's words at first sight. But when I thought about it, I understood. Tangko's dream, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Tangka Yimeng, I am a dog man, then what are you? Evil smile. Little fairy, how dare you bully me? Tangka Yimeng, how could that be? Little fairy, you still say no? Tangka Yimeng, I was obviously teasing you. Little fairy, if I say yes, then it means yes. Tangku Yimeng. Seeing his wife's cute look, Tangku couldn't help but laugh. Yashwan was not being unreasonable, she was just playing with him. Soon, Tangko returned to his doorstep. As soon as I walked into the house, I heard two girls talking. You don't have to guess to know that it's Jin Yamong who comes to eat for free again. Speaking of which, Jin Yamong and Zhang Yashwan's situations are somewhat similar. Their parents are also rarely at home due to work reasons. The two girls really appreciate each other and often eat with each other. In fact, Tangku often followed Zhang Yashwan to Jin Yuming's house to eat. Tanjiro is so miserable. Is this really the story written by Tangu? Why is it so sad? Jin Yuming suddenly stopped cutting vegetables. Turning around, he asked in surprise, could it be that you and brother Tang had a quarrel recently, so we made up a sad story? Forehead. Zhang Yashwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she admired Jin Yuming's way of thinking. No, we are fine. I don't know why he wrote such a story. Zhang Yashwan washed the vegetables in her hands and said, it's not really that sad, isn't it? In the end, they all reincarnated together and lived a happy life. How can you be happy if you don't remember anything from your previous life after reincarnation? Happiness lies in living in the present. Jin Yumling pouted and continued cutting the vegetables in her hand. This story exists just to show the cruelty of the battlefield and highlight how hard peace is to come by. At this time, Tangko walked into the kitchen and said with a smile, do you want me to help? Brother Tang is back. Jin Yumling greeted with a smile. Humph, you're willing to come back? Stay aside and don't get in the way. Seeing her own stinky baby coming home, Zhang Yashwan deliberately put on a stern face and told him to go away. I'm not going there to fool around. I'm just going to be a robot. Okay, then I'll wait for the sumptuous dinner from the beauties. Tangka shrugged and went back to lie down on the sofa in the hall. By the way, I picked up a book called Hyperspectral Imaging Theory and Concepts and started flipping through it. Possess basic knowledge of robotics, coupled with artificial intelligence. In the next stage, Tangka plans to create the robot from the anime in his previous life. Yes, when I turned off the live broadcast today, I was not joking with netizens. He really intends to make other robots. The next robot is none other than Baymax from the anime Big Hero 6. The structure and materials of Dubai are actually very simple. Smart chip, lithium-ion battery, polyvinyl alcohol fiber shell, carbon fiber frame, hyperspectral camera. These materials are easy to make, but the difficulty lies in the design. It's like the same piece of iron. People without skills can only treat it as a stone, but people with skills can make it into a car. Dabai is a medical care robot that has the ability to scan vital signs and has a reserve of up to 10,000 types of medical knowledge. It can also provide medical assistance, emergency wound care, massage, and other functions. When necessary, it can also serve as a warm baby and life buoy. Didn't the netizens echo him and call for a robot to benefit mankind? This is a robot that benefits mankind. He helps treat wounds, has medical knowledge, and is also a super sweet robot. A physically warm man. Chapter 35: The Age of Artificial Intelligence. Let's eat. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, two girls, walked out of the kitchen carrying hot dishes. The rich aroma whets your appetite. Garlic chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, and stir-fried broccoli. For simple dishes that make your mouth water. It smells so good, you're worthy of being my wife. Tang Ke picked up the bowl with a smile, filled it with seaweed and egg soup, picked up a piece of garlic chicken wing, and ate it with relish. That was Meng Meng who did it, not me. Zhang Yashuan said expressionlessly. I mean seaweed and egg soup, huh? Tang Ke laughed. That was also made by Meng Meng. I made a few other dishes. Zhang Yashuan said. The seaweed and egg soup is delicious, not bad. But what I just said is that the fish-flavored eggplant is so fragrant. It's worthy of my wife's cooking. Tang Ke responded with a faint smile again. Wow, you can even take this? Zhang Yashuan chuckled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After several rounds of verbal exchanges, the two finally stopped. Only Jin Yumeng ate his meal in silence, saying expressionlessly, Brother Tang is really a henpecked husband. You don't know my family status, so don't talk nonsense. Tang Ke retorted immediately. Well, of course I know your family status. Jin Yumeng glanced at Tang Ke, then looked at her best friend, and said no more. Those who understand will understand. Yes, my little Kezi is the head of the family. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, and her smile was very gentle. Hearing this, Tang Ke immediately became confident and said, Did you hear that? Now you know my position in the family, right? Now it was Jin Yumeng's turn to be confused. How come Brother Tang seemed so afraid of his wife the moment before, and Yashuan was so obedient to him the next second? She felt that this aspect touched upon her blind spots in knowledge. For a moment, she couldn't help but be stunned, thinking about the reasons behind it. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan smiled but said nothing. They chatted about other things while eating. The days go by. Electromagnetic propulsion has been officially installed in fighter jets by the country, increasing the speed of fighter jets countless times, making it the world leader in one fell swoop. The country has even expanded electromagnetic technology and started researching electromagnetic weapons. The announcement of this project shocked the world. Countries held meetings one after another, with different attitudes. In addition, the origin of artificial intelligence has also been implanted into the military system. Monitor various data and assist scientific researchers and military personnel in their work. The police's SkyEye system has also incorporated artificial intelligence, which has greatly helped in criminal investigations. Many of the fleeting images are difficult for the human eye to capture. Or maybe the video is too blurry to make out. All of these can be solved with the help of Origin, which can capture fleeting details and conduct inference and analysis. It can also make some blurry videos or pictures clearer through data calculations. The domestic crime rate is decreasing at an alarming rate. Countless old cases were finally solved because of the existence of Origin. At a higher level, the role of electromagnetic thrusters does not bring much change to people's lives. But the existence of artificial intelligence has indeed changed the living environment of the domestic people. The police have solved many cases and suppressed too many crimes. Origin's strength has won the trust of the police, and even the city's cameras have been given full control of Origin. Origin monitors every corner of the city through cameras and detects anyone with criminal intent. Regardless of whether it is a misjudgment or not, it will first alert the police and then analyze it. Those who did have criminal intentions were surrounded and staked out by a group of police before they could act. That's great. The existence of Origin makes our lives safer. Life has completely changed. Tang Ke's artificial intelligence has brought our country into a completely new way of life. Yes, but I am also a little worried about our daily lives. Aren't we all under the surveillance of the Origin? Since the internet came into being, we have long lost our privacy. At least the origin is regulated by the state and will not cross the line. That's true. I bet that Tanko will definitely improve Origin's ability again and become an even more terrifying intelligent being. We seem to be witnessing the changes of the times. It is truly an honor. People on the internet were sighing that the sudden change in the times had allowed them to witness the evolution of history and the times with their own eyes. There was a feeling that it was not real, and I felt inexplicably happy and excited in my heart. The information age is completely over, and people have announced that we have entered the era of artificial intelligence. In addition to the huge impact on the countryside, Hongtai Group, which also acquired artificial intelligence, has applied this technology to its business. Zhang Hongwang asked Qi Yuan to combine various information to predict stock trends and made a fortune. At the same time, the Origin was implanted into the game, greatly enhancing the capabilities of NPCs. It can even form new conversations on its own, allowing players to be completely immersed in the game. Of course, this also increases the pressure on the server. Currently, Hongtai Group is only experimenting with one game, adding a large number of servers, and it has been widely praised by players. In addition, Hongtai Group also uses Qi Yuan to take over the position of customer service. It has been some time since both telephone and online customer service were replaced by Qi Yuan. Hongtai Group conducted a survey and the data showed. No one noticed that the telephone customer service and online customer service are actually answered by artificial intelligence. After this data was released, it caused widespread discussion. Fuck, it turns out that Hongtai Group's customer service has been replaced by Qi Yuan a long time ago? I didn't even know about it when I called last time. Is this true? I remember flirting with the customer service lady at that time. You tell me that the lady is an artificial intelligence? That's not right. Why is the artificial intelligence so talkative? Could it be that the origin of Hongtai Group is more advanced? I'm starting to get scared. Old Tang has definitely upgraded his artificial intelligence, and he's even providing it to his father-in-law for free. We strongly request Hongtai Group to invest in VR games and add NPCs like the one in Origin. That's right, it would be so cool if we could play VR and have artificial intelligence talk to us. But the VR helmet is very bulky, and I get 3D sickness, so I don't like it very much. I see. This is called Tangko developing VR equipment. 666666, why didn't I think of this? Tang Ku is a tech expert. I'll go to his Weibo and urge him to do it. Form a group, let's go together. Netison's speculation was correct, Tangko really upgraded the Origin. But it has not reached the level of level 2 artificial intelligence, it is only slightly stronger than level 1. As for the level, it should be considered level 1.5. Know how to chat with people and have a basic understanding of other people's emotional changes. You can respond differently to different tones. Therefore, the origin of Hongtai Group's customer service is that it can interact with humans through chatting. You can even detect the other person's emotions and respond in different ways. Mr. Tang, your Weibo account has been flooded with messages. Many people are asking you to make VR equipment. In Tang Ku's home, the voice of Origin rang out from the computer. Chapter 36. I'll show you a big treasure. Tang Ku kept typing code, using the Origin code as a basis and modifying it into Dubai's smart chip code. He smiled and said, if we want to make something like VR, we should make a game cabin. Wouldn't it be better to directly enter the virtual reality world? But I can't do it now, so let's wait for a while. Virtual reality games are very dreamy and are also what Tang Ku wants to experience most in his past 2 lives. Do you need me to log into my account and respond for you? Origin asked like an intelligent human being. No, ignore them. My Weibo is used to announce new books. Who would post on Weibo? Do you? Tang Ku teased the artificial intelligence. I am an artificial intelligence. I don't have my own Weibo account, so I won't post. Origin's answer was a little confused. It didn't understand Tang Ku's joke. Tang Ku touched his chin and felt that there was still room for improvement. Although it can understand other people's emotions, it cannot understand some jokes and memes between humans. But these things can be done slowly and there is no need to rush. The current Origin program can fully support Dubai's intelligent chip. However, since Dubai specializes in medical treatment and protection, so there are a lot of messy things that can be deleted and do not need to be implanted into the chip. Deleting these messy things can effectively reduce the chip load. It's finished. It's finished. Tang Ku stretched his body and stretched his muscles. Debai's smart chip was finally written, and he turned on a studio monitor in his home. There were two dark robots inside, busy at work. They are controlled by Origin according to the drawings given by Tang Ku. Big White is made of a polyethylene shell, a carbon fiber frame, and a hyperspectral camera. Tang Ku has learned this knowledge and upgraded the system into black technology. Because there are primary robots, he only needs to hand over the manufacturing drawings of Baymax to Origin, and he can make it with the robot. Tang Ku didn't need to do it himself at all, and the process was particularly comfortable. Tang Ku felt that his most intelligent invention was this elementary robot. The number of entry-level robots in the factory is increasing like a snowball. There are already 1,000 robots. Because of previous experience, Tang Ku hired only temporary workers. Now they have all left, and the work has been taken over by these 1,000 primary robots with amazing efficiency. Origin, load the code I just wrote into the smart chip. After saying that, Tang Ku stood up and walked towards the studio. When I passed by the study, I saw Jiaru Choyue's wife, who was live streaming and drawing comics. He knocked on the open door and said with a smile, as if observing from behind, "My dear wife, I have a big treasure to show you, do you want to come?" What are you doing? It's a live broadcast. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yashuan's elegant demeanor was broken by Tang Ku, and she asked with a helpless smile. Good fellow, he openly invited his wife to drive, he is worthy of being old Tang. Sister Yashuan, I can seduce old Tang's desire just by drawing a picture. It's too difficult. So old Tang is so horny, is he really good at that? Old Tang, get out of here now and don't disturb us from reading comics. Old Tang, get out. Old Tang, get out of here. Sister Yashuan, don't follow him. He's a bad guy. Tang Ku's words were heard by the people in the live broadcast room, and a group of people stood up for him. It's a great big treasure, you will definitely like it, and the fans should like to watch it too. Bring the live broadcast over. Tang Ku waved with a smile. Good fellow, account suspension warning. What is old Tang doing? Are you irritated? The genius is on the left, and the madman is on the right. Old Tang may have gone crazy. I have determined it. I heard that many geniuses go crazy. Old Tang, won't you? It's over. It's over. Fans were wailing in horror and saying all sorts of nonsense. Okay, I want to see what you are doing. Zhang Yashuan looked at her stupid husband helplessly. She had long been accustomed to Tang Ku's funny behavior. Sometimes he was quite serious, and sometimes he acted like a little fool. Zhang Yashuan ignored the reactions of the fans in the live broadcast room, picked up her phone and followed Tang Ku to the studio. As soon as I walked in, the two robots immediately stopped working. They bowed to Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, then retreated to the sides with clanging steps. This is the robot that Tang Ku built some time ago. I didn't expect that he would bring it home. That's it? Just to show us two robots? We've already seen them. Tang Ku has run out of ideas and actually showed us this thing. Where is the big treasure you promised me? What? I thought there was something interesting to watch, so boring. The fans were very disappointed, as they thought Tang Ku had come up with something new. When I came in, I saw that there was nothing there except two robots and a few instruments. So, what do you want to show me? Zhang Yashuan asked, tilting her head. He, be mentally prepared and don't get scared. Tang Ku smiled mysteriously. Okay, hurry up, don't tell me you really want to show me taking off your pants. Zhang Yashuan covered her red lips with her jade hands and smiled sweetly. My Yashuan has become a bad person. She was not like this before. Tang Ku hummed twice and stepped directly on the pedal of the red instrument. Sniff. Suddenly, the red instrument opened a pair of black eyes, and then opened the shell like a box. A white human-shaped balloon began to inflate and its figure rose higher and higher. It finally stopped when it was about 2 meters and 60 centimeters long. A white and plump inflatable doll appeared in front of everyone. A fat body, round and thick thighs, bulging arms, and a head that is somewhat small in proportion. There are only a pair of pure black eyes on his face, and there is a black horizontal line between the two eyes. It looks cute and silly, a bit like a silly white fat boy, just standing there. What is this? Oh my god, I was so scared. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be a fat white man. It's a little cute. That's all old Tang is going to show us? An inflatable doll? No way, sir. Even if it's a doll of that kind, it shouldn't be made to look like this. It's really big and white. It should feel very comfortable to touch. The friends in the live broadcast room were speechless and didn't understand what Tangko was doing. Just to make your wife happy? My goodness, he is undertaking such a huge project just to win a beauteous smile? Wait, it moves. Ha! Shit, it really moved, this inflatable doll moved. Ah, so cute, it turns out it can move. Amid the exclamations of the viewers in the live broadcast room, the fat white man suddenly turned around and looked at Tangko. It suddenly raised its arms and gave Tangko a big hug. It was like a 2-meter-tall bear hugging Tangko, and just happened to turn its head to look at the live camera. The picture of Dubai hugging Tangko was so friendly that it made people in the live broadcast room blush. Chapter 37 Dubai appears, a toy for children. Fans in the live broadcast room thought that the robot would do something rebellious, but unexpectedly it gave Tangko a big hug. Oh, so cute, so adorable, I want a hug too. This, hug robot? Wow, it turns out that he's not just being cute, he can also give a hug. It seems that besides being cute, it's useless. Both the fans in the live broadcast room and Zhang Yashuan were touched by Dubai's hug and felt so cute. The main reason is that Baymax's appearance is so cute. What you want to show me is this robot that can act cute and hug? Zhang Yashuan walked over with a smile and poked Dubai with her jade fingers. It feels like poking an air cushion, but it's more resilient. Dubai let go of Tangko, looked down at Zhang Yashuan, and then gave Zhang Yashuan a big bear hug. Dubai's hug was warm and soft like a ball of cotton, yet very resilient. The combination of soft and tough materials makes the person being hugged feel very comfortable. Is this robot specifically for hugging? It's quite fun. Zhang Yashuan was as happy as a child and was full of curiosity about the new toys. It's called Dubai, an inflatable intelligent robot. Tangka smiled and explained, it can provide medical assistance. It has up to 10,000 types of medical knowledge reserves, as well as massage functions and emergency wound care functions. Well, it's suitable for children, and it's also suitable for you. TSK. I'm not a child, but I still want to use it. Zhang Yashuan stuck out her little pink tongue at Tangko, just like a child. She hadn't felt this childish for a long time. It was Dubai's cute appearance that made her girlish heart burst again. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift. I like it very much. I have decided to favor you tonight. Zhang Yashuan ran to her husband with a smile and kissed him gently on the handsome face, leaving a seductive red lip mark. Oh my goodness, I thought this was a scam, but it turned out to be the debut of an inflatable robot. No, when you thought this was the debut of the inflatable robot, you suddenly realized that this was a trick to trick millions of viewers into coming in and killing them like dogs. It's still a scam in the end, but the target of the scam is different. Shouldn't we be focusing on robots? Tang Ku and his wife showed their affection in front of millions of viewers, causing countless people to forget about the cute Dubai. Dubai blinked, raised his fat hand to Zhang Yashuan, and said from inside his body, "Hello, my name is Dubai, and I'm your and Mr. Tang's health assistant." Hey! It turns out it can talk, but why does it sound so clumsy? Zhang Yashuan asked, pressing her hand on Dubai's body. It seems like his IQ is not as high as Origin's. Origin speaks very naturally. Well, this is the gentle attribute of the nursing chip. If other chips are put in, he will have other personalities and abilities. Tanka said, I plan to mass produce this type of robot by then, but the appearance and areas of expertise will be different, such as cooking, potted plants, fighting, etc. Primary robots are suitable for replacing assembly line work, but the one that improves people's daily lives is the big white robot. Not only does it look cute, but it can also use different chips to achieve different capabilities. If you don't have much money, you can buy the regular version of Baymax, which has healing abilities and can also help take care of children. Those who have money can buy more chips. And buy work equipment and tools for Dubai to make it work better. That's really thoughtful. You're planning to sell it outside? Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Yes, let's take Dubai out to play. We've been staying at home for too long. Tanka smiled and took his wife's hand. Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhang Yashuan nodded slightly, then handed the phone to Dubai, put her arm around Tanko, and walked out. Dubai blinked, holding up the phone in the live broadcast room, and followed along in a silly manner. Oh my god, Dubai is so miserable. I want to touch its head. TSK, this couple is really too much, they actually let the robot eat dog food. Even Dubai has to take his cell phone. I want to stand up for Dubai. This is too much bullying for robots. Gurgle. At this moment, the perspective of the live broadcast room paused at the door. Dubai's fat body was stuck in the door. Tangko forgot to open both doors. As a result, Dubai was left alone, trying to squeeze in at the door. He finally managed to squeeze his fat body out of the doorframe. Kiran's smart car parked at the door. Tangko opened the car door for his wife very gentlemanly and made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and got into the car gracefully. Then Tangko turned around and looked at Dubai, who was walking with a silly step. It tried to squeeze its huge body into the car, but its big belly got stuck outside, making a creaking sound as it rubbed against the door. His silly look was so adorable that everyone in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed with love, and they all clamored to buy Dubai. Such a cute robot can be used as a toy and guardian for children. Even adults are touched by it, not to mention children, who will surely love it. Let out some air before going in. Tangko patted Dubai's butt speechlessly. It seems that it is necessary to improve Baymax's IQ. Although it looks cute, it feels a bit silly. Gas is being released, please wait. Sniff. Dubai's body shrank rapidly. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting inside, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pulled it into the car. Tangko sat next to his wife and the car door closed automatically. Go to Fuhu Park. After receiving the instructions, the Kirin smart car started driving towards Fuhu Park. Fuhu Park is the largest park in Shanghai. It has green grass and a large area, making it very suitable for sightseeing. There were many children running happily inside, retired elderly people walking together, and some young people flying kites. The park is full of tranquility and peace, and is a great place for a walk. However, Tang Ku and his team encountered a traffic jam. All I could see was vehicles, and I couldn't see what was happening at the end. There were also many vehicles blocking their way from behind, making it impossible to retreat. What happened ahead? Why is there a traffic jam here? Zhang Yashuan looked puzzled and rolled her hair with her jade fingers. Who knows? The convoy is so long that we can't even see it. It would be great if we had a drone. Tang Ku was not idle either. As he spoke, he picked up his laptop and prepared to write the outline of the book. A drone can't fly that far. Zhang Yashuan said casually. Tang Ku was stunned for a moment, and a new idea came to his mind. The drone market is also good, I can study it when the time comes. He smiled, then put the idea aside without paying too much attention to it. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well start a new book. Originally, he was planning to write the classical fantasy novel The Blade Comes. But then I thought, since I'm a creator of cutting-edge technology, I might as well write a science fiction book. Chapter 38, Sudden Inspiration, On-Site Modification. Many science fiction novel story backgrounds and outlines flashed through his mind, and finally Tang Ku chose his favorite, Swallowing the Universe. The novel mainly tells the story of the Earth experiencing a great disaster, which triggered the mutation of various species and the survival of the fittest. The protagonist inherited the legacy of the master of Yunma Star and became one of the 3 strongest people on Earth. After a battle with the star-devouring beast, he lost his physical body and took over the body of the star-devouring beast to become the star-devouring beast. The story of nurturing a human clone in the inner world, and then stepping out of the Earth and into the universe. However, leaving the Earth is only the beginning of the story. The following stories are one after another, which are particularly captivating. Lead readers to experience a different science fiction world. Tang Ku was typing the outline of Devouring the Universe on the keyboard, and his concentration made Zhang Yashuan fascinated. The most attractive man is a focused man. This is definitely not bragging. Even men who see other focused men will find them particularly handsome. Of course, it's the kind of appreciation, not fencing. Old Tang opened a book? Congratulations! Old Tang has finally published a book. My goodness, is racing the only thing that can inspire Old Tang's desire to write? Congratulations to Old Tang for publishing a new book, it's expected to be the top of the charts. Fans who were reading the book were pleasantly surprised and spoke out in congratulations. They were originally joking about asking Lao Tang to write a new book. I didn't expect that a new book would actually be published. This is really good news for novel fans. You know, Tang Ku's updating speed is not to be underestimated. He is the fastest in the online literature world, no doubt about it. Oh, I don't know how long this traffic jam will last. No matter how smart the Kirin smart car is, it still can't avoid traffic jams. What a pity. Yeah, even if you can drive faster, you'll still get stuck in traffic, haha. Oh. Traffic jams are normal. As long as there is a car, there will be a traffic jam. After all, cars can't fly. Seeing the content of the barrage, Zhang Yashuan began to respond. Ha? Fly? At this moment, Tang Ke, who was writing the book, was suddenly startled. He seemed to have never thought about flying, but flying a car did not seem difficult for him. The key lies in electromagnetic thrusters. You know, electromagnetic thrusters can be installed in fighter jets. This fully demonstrates the power of electromagnetic thrusters. Propping up a car is not a problem at all. A word can wake a dreamer up. You are worthy of being my dear wife. You always give me inspiration and help at critical moments. Tang Ke was so excited that he hugged his wife and kissed her. Get out of the car quickly, Dubai too. He opened the door and pressed a few buttons at the rear of the car, and 2 trunks popped out. The 2 compartments are located on both sides of the electromagnetic propulsion device. It is equivalent to an electromagnetic thruster, forcibly cutting the carriage open. Tang Ke took out various tools from inside, a bright smile on his face. The car owners around recognized Tang Ke's smart car. They walked aside to smoke, chat, and watch from afar. If it weren't for Tang Ke's bodyguards blocking them, they would have come over to watch the smart car. Tang Ke doesn't need bodyguards when he goes out, but Zhang Yashuan does. After all, she had experienced a kidnapping incident, so she had to take this aspect seriously. The bodyguards of celebrities are there to prevent fans from going crazy, while Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards are there to prevent terrorist attacks. Hey, Tang Ke is out, and he's got tools with him. What is he doing? A group of men stuck in traffic stood under the cool rock wall to enjoy the breeze, each of them showing curiosity. This is a really nice car. It's so beautiful. I thought that after installing the electromagnetic thruster, there would be no trunk. It turns out that I was too young. Tang Ke's wife is here too, and what's that thing behind him? Dubai and Zhang Yashuan got out of the car, attracting many people's attention. Today, Zhang Yashuan wore a green dress made of double crepe fabric, which looked particularly fresh and beautiful under the sunlight. The skirt sways gently in the wind, and her beautiful face crushes all the stars. Many people think it's a pity that Zhang Yashuan didn't become a star. Sister Yashuan is so beautiful, damn. I envy old Tang so much. I guess it takes several lifetimes of hard work to marry Sister Yashuan? What is that fat white thing next to Sister Yashuan? An inflatable doll? That's Baymax. The robot that Tang Ke just made, a fan who was watching the live broadcast shouted. Baymax? Robot. Why do I feel like this is an inflatable toy? Someone said in surprise. Dubai stood in place and gradually expanded, and soon turned back into a tall, white, fat figure. It walked to Tang Ke with a silly step, blinked, and stood quietly by the side. Yashuan, go and enjoy the cool air under the rock wall. I need some time. Tang Ke said as he began to dismantle the electromagnetic thrusters. With a few bangs, he pulled the electromagnetic thrusters directly out of the car. What are you doing? Zhang Yashuan couldn't quite understand her husband's behavior. She had just mentioned it casually. Why did her own stinky baby suddenly become so excited? You just reminded me. I plan to try my idea. The success rate is very high. Anyway, there is a traffic jam and I can't move now. Looking at such a long convoy, it is definitely impossible to move for a while. Tang Ke plans to refit the car. Turn the artificial intelligence car into an artificial intelligence flying car. Yes, literally, he plans to make the car fly. Okay, do whatever you want. Zhang Yashuan walked helplessly to the shade nearby and waited. The bodyguards in the 3 cars got out one after another and made room for her to prevent others from approaching. In the blocked road, Tang Ke was the only one there, dismantling car parts, with Dubai standing beside him, not knowing what was going on. What is Tang Ke going to do? Who knows? It feels like some big project is underway. Is this what an inventor is like? He can get inspiration even when he is stuck in traffic and then improvise? Just watch. I have nothing to do anyway. The friends and car owners in the live broadcast room were all watching Tang Ke, who was busy. He disassembled a complete electromagnetic thruster into pieces and then used the parts inside the car to reassemble it. Dense parts were scattered all over the ground, and the scorching sun made the earth scorching hot. If you drop an egg on the ground, it will probably be cooked instantly. Zhang Yashuan frowned slightly, took out a parasol from her bag, walked to Tang Ku's side, and shielded him from the sun. The live broadcast phone was held in Zhang Yashuan's hand. The scene before her made many people feel what love is. Some things don't need to be expressed loudly, but rather through action. After half an hour, there was still no sign of traffic on the blocked road. Tang Ku operated it for a while and finally assembled the large electromagnetic thruster into 8 small electromagnetic thrusters. Chapter 39. Where are the people who want to eat cars? Tang Ku installed 2 of the small electromagnetic thrusters on both sides of the rear of the vehicle. Then he took out a pad with wheels from the carriage. He said to Zhang Yashuan, "Thank you, my dear. You don't need to hold the umbrella anymore. Dubai, help me lift the car." You want Dubai to help you lift the car? Zhang Yashuan thought she had misheard. The people in the live broadcast room also spoke up. No. Even if Dubai is stupid and cute, you can't bully it like this, right? Old Tang, you're going too far. Dubai is inflatable. Even if your Qilin car is light, it can't lift it. That's right, aren't you bullying Dubai? Brothers, I plan to attack Tang Ku. Tell me, am I doing the right thing? The light of righteousness, we support you. No, Dubai really turned around and prepared to lift the car? Are you kidding me? If Baymax could lift this thing, I would wash my hair upside down right now. I'd even eat this car without the sauce. Add me one. My silly Dubai, how can you possibly lift it? Boom. Suddenly, the fans in the live broadcast room and the car owners watching the scene hadn't finished speaking yet. The Kirin smart car was easily lifted up by Dubai's 2 big fat hands. The silver-white Kirin smart car was held high above the head by the cute Dubai, as easily as if he was holding a foam model. This action shocked everyone present. The entire live broadcast room fell into silence, and Zhang Yashuan stood there in a daze. Especially the car owners on the scene felt it most clearly. At this moment, it was as if a super strong man lifted a huge rock hundreds of feet high, bringing a strong impact to people. What the hell is going on? Fuck, how did you do that? Baymax has such a powerful power? Isn't it a cute robot? No, I remember Tanka said that Dubai is a medical care robot. You told me this thing is a nursing robot? Are you sure it's not a weightlifting robot? Ah, I'm stupid. Tang Ku, do you think I'm a clown seeking attention? I'm vomiting. The clown is actually me. Where are those people who just said they wanted to wash their hair upside down? No one would have thought that an inflatable robot could possess such magical powers. No matter from which angle you think about it, it seems impossible. After all, the support for your inflatable device is so small, how can it generate such strong force? But the facts slapped everyone in the face. This thing that violated the laws of physics refreshed everyone's 3 views. This is black technology, something that cannot be understood by humans. Tang Ku is indeed a genius. Why did he write novels in obscurity before? It's such a waste. The staff at the research center couldn't help but sigh. If Tang Ku had started developing technology in the past, people's lives would definitely be completely changed. Dean Liang, can you see the principle behind this? Asked a researcher. Di Liang, with white hair, took off his glasses and sighed with satisfaction. I'm getting old. The disciple is really better than the master. I can't see through Tang Ku's technology at all. I can't even guess the possibility of realization. The emergence of Tang Ku in our country is truly a great national event. If it were in ancient times, it would have been celebrated by the whole nation. Di Liang could at least understand or guess the principles behind the previous Kirin cars and primary robots. But right now, Dubai's structure can be said to be a ball of gas. After the gas is released, only a small bracket is left. How can it lift a car so easily? Everyone was dumbfounded. Those who said they wanted to eat cars and wash their hair upside down simply exited the live broadcast room and pretended nothing had happened. In order not to be remembered, they even had to spend money to change their names. There is no way. There are too many people in the live broadcast room, and someone must remember their names. If anyone dares to appear in the live broadcast room with this name, they will definitely be caught by a group of people and even their real information will be dug out. Never underestimate the power of netizens. Tang Ku was unaware of the shock of netizens, and as for the car owners around him, he simply ignored them. Dubai, lower the car a little. Dubai did as he was told and lowered the car. Tang Ko lay on the sliding board, took the remaining 6 small electromagnetic thrusters, and crawled under the car. A new round of transformation began. The scorching temperature made Tang Ko sweat all over, but he didn't care at all and focused entirely on the disassembly and assembly. First, an electromagnetic thruster is installed on each of the 4 corners of the bottom of the vehicle. Then the electromagnetic propulsion device is installed on the side, in the center of the 2 tires. The installation process was easy and Tang Ko quickly installed all the small electromagnetic thrusters. The trouble is connecting these electromagnetic thrusters to output the same electromagnetic power. He tested it over and over again, turning the electromagnetic thrusters on and off, making a hissing sound. This step lasted for a full half an hour and was finally done. Tang Ko crawled out from under the car, and Dubai put the Kirin smart car back to the ground steadily. It took more than an hour in total, and the road was still blocked, with no sign of being passable. "We're done, Yashwan, Dubai, let's go." Tang Ko smiled and took off his wet t-shirt, then took out a clean white t-shirt and towel from the car. He doesn't have a strong body, but he has some muscular curves. Especially the mermaid line on the abdomen, which looks very beautiful. In addition, Tang Ko seldom goes out, and his skin is so fair that it makes young girls salivate. The sudden stripping caught all the women off guard. This was immediately followed by a barrage of comments and the female car owners' pretty faces blushing. "Ah, you take off your clothes as soon as you disagree with me. You yelled wife, dada, and then took off your clothes and got in the car. What are you doing? I see. Baymax is just a cover. Ah. I'm shy, Mom. There's a handsome guy taking off his clothes here. This is a tactical stripping." The live broadcast content just now was too boring, so Tang Ko was creating heat for the live broadcast room. He is a live broadcast genius. Completed. Zhang Yashwan's live broadcast room is not just for men, there are also many girls who like to watch it. After all, most of Zhang Yashwan's live broadcast content is about daily life, and some girls who have nothing to do will watch Zhang Yashwan's live broadcast. You can also learn how to cook or how to get along with your husband. In their opinion, Zhang Yashwan is a woman who knows how to control her husband very well. Look how obedient Tang Ko is at home. This is what it means to understand a man's heart. TSK, I didn't expect you to be this kind of audience. I'm different. I only pay attention to what Tang Ko has modified. No matter how much modification is done, there will still be traffic jams. I bet they just get in the car to enjoy the air conditioning. Chapter 40 Kirin Intelligent Flying Car. What if they're not here for the air conditioning? Are you doing the same as the ones in front of you, washing your hair upside down and eating cars? That's right. Since we're going to make a bet, let's talk about the punishment for the loser. I suggest brushing it super hot, so that it will be impossible for them to wash their hair while standing upside down. TSK, where are those losers who left earlier? I guess after the name change, just continue to watch the live broadcast here. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. What I said just now was bullshit. The gambler suddenly backed down. Looking back on Tang Ko's previous behavior, he always slapped the faces of all his doubters. The most important thing is that Tang Ko himself didn't know that he had invisibly slapped others several times. Dubai released the air in his body again, and was then stuffed into the car by Tang Ko, who had wiped his body and put on his clothes. He and Zhang Yashwan returned to the car again. Take out your laptop and connect it to the Qilin auto system. While checking the data, he gave the order, start the 6 electromagnetic thrusters under the vehicle. We are about to take off. If Yashwan is scared, just jump into my arms. Tang Ko smiled and patted his chest, pretending to be strong, which made Zhang Yashwan cover her mouth and chuckle. Buzz. The electromagnetic thrusters under the vehicle started up at the same time, emitting a faint blue light. It seemed as if there was blue smoke emanating from under the Qilin. It was the faint light of electromagnetic propulsion, which caused the smoke and dust to rage. The buzzing sound startled the nearby car owners. Someone seemed to notice something and immediately took out his mobile phone to take pictures. There was smoke and dust all over the bottom of the Qilin car, covering half of the car body. But there were still some people with sharp eyes who noticed the changes. It's floating. It's floating. The car owner with good eyesight said in surprise as his pupils shrank. What's floating? The people around looked up in confusion, and saw nothing except the scorching sun. Car. The Kirin smart car is floating. The man pointed at Tang Ko's smart car and exclaimed. As he finished speaking, Tang Ke's car gradually rose up. The four wheels left the ground at the same time, shaking slightly and rising at a slow speed. Tang Ke was in the car, holding a computer, typing on the keyboard, constantly adjusting the power of 6 small thrusters. Zhang Yashuan grabbed Tang Ke's arm nervously. Just after getting into the car, Tang Ke had told her that he was ready to make the car fly. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to actually fly up the next second. I don't know why, but ever since my husband started working in technology, he seems to be getting more and more capable. It feels like a bird that has escaped from a cage and is flying into the vast sky. The Kirin smart car floated higher and higher, from 1 meter to 2 meters, then to 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Finally, it stopped in the air at a height of 10 meters. I'm going to fly, I'm flying. What the hell is this? This car can actually fly? You're telling me this is a car? The car owner below couldn't close his mouth, looking up at the Kirin smart car in the air, feeling like he was dreaming. Flying car. This word is so strange and distant, but it appeared before their eyes today. The Qilin car finally stabilized in the air and no longer shook slightly as it did at the beginning. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, sitting in the car, felt as if they were on the ground. It was so stable that it gave them an inexplicable sense of security. Origin, turn on the electromagnetic thrusters at the rear of the car, fly to the end of the road and see what's going on over there. Tang Ke spoke again. Qilin's successful flight also verified that his theory was correct. He gave orders to see what the thing was that was blocking the vehicles so much that they couldn't move. Buzz. 2 blue lights emanated from the tail, and the Kirin smart car suspended in the air began to fly forward. The speed gradually increased from 10 yards at the beginning to 120 yards. This speed is not slow, after all, it is a disassembled small electromagnetic thruster. Countless car owners on the road saw the Qilin car flying in the air. Some people thought they were dazzled or had hallucinations. They took out their mobile phones to record and posted the videos and photos on the internet. It quickly became a hot topic and sparked widespread discussion. Many skeptics have come forward, saying that this is a fantasy. But then he was thrown out of the live broadcast room connection, and was verified and slapped in the face on the spot. More and more people flocked to Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room just to see whether the photos and videos on the internet were true or false. After driving for less than 5 minutes, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan finally saw the end. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a huge rolling stone that hit the middle of the road and blocked the entire road. This is a one-way lane, and if a construction team wants to come over and remove the boulder, it would take a long detour to drive from the other side and then find a way to remove the boulder. Origin, let the car land on the opposite side. Tang Ke said, Dubai, lift the stone and then climb onto the roof and sit firmly. Got it? Okay, Mr. Tang. Dubai blinked his dark eyes and replied. Oh my god, let Dubai lift such a big stone? Is Baymax so powerful? Let's not talk about whether Dubai has such strength. Can the Qilin car carry such a heavy stone and fly? Just a passerby, what is this Dubai? And this car can really fly? Fuck, it's really a speeding car. Newcomer, please don't make any noise. Just keep watching and you will find more amazing things. Please stay calm. Sister Yashuan, please ask old Tang if I can replace the Kirin smart car I bought with this flying one? The audience in the live broadcast room asked countless questions, all of which were very critical and hit the point directly. They knew that Dubai had amazing arm strength, but it would probably be difficult for him to lift such a big stone, right? At this moment, the huge rocks in the center of the road were scattered all over the ground. One of the huge boulders is 2 meters high and stands in the center of the road. Although it did not completely block the road, there was not enough room on the sides for vehicles to pass. They tried to push the stone, but it didn't budge. Oh, why haven't the construction team arrived yet? If I wait any longer, my gas will run out. The car owner in the front row said bitterly. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. There was no shade to stand in here, so they could only sit in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. Unlike where Tang Ke and the others were previously, there happened to be a huge rock where they could provide shelter from the elements. The Kirin smart car landed on the other side because there were no vehicles on this side. Tang Ke took Dubai out and then got back into the car. Oh, move aside. I want to take a picture of Dubai lifting the stone. Zhang Yashuan, who was beside him, came over with her cell phone in hand, aiming it at Dubai, who was walking with a silly step. Chapter 41, My feet slipped, super stress resistance. Inside the car, Zhang Yashwan suddenly turned around and asked, "Speaking of which, can Dubai really lift this stone?" "Don't wait until Dubai is crushed to pieces." Tang Ke said in disbelief, "It's just a robot. Even if it's gone, we can just create another one." "How can you do this? This is the first robot gift you gave me, it must not be squashed." Zhang Yashwan said angrily, "Don't you know if Dubai can lift it? Then hurry up and get it back." Having said that, she immediately planned to get out of the car and call Dubai, but was stopped by Tang Ke. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's just a broken stone." Tang Ke explained helplessly, "Don't I know what I made myself? The Baymax he created can lift objects weighing 5 tons. No matter how heavy the huge rock blocking the middle is, it can't be more than 5 tons. This huge rock weighs only about 2 tons, or 3 tons at most. What if it can't be lifted?" Zhang Yashwan asked Tang Ke, staring at him. "How can you not lift it? Don't you trust your husband?" Tang Ke pretended to be angry. Okay, I believe you can lift it." "Bah! You can lift it anyway." Zhang Yashwan blushed and quickly changed her words. "What I want to say is, I believe you, but I don't believe Dubai can lift it. It must be because I have been interacting too much with Tang Ke recently, which has caused me to speak incoherently." The entire conversation between the two fell into the live broadcast room. Everyone laughed and the screen was full of driving conversations. "If you can lift it, you can give me a kiss, how about that?" Tang Ke said, leaning closer. "What if you can't lift it? Then I'll kiss you. You just know how to take advantage of me." Zhang Yashwan rolled her eyes at Tang Ke. "But then I realized, is this the time to discuss this?" She was startled and turned her head abruptly to look in the direction of Dubai. I saw a 2-meter-high boulder was lifted up by Dubai's 2 big fat hands with a loud bang. "What? Fuck, Hercules by 666, 666, 6666, awesome. Wow, it really looks good. What exactly is Baymax made of? Isn't it an inflatable robot?" We all underestimated Tang Ke. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. The scene of Dubai lifting the boulder was truly shocking. Even the car owners on the opposite side were shocked. Such a big stone was actually lifted up by a fat white man, and a heat wave was created the moment it was lifted up. It's like an immortal holding up a fairy mountain in his hands, it's shocking. The Chilean car automatically drove to Dubai's side. It held the huge rock and walked towards Chilean automobile with stupid steps, and each step it took created a deep pit. To the astonishment of countless people, he stepped on the front of the car. "Oh my god, what are they doing? Are they rebelling?" the car owners exclaimed. They didn't know Tang Ke's plan and thought the robots were going to rebel, so they were terrified at the moment. "Oh my god. The robots are rebelling. It looks like they're planning to stone Tang Ke to death." "Good fellow, if I hadn't watched the live broadcast a few minutes ago, I would have almost believed your lies. Are you really not afraid that such a heavy stone will crush the car? I remember that the Chilean car could smash rocks. It was very strong. But what is being tested now is the ability to withstand pressure, not hardness. The two are different." The people in the live broadcast room also had solemn expressions and stared at the screen closely. Bang! Dubai put one foot on the front of the car, but the Chilean car did not change, and there was not even any sinking or shaking. This alone is enough to prove that Kirin automobile has excellent pressure-bearing capacity. When Dubai was about to step on the second foot, the pupils of the car manufacturers suddenly shrank. How is that possible? The full force of such a huge rock is exerted on Dubai's thighs. Not only did it not sink the car, there wasn't even a slight shake. Is it really that outrageous? Is this a truck? Crunch! At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Dubai was walking with stupid steps, but suddenly his foot slipped. The huge rock broke free from Dubai's hand and smashed towards Chilean like a meteorite. In an instant, time seemed to slow down infinitely. Everyone looked surprised at the same time. Both the car owner outside and the netizens who were watching the scene from inside the car through the live broadcast room were frightened and turned pale. Although they were not in danger, such a huge rock would definitely crush the entire car if it fell. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashwan in the car will definitely not survive. Witnessing the scene of human death is still very frightening. Not good. The rocks are coming down. It's over. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, nearly half of the people were so scared that they closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Zhang Yashuan was so scared that she dropped her phone aside and threw herself into Tang Ke's arms. Even if we die, we must die together. The live broadcast room suddenly became dark, and everyone felt terrified. No more. It was so loud that the live broadcast room went dark. Something must have happened. Wow, how could this happen? It's over, call an ambulance quickly, the two people in the car are of high status. Don't panic, everyone. The live broadcast room is dark, but it doesn't show that the live broadcast is closed, which means Sister Yashuan's phone is still working. Yes. The live broadcast room was not closed. If something went wrong, the phone would definitely be crushed. People in the live broadcast room turned up the volume, trying to hear a whisper of help. As long as there is still breath, there is hope. At this moment, the stunned car owners were silent. Half of the people stared with eyes wide open, revealing disbelief. The other half slowly opened their eyes, and the scene in front of them came into view. The heavy rock fell on the roof of the Qilin car, causing a loud bang. Because the huge rock was too heavy, it was stuck on the roof of the car and did not roll down. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, who were sitting in the car, finally felt the shaking. The Qilin sank suddenly, then bounced up and swayed again. The up and down shaking gradually weakened and returned to stability again. Zhang Yashuan threw herself into Tang Ke's arms and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Suddenly I realized that the two people were not dead, and there was not even any sense of oppression. She looked up blankly, only to see that the roof of the car was intact. But the surroundings became darker, as if the vehicle was parked in the shadow of the building. Tang Ke held his wife in his arms, a faint smile appeared on his face, and said, "What's wrong, honey, are you scared?" I'm not scared." Zhang Yashuan's pretty face turned red. She immediately sat up straight and pretended to be calm. At the same time, her beautiful eyes showed uncontrollable curiosity. She already knew that the car was not under any building. Instead, it was pressed by a huge rock. But why the vehicle was not damaged at all and was even intact? This is puzzling and shocking. You knew a long time ago that nothing would happen, so you asked Dubai to move up. Zhang Yashuan asked with a red face. Why didn't you tell her earlier when you knew there wouldn't be any problem? She was so scared that she dropped her phone. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 42: The idea of making a mobile phone. I said I didn't react, do you believe me? Tang Ke smiled. I don't believe you at all. You must have done it on purpose. I'm angry. Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms in front of her chest, puffed up her cheeks, and said angrily. Hearing this, Tang Ke was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't react at the moment when Dubai fell. What Tang Ke was thinking about was not that he was going to be doomed, but that he was recalling the materials and technology he used to manufacture the Qilin car. I was thinking quickly in my mind whether Qilin automobile could withstand the impact of such falling rocks. When he recalled it, the huge rock had already hit the roof of the car. Be good, I won't be angry, give you a kiss, Mua. Tang Ke put his arms around Zhang Yashuan's slender waist and leaned over to kiss his wife's red lips. Tisk, go away, you pervert, you're so annoying. Zhang Yashuan reached out and pushed Tang Ke, but found that she couldn't move him at all. After struggling for a while, he could only smile bitterly. She wasn't really angry, she just wanted to tease Tang Ke and ask him to be more careful next time. However, the audience in the live broadcast room were worried about the life and death of the two. As soon as they turned up the volume, they ended up getting their mouths filled with dog food, and a sour and stinky smell filled the air, making the singles feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, why didn't this huge rock crush old Tang to death? We were worried about their safety, but here they were kissing each other and not even picking up their lost phones. Good guy, I'm really good. Unfollow. Unfollow. I'm going to give a bad review on my new book. It's so infuriating. The people in the live broadcast room were shouting and posting comments crazily, and the completely black live broadcast room also had a picture at this moment. Zhang Yashuan picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground and was relieved to see that there were no cracks. Mobile phones are good in every way except that they are easy to break, and some of them are very heavy. By the way, Xiao Kezi, can you make a mobile phone? She wiped the screen with a tissue and asked Tang Ke. A cell phone? After thinking for 2 seconds, Tang Ke said, it seems that it can be made, but it is definitely not possible at this stage. After all, I need to make the materials myself. If he were to make a mobile phone, Tang Ke naturally wouldn't be able to make the kind of mobile phones available on the market. What is the most ideal mobile phone? Naturally, it should be light and have powerful performance. If possible, it would be best to make it like a science fiction movie. The transparent screen can be called up at any time and various information will be displayed on it, similar to a holographic projection. Perhaps we can use holographic projection and interactive touch technology to create a brand new mobile phone. The more Tang Ke thought about it, the more he felt there was a way. Just load the contents of your phone into headphones or glasses. Then, when you want to use your phone, just call it with gestures, voice, or even your mind. On headphones or glasses, mobile phone information will be projected in front of people's eyes. People just need to click the air with their fingers, or control it directly with their brains. It feels very dreamy, but with his high-tech system, he might really be able to do it. After having a general direction, Tang Ke became excited and wanted to take action immediately. But he still resisted the urge and decided to take one step at a time. Now is the time to go out and have fun, so stop thinking about so many messy things. However, Zhang Yashuan is really his lucky star. Every time, she can give him inspiration with just a few words. Origin, let Debai stand directly on the roof of the car and hold the huge rock steady. If it falls, I will have to send it back to the furnace to be remade. Tang Ke said. Origin and Debai can be connected to the internet, and Origin can directly issue data instructions to Debai. Debai, who was lying on the car, immediately stood up, stood on the car and held the huge rock tightly to prevent it from falling off. Buzz! The Qilin car started again, and several blue flames spurted out from under the car, lifting the Qilin car into the air. These car owners have not yet recovered from their shock. Then I saw the Qilin car carrying a 2-meter-high rock and flying up. Even with the weight of the huge rock, the electromagnetic thrusters still lifted the car. Everyone has to re-understand the power of electromagnetic propulsion and how powerful it is. Under the attention of countless people, the Qilin car slowly rose to the top of the rock and slowly fell down. Debai lifted the huge rock with great effort again and put it down on the ground with a loud dull sound. Okay, this location is absolutely safe. We won't fall again. Tang Ke got out of the car and looked at the surroundings. Although it is the top of the rock, it is very flat and wide. Unless there is a tornado, it is impossible for these rocks to be blown down. If a tornado really happened, no one would pass by such a place. Humans are not stupid and they still know how to take detours. It was not until this moment that the audience in the live broadcast room came to their senses. The barrage started to appear again. It's flying again. I don't know why, but now I feel that a flying car is not surprising. Am I floating? Today really refreshed my worldview. An inflatable robot with great strength, a smart car that can fly and resist the impact of boulders. Ha! It's obviously a nursing medical robot. After seeing this, if anyone dares to say this is a nursing robot, I will criticize them directly. Speaking of which, old Tang's car is really awesome. It can handle such a big rock without any problem. It's really powerful. There's not even a dent, that's outrageous. Please, old Tang, tell me how much the flying car costs, and I'll place an order immediately. That's right, stop showing off on the live broadcast, we want to ride a flying car and show off. Tang Ke pushed Debai back into the car and sat next to his wife, just in time to catch a glimpse of the barrage on his phone. He smiled and said, this car is still a bit crude and has many problems that have not been solved. I won't sell it for the time being. Maybe later. The flying car was just a sudden idea he came up with. There are many things that need to pass testing before they can be sold, otherwise they are semi-finished products. Moreover, the planning of flying cars requires coordination with national leaders. Flying cars are just like the birth of cars. In the beginning, there were no dedicated roads and they had to weave through the crowd, causing chaos. Therefore, if we want to officially release the smart flying car, we must first let national personnel plan the flight area, as well as some precautions, etc. For example, traffic rules, passengers are prohibited from throwing objects out of the windows, not even cigarette ashes. We want to sell smart flying cars and integrate them into people's lives. There are many things involved behind this that need to be planned and dealt with. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room showed disappointment. The car manufacturers breathed a sigh of relief as they can now only compete in the market for cars priced below 1 million. If a smart flying car is invented, their market below 1 million will definitely be greatly affected. Chapter 43 Built-in electric stun device. Those supercar manufacturers are working hard to research smart supercars. Seeing Tang Ke's epic-making technological level, they feel that their own future is bleak. Intelligence has not been developed and the speed has not been improved. Now he has the ability to fly. How can they catch up? What is going on in this era? Is it developing too fast? Automakers are feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. When Tangku and others returned to the road, all the vehicles were still. The car owners all smiled and said words like thank you. They watched Tangku's car leave until it disappeared from their sight, and then they returned to their own cars. The road that had been blocked for more than 2 hours was finally open. Fuhu Park. The cool breeze blew and the branches swayed. Zhang Yashuan spread a pink blanket on the grass, and she and Tangku sat under a shady tree chatting about the past. Call out. Tangku threw a tennis ball out. Dabai's eyes were instantly fixed on the tennis ball and he chased after it with silly steps. How fun is it? Isn't it cuter than a pet dog? Tangku said with a smile. Don't bully Dabai. You clearly set this up on purpose, otherwise why would it chase out like a dog? Zhang Yashuan pinched the flesh on Tangku's waist with her delicate hand. It's really not my setting. This is the function of Dabai to coax children. If a child loses the ball, it will pick it up. Tangku raised his hands to show that he was innocent. Is that how you coax your child? Zhang Yashuan glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Why can't we just coax him like that? The child will definitely like to see Dabai running to pick up the ball. If you don't believe me, let's have a baby and see what she thinks. Tangku chuckled, making Zhang Yashuan's pretty face blush again. She rolled her eyes at Tangku. You're so frivolous. You just think about those things after just a few words, and you didn't even turn off the live broadcast. So you knew not to turn off the live broadcast. Is this a dog food live broadcast room? The fans in the live broadcast room laughed bitterly. Other people's live broadcast rooms are for interacting with fans, but Sister Yashuan's live broadcast room is for interacting with Lao Tang. This anchor is too outrageous. He didn't even chat with fans during the live broadcast. He just played his own game. He unfollowed me. Goodbye, I won't see you off. New fans watch daily life, and old fans watch technology. No one really thinks that this live broadcast room belongs to Sister Yashuan, right? Since Tangku's black technology was exposed, the number of fans in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room has increased several times. These fans all came to see Tangku and to find out if there are any new black technology products coming out. Watching Zhang Yashuan's daily live broadcast is just a side job. After all, no one would refuse to see a beautiful woman, especially a super beautiful woman. After a while, Dabai came back with a tennis ball in both hands and a silly step. More than a dozen bodyguards also came over, 2 of whom were female bodyguards carrying baskets filled with afternoon tea and desserts. The bodyguards' cars can't fly, so they finally arrived only now after the road was clear. A cup of black tea, some desserts, and snacks. The 2 of them sat on the carpet and enjoyed the food leisurely, which could be considered a small date. On a quiet afternoon, the 2 of them leaned against each other under a shady tree, enjoying the summer breeze. Looking at the children basking in the sunshine and running on the grass. My mood was unusually calm and happy, and even the live broadcast room became quiet. The live broadcast perspective was facing the grass in the distance. It was a live broadcast without any commentary, but there were still many people watching. Perhaps they also feel that ordinary days can also taste different. What a pity, this piece. It was broken by a falling child. A boy who was running suddenly fell to the ground, covering his chest with his hands in pain. He then fell into coma, but his body was still twitching. The children around were frightened and hurriedly called their parents over. Tangku and Zhang Yashuan were also stunned and walked over with Dabai. How could this happen? It was a heart attack. He was fine before, how could it suddenly happen? Quick, take the child to the hospital. Call 120. A group of parents surrounded the boy, looking extremely anxious. Make way. The robot next to me understands medical care. Let it take a look. Tangku squeezed directly into the crowd and pushed the people on both sides away. Tangku, you are Tangku, the robot behind you. Someone recognized Tangku, but obviously many people didn't know about Dabai. When they saw the adorable Baymax behind them, they couldn't help but wonder whether this thing could do it. What can a robot do? Heart disease is something that cannot be treated carelessly. Some treatments require medication, while others require the use of instruments, etc. Don't touch anything you don't understand. Don't worry, everyone. Dabai will scan it. Tangku gave instructions to Dubai in a flat tone. Okay, scanning. Scanning completed. With a beep, a picture appeared on Dubai's round belly. Arrhythmia detected, scan determined to be ventricular fibrillation, should be treated with asynchronous defibrillation. Swish. As Dubai finished speaking, a circle of blue light suddenly appeared on its hands, as if lightning was released from them. Oh my god, the Lightning King Dubai? What's going on? Could it be that the lightning on my palm is? Do CPR? My goodness, this is a heart attack. Dubai has emergency treatment function? I'm afraid this won't work. If you get this thing wrong, someone could die. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned and started talking about it. The target heart rate is decreasing. Do you want to perform defibrillation treatment? Dubai asked again. Tangku turned to look at the boy's parents and said, Dear parent, my Dubai robot specializes in medicine and has a built-in defibrillator. Its professionalism even exceeds that of doctors. Your child is in danger now. I suggest that Dubai come to perform emergency rescue. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Human life is at stake, but Tangka still asked the other parent for their opinion. If the other party disagrees, he will forcefully save the person. Even if you save the other person, he or she will not understand. He doesn't want to be a nice guy. Okay, I believe you, Mr. Tang. Please save my child. The parent cried. Wow, you're actually a fan. Dubai, take action. Only people who know him call him Lao Tang. It was obvious that this person knew Tangku. At Tangku's command, Dubai took a step forward and placed his hands on the boy's chest. Sizzle. It seemed as if there was a suction force on Dubai's palm that sucked the boy up, and he fell back to the ground the next second. The electric current flowed into the boy's body from his palm, stimulating cells throughout his body and activating his heartbeat. Chapter 44, A Man with His Own Traffic. Activation failed, increase the frequency and shock again. Sizzle. The first click was not successful, and the boy's heart rate was still abnormal. It's even decreasing. Dubai pressed his palm on the boy's chest again, and activated the boy's heart with another electric shock. Bang! The boy's body bounced again. This time, the heartbeat panel on Dubai's belly finally showed the words, normal heart rate. The heart rate has returned to normal, and the target state is temporarily stable. It is recommended to take more care in the future. Dubai stood up, and the halo on his palm disappeared. After the boy was electrocuted, his breathing became steady and his body stopped twitching. The ferocious expression relaxed, and Tangku and the parent both breathed a sigh of relief. He really survived? A robot can actually respond to heart attacks. How amazing! What kind of robot is this? Is technology so advanced now? An old man who was strolling in the park said with squinted eyes. It's Tangku, the guy who developed the smart car. Ah. So it's him. Now he's switching careers to develop robots? That's a huge leap. Awesome. I was wondering why he looked so familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before. Turns out he's the black technology tycoon who's been all the rage on the internet lately. Countless people cast their gazes over, their eyes filled with admiration. Both smart cars and artificial intelligence require intelligence, but the hardware knowledge is completely different. The two are crossing industries, and crossing industries is like crossing mountains. The difficulty is self-evident. But Tangka not only did it, but also demonstrated his achievements to the world at a level that was ahead of his time. More and more people gathered around, but were stopped by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards. In addition to protecting Zhang Yashuan's safety, it is also to make more space for the little boy and ensure fresh air. Thank you so much, old Tang. I will be your loyal fan from now on. You are my child's lifesaver. The parent immediately picked up his child and kept thanking Tangku. At the same time, he thanked Dubai, thank you too, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my child. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Dubai responded, seemingly understanding. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. After checking, the doctors breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, but we still need to go to the hospital for further examination. Then I'll trouble the doctors. The parent was completely relieved. After thanking Tangku again, he took the ambulance to the hospital. The entire process of rescuing people was recorded by Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast. Debai's medical abilities finally came into everyone's attention. Anyone who watched the live broadcast previously thought that Debai was not a medical robot at all. It's more like a transport robot with enormous strength. But Debai's performance just now overturned everyone's previous impression. Tang Ke really wouldn't brag about his stuff. Since it's a medical robot, it must specialize in medical care. Who says medical robots can't have tremendous strength? It naturally takes strength to take care of patients, and you 1T have the strength. What should I do if I meet a 200-pound fat man? Old Tang is indeed very thoughtful. He is worthy of being a novelist. He always thinks more far-sightedly than others. Why didn't I think of this reason before? It turns out that taking care of patients requires strength. I'm a nurse, and I can tell you clearly that I have indeed encountered such a situation, but there are many people in the hospital, so multiple people can carry one patient. I see. Because Baymax is a robot, it needs to complete multi-person actions on its own, such as carrying patients, which requires greater strength. The story of Debai saving the boy who had a heart attack became a huge hit on the internet. This kind of thing about human health issues will receive widespread attention. After all, who doesn't want to be healthy? This robot is so real. I heard that Lao Tang will mass produce this kind of robot, and there are different types. You can look forward to it. Fuck, it's old Tang again. He's so awesome. He just made a smart car and now he's making a medical robot. Ha, did the internet just get online upstairs? What about smart cars? Old Tang has even made a smart flying car now. I was lucky enough to watch the live broadcast that day. It's a pity that the smart flying car will not be mass-produced so soon, but I am still very much looking forward to it. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the surprise of the onlookers. Flying car? What the hell? Don't doubt yourself, it's just what you think it is, a flying smart car. Are you sure you're not making up a lie? If a car can fly, is it still a car? Why not call it a plane? It can run on the ground and fly in the sky. It is small and does not need wings to fly. What else can we call it if not a flying car? If you don't understand, go watch the video. It's trending on the internet now. Netizens rushed to search for information. This is indeed true. The news about the smart flying car and the robot Baymax has dominated the hot search news. In the past, readers would just laugh off such news. But since the smart car developed by Tang Ke came out, things in science fiction movies don't seem so far away anymore. Therefore, information about science and technology has gradually attracted the attention of more and more people. In particular, news with the words Tang Ke all dominated the hot search list. Hashtag genius inventor Tang Ke creates new black technology to benefit the whole country. Hashtag a robot that possesses all the medical knowledge in the world. Hashtag flying cars. Hashtag the guardian of children and the elderly. The big white robot is here. Shock. The reason for the birth of the big white robot is actually Tang Ke did something shocking to make his wife happy. Because there was a traffic jam, he made the car fly. Not only did the reports go viral on the internet, they were also reported on TV news. The country seemed to attach great importance to Tang Ke. The news was reported by many TV stations, which publicized Tang Ke's youth and potential. This not only spreads Tang Ke's reputation, but is also a form of protection for him by the country. This is to inform the outside world that Tang Ke is an important person that their country is paying attention to. No one from any country should have any evil thoughts about it. Several days have passed since we went out for a picnic. After Tang Ke returned home, he designed many drawings of Debai's different forms, as well as smart chips for various professions. There is a thick pile of drawings at home. Okay. I'll trouble assistantly then. Tang Ke hung up the phone. He had just asked assistantly to help him acquire a large factory. If you want to mass-produce Baymax, you need a large factory. After all, there are so many types of Baymax. There are all kinds of professions available, including nanny, bodyguard, gardener, chef, etc. Chapter 45. Another idea to create a game. Such a huge quantity requires an equally large factory area. In addition, Tang Ke also designed an automation system. Automated car manufacturing system and automated manufacturing robot system. As for how to build these automated systems, that would naturally be done by letting the 1,000 primary robots do the manufacturing. What Tanko has to do now is to keep drawing blueprints and upload them to Origin. Let Origin control the robot and perform a series of operations. I have been really busy these past few days. Not only do I have to work on the black technology blueprints, but I also have to write chapters for my new novel. Although it hasn't been released yet, Tanku already feels a headache. Forget it, I won't write the novel for now, I'm going to play games with my wife. After typing a few words, Tanku simply chose to give up writing the book. Those who haven't published their books yet can do whatever they want. He walked out of the computer room on the second floor with his cell phone and looked towards the lobby on the first floor from the aisle. I saw my wife and Jean Yumon lying on the sofa playing games. 2 pairs of slender legs were white and swaying, and when she was excited, she would reveal the beauty under the short skirt, which made Tanku shake his head. Jean Yashuan is his wife, so it's okay that he doesn't pay much attention to her at home. This Jean Yumon is. You really treat this as your own home and are not polite at all. What game are you playing? You look so excited. Can you lead me? Tanku leaned on the railing on the second floor and waved his cell phone at the 2 girls downstairs. Jean Yashuan was stunned for a moment, then she immediately sat up straight, gently stroked the wrinkles of her dress with her delicate hands, and resumed her goddess posture. Jean Yumon looked up and her pretty face immediately blushed. She hurriedly sat up and straightened her appearance, especially her short skirt. Brother Tang, did you see my? Jean Yumon glanced at Tanku with a strange look, leaned close to her best friend, and whispered. Don't worry. Jean Yashuan smiled sweetly and said, he's used to it a long time ago. Ah, this? Jean Yumon choked and thought back to his past self. It seems like he often doesn't pay attention to his image, and he must have been seen by Tanku many times. No wonder he was so calm just now, and there was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wow, it turns out I'm so used to it that I don't feel anything anymore. As a beautiful girl, Jean Yumon felt deeply shocked. Women are just weird like that. If you look at her, she will get angry. She will also get angry if you ignore her. We are playing a martial arts game, a new game that our father recently invested in. It uses your origin to improve the intelligence of NPCs, which is very immersive. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Tanku also came down from the second floor and sat on the sofa next to him. The new game our dad invested in? He was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a few seconds he remembered. My father-in-law had previously tried out old games and received widespread acclaim. Therefore, we are now using the origin to create a martial arts game, hoping to restore a realistic martial arts world. Yes, but the game hasn't been released yet. We are playing the internal test version, and there are only 2 of us in the game. Zhang Yashuan chuckled and said, if you want to play, we can send you the installation package and activation code, and we can play the dungeon together. Zhang Yashuan sent an installation package to Tanku via her mobile phone, and then sent him a string of codes. She suddenly remembered something, so she said, my dad also said that he wants to ask you for the copyright of Swordsman in the Snow and integrate the story into the game. If possible, the game will be called Swordsman in the Snow. Tanku was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course there is no problem, just let him use it directly. I can give him the copyright of all my books. We are all family, there is no such thing as copyright, just use it if you want. These all require signing a contract. Even if you don't care, you still have to go through the formalities. Zhang Yashuan sent a message to her father with a smile, and then Tanku received the contract and information from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, thank you, son-in-law. Please sign the copyright contract for Snow Swordsman online directly. Father-in-law, don't worry. I will have someone check it carefully and will never make the game a bad one. Tanku Yimeng, I trust you. After Tanku signed the contract, he sent it back and installed the game at the same time. The game graphics are very good. In the game dialogue, the official gives players 2 ways to answer. One is the official answer method, and different answers will affect the player's personality tendencies. The other answer is the feature of this game. Players can input text or speak directly. NPCs will react differently based on the player's text or voice. There is also the possibility of triggering official Easter eggs, such as obtaining some hidden information. Or if the player has won the favor of the NPC will privately give the player something, etc. The biggest highlight of this game can be said to be NPCs and adventure events. There is still room for improvement. Although NPCs are much more user-friendly and can directly understand the player's voice, which gives people a great sense of immersion, I always feel that something is missing. Tang Ke controlled the character and went into the dungeon with Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng. While fighting monsters, experience and analyze the pros and cons of the game. After completing a copy, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng exclaimed the whole time and were extremely excited. The enemies in the dungeon are very powerful and can even perform some pretty impressive moves. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng took great pains to finally kill the monster. Tang Ke was just slacking off the whole time, and even took some time to observe the NPC's movements. It turns out that after being taken over by artificial intelligence, the behavior of NPCs is far superior to any other game on the market. Their actions are random and different every day. But it does not violate their job duties, as if they are real people living in the game. Tang Ke silently wrote down all the advantages and disadvantages of the game in his notebook. If he has the ability to develop games in the future, he can refer to this game and fill in all its shortcomings. The game made by my father-in-law can be regarded as a test product of artificial intelligence games. This is a pioneering product of smart games and is of great reference value. This game is so fun. After the public beta, I must be number 1 in the server. Jin Yumeng clenched his hands into fists and said ambitiously. Come on, this is such a fun game. If you want to be number 1 in the server, you'll probably have to compete with all the major game anchors. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. This game has a lot of potential once it is released. It will definitely become a hit and attract countless anchors to join. In such an environment, if you want to be the first in the whole server, all the Krypton Gold warriors will die on the battlefield. It's 5:30. Let's go eat. It's my treat. Jin Yumeng looked at the time and said to the two of them. Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan immediately looked suspicious. I have never seen you take the initiative to treat others. If you are too attentive without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. You have something to ask for, right? No, I'm not that kind of person. Jin Yumeng quickly waved his hands to deny. Okay, it's rare that Meng Meng shows such kindness, let's go. Tang Ke smiled, and Zhang Yashuan understood what he meant. Both of them understood that Jin Yumeng definitely had something to ask for. But now is not the time to ask. When it's time to eat, Jin Yumeng will naturally tell her purpose. Chapter 46, Late Night Must Read Chapter. The three of them got on the Kirin smart car and came to Liangxi's night banquet again. Jin Yumeng ordered the most expensive set meal for Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, with a smile on his face. The waiter opened a bottle of 1982 red wine and poured it into three people's exquisite glasses. The aroma of wine filled the private room, and the three of them just sniffed it lightly. You can already feel what it feels like when red wine goes down your throat. Exquisite dishes were presented one after another, which were amazing in both appearance and aroma. Shanghai Old Goose Head, frozen Shantou Kong slices, Chaozhou-style braised fish maw, Shanghai smoked fish, fried shrimp and crab, black truffle abalone and braised pork with rice. The braised goose head is rich and not salty, the skin is chewy and the meat is delicate. Shantou Kong is sweet and crisp, with a slight aftertaste and the taste of the sea. If paired with shrimp paste and secret sauce, the delicious flavor of the conch slices will be fully stimulated, and the more you chew it, the more delicious it will be. The fish maw in Chaozhou-style braised fish maw comes from the belly of marine fish. The fragrant, soft, and non-sticky gum melts in the mouth and is soft, glutinous and elastic. This is so delicious. We should have ordered this last time. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she ate, and she covered her red lips with her delicate hands to avoid losing her composure. Not bad, try this Shanghai smoked fish. Jin Yumeng picked up a piece of fish and put it into Zhang Yashuan's bowl. This is also great. The fish skin is very crispy and there is still a lot of juice in the meat. It's so fresh and sweet. Zhang Yashuan ate the smoked fish and commented generously. And there's this fried shrimp and crab, which is made with crab roe and hand-peeled river shrimp. Jin Yumeng pushed the fried shrimp and crab in front of the two of them, very excited. Tang Ke also scooped some into his mouth with a spoon. The rich aroma and sweetness made him linger. After eating several appetizers in succession, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan both felt that these dishes were definitely not cheap. The last dish is black truffle abalone and braised pork with rice. Fresh morels, small abalone, and premium pork belly are placed on the rice. There is also soup made from them, which is poured over rice. The smell made the three of them drool. This meal was very filling and it was free, as it was all paid for by Jin Yumeng. Tang Ke did not refuse. Since the other party wanted his help, there would definitely be a price to pay. And since he accepted the other party's dinner, he would definitely do his best. Jin Yuming's family background is no worse than Zhang Yashuan's. Jin Yuming's father is the chairman of Ingphone Group, which is involved in industries such as the internet, finance, motorcycles, and clothing. Tell me, what do you want to do? Zhang Yashuan took a napkin and gently wiped her red lips. Hearing Zhang Yashuan's initiative, Jin Yuming smiled sweetly and stopped pretending. She's going to reveal her cards. It's like this. My dad owns a small portion of Augusta's shares. He wants to buy Augusta, but the other party is reluctant to do so. Jin Yuming blinked and said, so they made a request, which is to let us find someone to compete with the players of major professional teams in a 3-person time race and win first place. And among the people we are looking for, there cannot be any professional racing drivers. If they can take first place like this, they are willing to be acquired. The Windward Group is very powerful, and Augusta does not want to offend them. In addition, the Windward Group also owns shares in Augusta, and the relationship is a partnership. Therefore, Augusta's request can be said to be completely embarrassing for the Windward Group. Since they can't find professional racing drivers, Ingphone Group can only look for youth racing drivers. But youth training is always youth training, they have not yet become professionals. Perhaps there will be 1 or 2 highly talented people in the youth training team who can rival professional racing drivers. But that is a minority of cases. Besides, Augusta requires a 3-person time trial. In other words, Ingphone Group not only has to find 3 people who are comparable to professional racing drivers, but also has to win the first place. The difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. Ah! This is totally embarrassing for you. Tang Ke said speechlessly, besides, what do you want us for? We are not racing drivers. The requirements put forward by Augusta are basically impossible to accomplish. Unless Ingphone Group is lucky enough to find 3 people who can outperform professional racing drivers. Jin Yuming chuckled, for everyone, this is an impossible task, but Augusta missed one thing. We can't find any great racers, but we can modify the car to be very powerful. And when it comes to the best modification technology, it's naturally you, Brother Tang. The master of black technology is right in front of us, how can we not use it? Augusta would never have imagined that Longwo would give birth to a black technology genius. And this black technology genius just happens to be a neighbor of the daughter of the CEO of Ingphone Group. Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, come on, cars and motorcycles are 2 different things. Although I know a little bit about motorcycles, are you sure the racer your father hired can handle my modified car? The hardware of a motorcycle is quite small and much simpler than that of a car. Moreover, several systems inside the motorcycle can be directly replaced by the origin. Even asking Tang Ke to build a motorcycle himself would not be a problem. It just will be more time consuming. Brother Tang, don't worry. My dad has found 2 young racing drivers from the same team. Both of them are very good. Now we only need 1 more. Jin Yuming said hurriedly. Speak normally, don't speak with a slurred voice, and don't call me Brother Tang. This sentence always reminds Tang Ke of the joke in the short video, I only feel sorry for my brother. Are those 2 racing drivers you mentioned really that good? Or are they from the same team? Tang Ke asked doubtfully. What kind of team is so powerful that it produces 2 such awesome people? This is a race with professional racing drivers. Is it really so easy to find the masters hidden among the people? Of course, the 2 of them stayed here only after passing the test. They are absolutely reliable. It's just that the 3rd person is a little hard to find. Jin Yuming sighed. It would be great if it was a time trial between the 2 of them, then they would definitely win. If a 3rd party cannot be found, Ingphone Group can only find someone who will not be a burden as much as possible. Well, if that's the case, you might actually be able to take first place. Tang Ke touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, well, I can help you modify the motorcycle, but there is one request. What request? When Jin Yuming heard that he could help with the modification, he was immediately ecstatic. The requirement is that I want to play too. Tang Ke grinned. What? You want to play too? The 2 girls said in unison, their delicate faces filled with astonishment. Tang Ke was going to participate in a motorcycle race? What a joke! Isn't this just a fuss? Chapter 47 Want to participate in motorcycle racing. Xiaokezi, are you stupid? Motorcycles are not for professionals to ride, otherwise you may get hurt. Zhang Yashuan frowned and said in a deep voice. She would never allow her husband to do such a thing. If anything happened, she would regret it. That's right, Brother Tang, please don't do anything rash. Jin Yumeng also gave the same advice. Tang Ke raised his hand to signal the two women not to be nervous, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, my modification is certainly not just to improve performance, safety is definitely not a problem. Just improve performance, who wouldn't? There are too many motorcycle modification maniacs out there, even a motorcycle that can travel at 1000 km/h can be modified. Since it is going to be modified, it is natural to add some black technology that others don't have. First and foremost, it is the automatic balancing system." According to Tang Ke's understanding, in the world he lived in his previous life, motorcycles already had automatic balancing systems. But in the world after Rebirth, this thing has not been developed. According to his understanding of scientific and technological knowledge, it will take some time for this world's automatic balancing system to be developed. There is a trend towards automatic balancing systems, and many manufacturers are researching this. Tang Ke doesn't mind letting it come out earlier. Secondly, the black tech tires used in the manufacture of the Kirin smart car have such strong grip that it seems to violate the principles of physics. Finally, there is the cheating program for motorcycle modification Origin. Tang Ke cannot reach the skills of a professional driver, but with Origin's help, it is not a problem at all. It has the assistance of an automatic balancing system and also has the cheating program Origin. Tang Ke can become the world's top racing driver in an instant. Currently, only Tang Ke has created artificial intelligence, a being that can perfectly drive cars, motorcycles, airplanes, yachts, etc. Once the Origin is loaded onto these vehicles, it will become an existence that no one can surpass. Therefore, artificial intelligence will definitely be prohibited in these competitions. But there are no regulations in this regard now. Tang Ke can use this cheating function without any worries, and no one will think of such a problem. Some netizens may raise this question, but it's not a big problem. It's okay if Augusta doesn't know. No, I will never allow you to do that. Zhang Yashuan's cold voice came again, her tone firm and unquestionable. Even though she knew that Tang Ke possessed strong technological capabilities, Zhang Yashuan still found it hard to let her little babe do whatever he wanted. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. Motorcycle racing is really too dangerous. Especially for someone like Tang Ke who has no training, it is an extreme sport. How about this, you wait until I modify the car and see the effect before making a decision, how about that? Tang Ke immediately put his arms around his wife's waist and laughed. No, I said no and it means no. You can play with the motorcycle, but I won't allow you to participate in the competition. Zhang Yashuan still disagreed. In desperation, Tang Ke could only use his trump card. He kissed Zhang Yashuan on the face, then put his lips to her earlobe and whispered, "Okay, just once, Sister Yashuan." The hot wind blew into Zhang Yashuan's neck, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, revealing a shy expression. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Can you two talk properly? Jin Yumeng, who was sitting opposite, was so angry. Are these couples sick? Do they completely disregard her feelings? Although this is a private room in a restaurant, it shouldn't be like this. What are you doing? Meng Meng is still watching here, let go. Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang Ke, the blush on her delicate face taking a long time to fade away. I won't let go unless you agree. Tang Ke snorted twice and held his wife tighter. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Just let go. Zhang Yashuan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A pair of fair jade hands pinched Tang Ke's face and said sternly, I allow you to test it for me after modification, but if I think it is not suitable, you can't participate, understand? I know my wife is so nice, Mua. Tang Ke happily kissed his wife on her red lips and was reluctant to let go of the beauty in his arms. Iya. At this moment, Jin Yuming's wailing was heard from the private room. She held her head in pain and shook it, her hair flying. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan were stunned, and remembered that there was still a poor little single dog. Not really. Not really. Not really. They both tried to persuade at the same time. I'm going to fight you. Jin Yumeng yelled and rushed towards Zhang Yashuan, scratching her body with his hands, focusing on her weak spots. Zhang Yashuan was not willing to be outdone and directly fought back. The two girls tickled each other and started playing around in the private room. The silver bell-like laughter continued to echo. Tang Ke was already accustomed to this scene. He slowly drank tea, ate fruit after dinner, and browsed his cell phone. The Mysterious God is a big hit overseas, topping the overseas novel charts. A piece of news left Tang Ke stunned. He immediately opened his Penguin account and found that the editor had sent him many messages. First they asked about his well-being, and then came the news that his work The Mysterious God was a huge hit overseas. He also said that an overseas company wanted to cooperate with him and wanted to make The Mysterious God into a movie. Once the novels in this world are published, they will be translated into multiple languages and uploaded overseas. Tang Ku's previous novels were not popular in China. Therefore, foreign countries are even less interested in the fairy tales and fantasy novels he wrote. But since his novels became popular in China, The Mysterious God also became popular. As a result, people overseas also paid attention to The Mysterious God. The themes of steampunk and Cthulhu are very much in line with the preferences of overseas audiences. As the number of viewers increased, The God of Mysteries directly dominated the charts and swept across major overseas novel charts. Become the most popular novel overseas today. In fact, The God of Mysteries is also very popular in the country. After all, it is a newly completed novel and it is still at the top of the list. Tang Ke Yiming, dear editor, which company is going to make my book into a movie? Editor, Boss Tang Ke, you finally replied to the message. The other party is quite powerful. They are Fengshui Film and Television Company. You should know that they have made many special effects blockbusters. Fengshui Film and Television Company is definitely one of the top 3 giants in the film and television industry. They have invested in and shot many films, almost all of which are science fiction blockbusters, and each film has a guaranteed box office of 100 million. Tang Ke Yiming, have they offered a price? If they are satisfied with the price, I can give them the film and television copyrights. Editor, well, as for the copyright, the other party offered 10 million. Tang Ke Yiming. Tang Ke Yiming, that's it? Forget it, I won't sell it. Editor, this price is actually quite high. It is definitely a high price in the field of novel adaptation into film and television. Would you really not consider it? Tang Ke Yiming, forget about it. How could my God of Mysteries be worth only 10 million? Are you kidding me? Chapter 48, a casual comment that triggered a war of words across the internet. Tang Ke was not short of money, but that doesn't mean he is willing to accept a low price to sell the copyright. In his mind, the film and television rights of The God of Mysteries should cost at least 50 million. Editor, okay, I can only help you reject them, but the movies made by their company are very good, it would be a pity to miss them. Tang Ke Yiming, it's okay. There are many companies making movies, not just them. Edit, okay. After saying that, Tang Ke started to look through other information. He found that except for individual incidents, the hot searches were due to widespread discussion among the masses. There is a large amount of information about trivial matters of some celebrities, which become hot searches through purchases. For example, male star XX cut his finger with paper, but he endured the pain without crying, which is admirable. What kind of admiration is this? What kind of garbage hot searches are these? Out of boredom, Tang Ke left a message directly under the topic. The next new book will be released soon. The title of the book is I, a Grown Man. I cut my finger and held back my tears. As soon as the comment was sent, I received many replies. I'm really impressed. I was wondering who was judging my Lulu so recklessly. It turns out he's just a lousy novelist. You think you're so awesome? You're a writer, I want to see what crappy novels you've written. Who is this guy? How dare he slander our Lulu? Human flesh, search him. There are a lot of insults, and they are mindless insults. These people didn't even click on Tang Ke's information and started criticizing him directly. But if there are people who curse, there will naturally be people who like it. Tang Ke has quite a lot of fans, and his wife's fans are also added to his number. Anyone who pays attention to technology, cars, robots, live broadcasts, and national affairs knows who Tang Ke is. 666666, there are actually idiots who don't even recognize Old Tang. Old Tang is awesome, I support you. Look at my master ball, I'm going to capture the wild Old Tang alive. Anyone who wants to kill Old Tang definitely doesn't have a brain. Finally, someone is speaking out against these sissy celebrities. Old Tang is awesome. Tang Ke's bored comment immediately attracted millions of people to watch and comment. The fans of the male star named Lulu directly started a war with the fans of Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. There is a lot of curses on the internet, which is like fighting on a battlefield with fireworks everywhere. Tang Ke had never expected that a casual comment he made after dinner would ignite a battlefield. He went home with the 2 girls, and on the way he kept reading on his phone, flipping through the verbal battle messages. Zhang Yashuan came over and asked, "What are you looking at? You're so engrossed in it. Eat melons, just open your phone and you will know." "Wow, it's even on the hot search," Tang Ku exclaimed. Hashtag Genius Tang Ku mocks popular star Lulu. Such a title is very eye-catching. People are born with a mentality of watching spectators, so when they see such hot information, they will naturally click in to take a look. Seeing this, netizens were immediately delighted. Almost half of the people have long been annoyed with these sissy stars. But once someone mocks them, they will be criticized by the other party's crazy fans and become doubtful about their lives. And if a well-known person scolds a celebrity, Weibo will be directly overwhelmed. There was also a case where a well-known figure was attacked by fans of a certain star on the street because he had criticized the star. For example, incidents such as throwing rotten eggs or beatings occurred. These celebrity behaviors are not liked by many people, but netizens dislike them the most. Or it's the brainless fans of these stars whose behavior is extremely excessive and brainless. This caused distress to countless people, and gradually no one dared to provoke them. If you can't afford to offend, can't you just avoid him? However, today, Tang Ku's action out of boredom once again made the internet lively. So what if he's Tang Ku? He's a guy who works in technology, but he actually came to mock my Lulu. This is a manifestation of his lack of quality. You dare to mess with our Lulu fans club. You are another fearless person. This person is already dead. Good fellow, what did Tang Ku say? Others just released a new book, and you actually wanted to find out who they were? Don't play dumb with us. The title of his book is clearly mocking our Lulu sissy. Ha 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 ha. So you also know that your Lulu is a sissy. Fuck, believe it or not, I can hunt you down. Come on, brothers, this guy wants to hunt me down, what do you think I should do? It's like everyone knows how to do human flesh. If you want human flesh, why don't you just do it offline? You're a bunch of guys who can only show off their strength with words. That's right, come on, who's afraid of who? As the situation developed, all hot searches, topics, and posts completely collapsed. Zhang Yashuan's fans also came to support her. Although they are fans of Zhang Yashuan, Tang Ku is Zhang Yashuan's husband, so he is one of them. Sister Yashuan's fans have come to support us. We've long been annoyed by these sissies. We women aren't so pretentious. You, a man, are acting like a weak woman. It's really disgusting. Sisters, gather together. It's time to protect Sister Yashuan's husband. Here they come. Sister Yashuan and Brother Tang are both here. We're here too. Even though we're not fans of Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, we've been annoyed by Lulu's crazy fans. Not only fans came to support, but even some of the spectators who used to be just watching the show joined the battle. Data from major internet companies skyrocketed, and even some celebrities got involved in this topic. From the beginning, Tang Ku ridiculed and talked about Lulu being a sissy. It gradually evolved into, do today's male stars lack masculinity? A topic of conversation among all the people. A small incident has evolved into a national topic. Tang Ku was a little dumbfounded. So what? He was just making a joke out of boredom, but this guy's fans got so angry. But what touched Tang Ku was that his fans and his wife's fans actually defended him so much. It is indeed a worthwhile thing to create to buy for the benefit of mankind. At least in people's hearts, I am worthy of respect. What a fool you are. You just make random comments and stir up trouble on the internet all day long. Zhang Yashuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could I? I just made a comment this time. Who could have thought that it would cause such a big disturbance? Tang Ku immediately denied his crime. The previous trending search had nothing to do with him, he was just doing his own thing. What can I do if I am born with my own traffic? Okay. You are right. Jin Yumling has had 3 motorcycles delivered this morning. Start your performance. I'm going to draw comics. Zhang Yashuan smiled and touched her husband's hair, as if she was coaxing a child. It's been delivered? Tang Ku was immediately delighted, as happy as a child. He ran excitedly to the underground garage and picked up a book when he passed by the study on the way. A few days ago, Jin Yumling asked him what brand and model of motorcycle he wanted. Augusta National has no restrictions on the cars they enter in the race. Therefore, you can choose anyone you want, as long as you can outperform the team members they arrange. Tang Ku didn't even think about it and directly asked for an Augusta F4 Claudio. Chapter 49 Locomotive Modification, Automatic Balancing Device. This is Tang Ko's favorite motorcycle, it looks like a work of art. When Tang Ko arrived at the basement, his eyes were instantly locked on the completely black motorcycle with several golden lines on it. The black carbon fiber and gold-plated copper strips give the car body a mechanical beauty. The side of the car is angular, and the front and rear parts look slightly rounded. The whole body design is carefully considered and can disperse wind pressure very well. The other two motorcycles were used by the contestants invited by Ingfong Group. One is a black Honda CBR 1000RR and the other is a green Kawasaki ZX-10R. Tang Ko took a deep breath and sat down on his Augusta F4 Claudio. Then, I opened the complete collection of motorcycle modifications. He knows some motorcycle modification techniques and can even apply car manufacturing techniques to motorcycles. However, in order to avoid missing out on details, it is better to take a look at the locomotive modification to prevent accidents. You know, the speed of a motorcycle is not slower than that of a car. Moreover, locomotives are made of iron covered with skin, while cars are made of iron covered with skin. If the car owner crashes at the same speed of 200 miles per hour, there is a probability that he will survive. But the motorcycle owner is in trouble. Tang Ko dare not take this aspect lightly and must grasp every detail of the modification. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your motorcycle knowledge and obtaining top motorcycle manufacturing technology. After I finished reading the whole book, a system prompt sounded in my mind. The top-level motorcycle manufacturing technology is not the top-level motorcycle manufacturing that people have mastered today, but it contains black technology. A large amount of new knowledge flooded into his mind, including tire technology, which was even more advanced than what he had now. Motorcycles have higher requirements for tire grip than cars. I didn't expect that a small motorcycle would have so many details and exquisite details. It seems that I underestimated motorcycles. Tang Ko sighed, opened the garage door, and drove Augusta out. He said to the two bodyguards, "You two, help me drive those two motorcycles to the Chelan factory." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his wife, then drove away in Augusta at a moderate speed. Tang Ko is not a motorcycle expert, just an ordinary rider. Before the origin is implanted, don't dare to waste. Arrived at the Chelan factory. Tang Ko finally started his modification plan. The first thing to start with is the automatic balancing device. As long as an automatic balancing device is added, the motorcycle will not tip over no matter how you drive it. Even when running a cross-country race, you can do it without restraint. With this device, even someone who doesn't know how to ride a motorcycle can. As long as you hold onto the car, you can do whatever you want. The automatic balancing device in Tang Ko's mind is more powerful and stable than the automatic balancing system in his previous life. He started writing code directly and implanted it into the chip. At the same time, let the primary robots help build the parts needed for the balancing device, such as rotating shafts and rollers. Tang Ko already had a complete set of balance system codes in his mind, so he could just copy them in. The programming was completed in less than half an hour. The primary robot was still making parts, and Tang Ko was not idle either. Why do we need carbon fiber when we have corundum? Not only is carbon fiber lighter and more heat resistant than carbon fiber, but it also has top-notch hardness. A motorcycle with a body made of corundum will not suffer any damage even if it crashes into another vehicle and breaks it in half. Tang Ko chuckled twice and went to another workshop. He began to make corundum guard plates, corundum fenders, etc. himself. It took nearly 2 hours. Finally, the alloy car body shell was completed, and he was so tired that he was sweating all over. The primary robot also built the parts for the automatic balancing device. Tang Ko drew a new blueprint and let the robot start working again. The content on the drawing is a brand new black technology engine. It is similar to the engine of Chelan automobile, with a smaller displacement but greater power. He began to assemble the automatic balancing device, one tiny part at a time, connecting the smart chip through circuits. Turning the rollers by power makes the device move on its own. Tang Ko simply installed a cube frame for it and conducted a simple test. The cube stood upright on its pointed corners and kept rolling no matter how Tang Ko pushed it. It will automatically adjust its direction and stand up again, like a tumbler. The automatic balancing device is done, and the only thing left is the engine. The intake and exhaust do not need to be rebuilt, just slightly improved. As for whether it will be damaged, there is no need to worry about it. Because the colloid baffle can help it block any impact. As long as there is no change in the co-alloy, everything inside the motorcycle will be fine. As for the stability system, speed limit system, and onboard computer, these things can all be handled by Origin. What Tangko wants to build is a smart motorcycle, allowing Chiyuan to assist him in driving, or even entrust the entire process to Chiyuan. I am just a passenger hanging on the car. Another hour passed. The junior robots finally built the engine that Tangko wanted. Tangko and 3 robots reinstalled Augusta. Both the color and the shape have been preserved. Still so handsome and full of power. Without any support, it just stands in the workshop. This is the effect of the automatic balancing device, which can keep the car body upright without support. It is like a work of art. Just having it in front of you is a pleasure. People who don't know would definitely think that this is an original Augusta F4 Claudio. But in fact, it has been completely modified by Tangko. Although the appearance is retained, the performance is several times better than before. The Origin plug-in is also added in. The engine, exhaust, intake, Corundum fenders, these things can be installed on the other 2 motorcycles. Tangko took out a pen and paper, wrote and drew on it, and then uploaded it to Origin via the camera. Let Origin control the primary robot and modify the other 2 motorcycles. He himself got on the Augusta, put on his helmet, and stepped on the accelerator without hesitation. Boom! A sound like the groaning of a ferocious beast came from inside the car. Augusta started instantly, so fast that Tangko couldn't react at all. There is no tilting phenomenon because the Origin is equipped with an automatic balancing device, which can instantly stabilize the front and rear weight. The automatic balancing device provided by the Black technology system can not only balance left and right, but also front and back. If you want to look cool, you can let Origin adjust the value. The sudden acceleration caught Tangko off guard. There is a wall in front of me. If I continue like this, I will definitely break through the wall. But at this moment, the car body automatically turned and moved sideways. He narrowly avoided the wall and drove out of the door. Chapter 50 Payment with Explosion Effects. Tangko took a deep breath. He was really scared just now. Is the sensitivity set too high? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, Origin, adjust the throttle sensitivity, default to the lowest gear. Okay, Mr. Tang, we are adjusting the parameters. The voice of Origin came from the fuel gauge. The adjustment is complete, Mr. Tang can use it without worry. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused before. If you make such a mistake again next time, I will have to put you back to school and retrain you. Tangka said calmly. As an artificial intelligence, it actually made such a big mistake. If Chiyuan didn't have control of the motorcycle, he would have definitely crashed through the factory wall with that hit just now. A car body made of co-alloy must be able to do it. Of course, the reason why such an error occurred in the Origin is actually related to Tangko's design. Because he deleted the gear position and replaced it with intelligent voice switching. Origin had control of the motorcycle, so it defaulted to the highest gear. Artificial intelligence can fine-tune throttle parameters, but Tangko cannot do it. So just twist the accelerator slightly and it will take off instantly. After Origin adjusted the values, Tangko turned the accelerator again and a roar sounded. This time the speed was in line with Tangko's expectations, neither fast nor slow, just right within his control. As he drove out of the factory, the speed gradually increased. The strong wind whistled in his ears, making his sleeves rustle. Tangko wanted to speed up again, but his sleeves slapped against his arms and hurt, so he had to give up the idea. Boom! The noisy engine sound echoed on the road, attracting the attention of many car owners. The moment they saw this motorcycle, they were attracted by its appearance. Wow, what a cool motorcycle! My goodness, this car doesn't look cheap at all. Fuck, Augusta F4 Claudio? I remember this car cost several million, right? To spend millions on a motorcycle, you must be rich. I found it hard to understand before. Wouldn't it be nice to spend millions to buy a car? Now I seem to understand it suddenly. It's really cool. As Tangko drove the Augusta into the city, more and more passers-by exclaimed. Some people who know the value of the product even sighed and told the price of Augusta. Toot! Mr. Tang, your wife sent you a message asking you to buy some cakes and desserts. The sound of Origin came from the fuel gauge, and Tangko's mobile phone was already connected to Origin. Therefore, all the information he receives can be read out by Origin. Even when you are riding a motorcycle, there is no need to take out your mobile phone. Tanka drove Augusta into the city and slowed down. Wow, what a cool motorcycle. It doesn't look cheap. I wonder who has so much money. There are a lot of rich people in the Magic City. You never know how many rich people have passed by you. It's an Augusta F4 Claudio. Good thing, I've always wanted one but couldn't afford it. Could it be someone from the Windward Group? Their company owns shares in Augusta. I think it's very likely. He stopped. While everyone was talking, Tanka's Augusta stopped in front of a cake shop. Origin locked car. Tanka said softly, got out of the car and walked into the cake shop. This is a smart motorcycle, you don't need to lock it yourself. There is not even a car key, it is controlled directly by voice. In addition to being able to transmit the sound of the source, there is also an extremely small camera at the fuel gauge position. In addition to recording driving records, it also has a face recognition function. If the person photographed was not Tanko, but Tanka's voice was heard around, Origin would not unlock the car. The purpose is to prevent someone from using a recording to fake the sound and steal the car. Of course, Tanko can also authorize remote unlocking to make it easier to lend the car to others. 6 egg tarts, 6 cream puffs, 10 milk puddings and 10 caramel puddings, and 4 Hallie cakes, thank you. Tanko walked into the store, took off his helmet, and smiled at the clerk. It's Mr. Tanku. He's buying food for his wife again. The female clerk said with a smile. She had met Tanku many times, and every time he came to buy food for his wife. Over time, the two have become old friends. Yes, my little foodie can never stop eating. Tanku replied with a smile. Your wife is very happy. I am a little envious of her. The female clerk said as she helped Tanku pack the desserts. She is 28 years old this year, but still single. A typical leftover woman. Tanku comforted her, you will find your other half, so don't be discouraged. I hope so. I'll lend you my good wishes. The female clerk packed up all the desserts and handed them over, all packed, still the same price. Tanku bought the same thing in the same quantity every time, so there was no need to quote the price. Drop. Tanku scanned the code to pay, and a payment reminder sounded in the store. Payment received. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind and a loud roar came from behind Tanku. The glass in the cake shop shattered in an instant, and the exploded glass was scattered all over the floor. Tanku looked back in confusion. What is going on? Does payment come with explosion effects? When I looked back, I found that a car had crashed into the wall of the cake shop. Half of the car body is inside and half of it is outside. Is this out of control? Tanku said in astonishment. Aha! My store! The female clerk woke up from the fright and screamed loudly. What's wrong with you? Do you know how to drive? You smashed my store. The female clerk immediately ran to the car and cursed at the man inside. Pedestrians on the street gathered around, and some of them had witnessed the terrifying scene that had just happened. Fortunately, no one was hit. There are still people who dare to drive Tesla cars now? Are they trying to save their lives? Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. Tesla hasn't responded yet and has even withdrawn from the stock market. There are still people who dare to drive this car. They are in trouble now, right? No, I just saw an Augusta, it couldn't be. Someone reminded. Only then did the passers-by remember that the super cool motorcycle they had just seen was also missing. After searching for a while, everyone found the super cool motorcycle. I was hit head-on by this Tesla. At this moment, Augusta is located at the center of the front of the Tesla and the wall of the cake shop building. It's over. It's not a big deal if my car breaks down, but this Augusta is not cheap, and it seems to be a limited edition. How can I get compensation? Oh my goodness, the owner of the car has come down. Look at his face, it looks like he has eaten shit. How can it not be embarrassing? The car was lost, and the car crashed into someone else's shop. And Augusta was even damaged. It's going to cost a fortune. Chapter 51 Armored Vehicle Class Motorcycle. The reactions of people around him varied, some expressed sympathy, while others gloated. The Tesla owner is deeply regretful. When Tesla had problems before, he went to the merchant immediately and asked for a refund. But the other party refused to return the car, so he had no choice but to sell the car to the second-hand market. As a result, no one in the second-hand market dared to buy it, saying that Tesla can't be sold. In the end, the man could only grit his teeth, bet that his car would not crash, and continued driving. I thought the problem was just one or two people causing trouble, but I didn't expect it would be his turn today. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have driven this car. The man begged desperately, but how could the female clerk let him go so easily just because she said sorry? If sorry is useful, then what do we need the police for? You have to compensate me for my store. Okay, I will definitely compensate you for your store, but this car. The man looked at the dented front of the car, a dark motorcycle embedded in the wall. The entire body of the car is blocked by the front of the Tesla, and only a little bit of the rear of the motorcycle can be vaguely seen. Just by looking at the rear end of the car, you can tell that it must have cost a lot of money. Although I couldn't see the condition of the motorcycle clearly, I could tell with my gut that it was definitely rotten into scrap metal. If what the people around you said is true, how are you going to ask him to compensate for the car? Even if I sell all my belongings, I still can't afford the compensation. Sir, is this car yours? The man asked nervously. He saw that there was only a female clerk and a young man with an elegant temperament in the cake shop. Tang Ke came back to his senses from the incident and said calmly, "It's mine." The man hesitated. "Take pictures quickly and compensate the store later." "I'm in a hurry, so please move your car back a bit," Tang Ke added. "No, The man was dejected and felt bitter inside. He knew that he had completely failed today. The other party seemed difficult to talk to, and it was impossible to get him to let me go. In desperation, the man could only take out his mobile phone and take photos to record the scene. The female clerk did the same, taking almost 360 degrees of photos. Even passers-by were taking photos and videos, uploading them to the internet to complain and urge people not to drive this car anymore. The Tesla electric car broke down again and crashed into the Augusta worth millions. Poor owner. Oh my goodness, isn't that Tang Ke? They crashed into Tang Ke's car. It's really Tang Ke. After being reminded, everyone realized this familiar face. It turned out to be Tang Ke, who has been causing a stir on the internet recently. After taking the pictures, please move your car away. I want to get my motorcycle back, Tang Ke said calmly. The Tesla owner was a little confused. What's the point of taking out a broken motorcycle? Could it be that you want to trick him? It shouldn't be necessary. This man is so rich, he shouldn't make things difficult for an ordinary person like him. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for my car, just pay the store. Seeing the other party's suspicious look, Tang Ke couldn't help but speak again. Good. The man gritted his teeth and got back into the car. The front of the car was damaged, but the car was still running and could be reversed directly. Snap. As Tesla retreated, Augusta, who had been knocked into the wall, finally revealed its face. The entire Augusta seemed like a work of art embedded in the wall, covered with dust. Tang Ke remained calm and went over to pull the car out. Bang! The rubble fell and Augusta was pulled out of the wall by Tang Ke. But everyone suddenly discovered that this Augusta, which was worth millions, didn't seem to have any damage? What's going on? Am I dazzled? Fuck, this bike doesn't seem to be broken. Are motorcycles so hard? It's really not broken? How is that possible? It was smashed into the wall, and it's made of reinforced concrete. How come there's nothing wrong with it? Is this an armored vehicle? The onlookers were all shocked as they looked at the Tesla with its front end almost completely destroyed, as well as the broken concrete walls and bent steel bars. For a moment, everyone began to doubt their lives. Is this car also made of coral? Someone put forward his own guess. What you said is really possible. Tang Ke must have modified this car, otherwise how could it be so hard? I guess so. This guy created cobalt, so why wouldn't he add it to his car? Awesome. This co-alloy is so hard, there won't be even a scratch left on it, will it? While people around were exclaiming. Tang Ke asked the female clerk for a rag, dipped it in water, and then wiped off all the dust on the motorcycle. An Augusta that looked like a brand new one was once again presented to everyone. Just like they joked, there really wasn't a single scratch. There is no dent at all. Tang Ke carried a bag of cakes and desserts and hung it on the left armrest of the car. He smiled at the people around him and said, "My wife is calling me to go home, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, Augusta unlocked the door with a crisp click. Turn the throttle and the roar sounds. Tang Ke drove the Augusta like a streak of black and gold light, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only a wisp of smoke remained, filling the air. Hey, you're leaving now? Well, at the accident scene, the car was wrecked, the wall was broken, but the motorcycle in the middle was intact. It felt a little strange no matter how I looked at it. Tang Ku is planning to build a motorcycle. You can buy one. Get it? Are you kidding me? That's Augusta National. Wow, Tang Ku is so cool, living in a luxurious villa, with a sweet wife, and driving a modified motorcycle worth millions. I'm so envious. Everyone sighed with emotion, saying that Tang Ku was truly a winner in life and was living the life they had always dreamed of. Some people even posted what they had just seen and heard on the internet. When the traffic police arrived, the crowd dispersed. Only the car owner and the female clerk were left here. Tang Ku? His car was fine, and he just left like that? The traffic police found it unbelievable. It was such a big accident, but nothing happened? Even armored vehicles are not so rampant and cool. Good guy. I'm really good. What else could he say? He couldn't think of anything to say except that Tang Ku was awesome. Okay, according to the laws and regulations, the car owner is fully responsible, and you can just pay according to the rules when the time comes. You can contact your insurance company to see if they can help you with some compensation. After saying that, the traffic policeman left with the smile of the female clerk. The compensation was definitely not small, enough for her to open a new luxury cake shop. How could I not be happy? Chapter 52 Dongxing Team, Old Acquaintance. Tang Ku walked into the house carrying cakes and desserts, and the aroma of food filled the air. Zhang Yashuan was busy in the kitchen, and in less than a moment, she brought out all the cooked meals. Why did you come back so late today? Are you busy modifying the motorcycle? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she sat opposite Tang Ku. It's nothing, just a car hit, no big deal. Tang Ku smiled. The shell is made of corundum, which is difficult to penetrate even by bullets. As long as it wasn't hit by the cobalt alloy car, there wouldn't be any problems with the Augusta that he had modified. Even the intake and exhaust are covered by coalite baffles. As long as the alloy fender is not crooked, nothing inside the car will be damaged. You crashed? You just drove a motorcycle today and you crashed? Zhang Yashuan widened her beautiful eyes and said sternly, "It seems that you can't go to this competition. With your poor riding skills, how can you participate in a motorcycle race? Are you injured? Come and check it out for me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." She immediately stood up and walked towards Tang Ku, blaming Tang Ku but still very nervous inside. For a moment, Tang Ku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I wasn't the one who got hit while driving. My motorcycle was parked on the side of the road and was hit by an out-of-control electric bike. After Tang Ku's patient explanation, Zhang Yashuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ku narrated what had just happened while eating, leaving Zhang Yashuan stunned. The moment I bought a cake and was checking out, all the glass behind me exploded. If you don't know, you might think your checkout is a detonator. I told you not to wash your face before going out. Look at your face, it's so dark that you can get hit even when you park the car. Zhang Yashuan looked at her husband speechlessly. This kind of thing with an extremely low probability of happening actually happened to Tang Ku. Well, my car is fine anyway. So, your husband's modification skills are pretty good, right? The motorcycle was crashed into the wall, but it's fine. Tang Ku laughed proudly. Yes, my stinky baby is the best. Zhang Yashuan responded with a smile. He immediately remembered what happened this afternoon and changed the subject. By the way, an animation production team came to me today and said they wanted to adapt my comics into an animation. Do you think I should agree? While Tang Ku was at the factory modifying the motorcycle, Zhang Yashuan in the live broadcast suddenly received a call from her father. It is said that an animation group wants to make her comics into animation. Yes, if the other party has good production capabilities, we can agree to it. Tang Ku nodded and replied. The highlight of Demon Slayer lies in the animation's camera and colors. Its plot can only be described as average, and the most charming one is Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, after its animation. My dad said that the other party is a domestic animation studio, but the level is still good, but it lacks some good stories and big investors. Then leave it to them. It's time to let the world experience our country's animation. Tang Ku said without hesitation. What the domestic animation industry currently lacks is not technology, but investment and good stories. The good stories told here do not mean that there are no excellent stories in China. Even if it really doesn't exist, you can still adapt it into a novel. But the problem is that many domestic stories and novels reflect social shadows, which is not in line with policy. Therefore, it is very difficult to have a good storyline that does not reflect society. Even if such a story really existed, it was not made into an animation due to lack of investors. Or maybe because the production team was short of funds, they made a weird film. In that case, I'll talk to my dad later and ask him to invest in me, hee. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. This is the advantage of having a good father, the investor is your own father. In this way, the production team will definitely follow Zhang Yashuan's instructions on what kind of animation effect she wants. Oh, the little rich lady is ecstatic. Now the production team has to be obedient. Tang Ke joked. Zhang Yashuan snorted twice and said, whoever dares not listen to me will be punished by me. Should I listen to my sister too? Tang Ke asked cautiously. Xiaokezi belongs to me, so you must listen to me. As long as you are obedient, I can favor you tonight. Thank you, Queen. While Tang Ke was terrified, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, just like a servant who had gained the favor of the Empress. Hee, it's a pity that you're not an actor. Zhang Yashuan was amused by Tang Ke's performance, and the two of them played role-playing games a lot. But Zhang Yashuan always burst into laughter because Tang Ke's acting was so realistic. It's just some fun, is it necessary to fight like this? Even the best actor has taken over. In 2 days, 2 racers from Jin Yuming's team will come to test drive the car. Will it be in time for modification? Don't worry, it will be done tomorrow, and I still have 1 more day to test it. Tang Ke responded with a smile, letting her rest assured. 3 days later, Jin Yuming brought 2 young men in racing suits to Tang Ke's house. The 2 men looked to be around 25 years old, with bright smiles on their faces. What surprised Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan was that one of them was actually an acquaintance of theirs. The representative of Porsche at that time was Chen Zimo. Brother Zimo also rides motorcycles? Tang Ke, who was also wearing a racing suit, said in surprise. Ha. Nice to see you again. It's been a while since we last met, and Mr. Tang has become famous overnight. It really makes me feel emotional. Chen Zimo laughed and explained, I work for Porsche, but my hobby is riding motorcycles, so the two are not in conflict. He patted the slightly older young man next to him. He smiled faintly and said, this is my cousin, Zhang Tian, the captain of the Dongxing team. He was the one who taught me how to ride a motorcycle. Hello? Zhang Tian smiled slightly and extended his hand. Tang Ke, who was wearing a racing suit, smiled and shook hands with him, saying, hello, nice to meet you. I have modified both of your motorcycles and added an interesting feature for you. Come with me. Tang Ke didn't say much and turned directly to the underground garage, with everyone following closely behind him. 3 motorcycles were parked in the spacious garage, and the bright lights made the bodies of the motorcycles shine particularly brightly. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian immediately discovered the differences in their motorcycles. The motorcycles that were parked were all slightly tilted. But now the motorcycle parked in the garage is actually straight, without any support on both sides. This is automatic balancing, they both exclaimed at the same time. They have always been paying attention to this thing. After all, it is an extremely powerful auxiliary system for motorcyclists. Unfortunately, no one was able to make it for a long time, and as a result, Tang Ke was the first to make it. Chapter 53. You guys are free to do whatever you want, I'll cheat. Mr. Tang, is this really an automatic balancing device? Chen Zimo asked anxiously. Yes, I added an automatic balancing device to your car, so it won't tip over no matter how you drive it. Tang Ke nodded and added, at the same time, I also modified the tires and engine for you. As for the other things, I didn't touch them. You can have a try. To the driver, the car is like his own body. It can be slightly modified and enhanced, but not drastically altered. It's like you are used to being 1.7 meters tall, and suddenly your whole body is stretched to become 2 meters tall. You definitely won't be able to adapt in the first place because the changes are too great. But if you just add some protective gear on your body and wear a pair of height-increasing shoes, this will have almost no impact on you. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were a little excited. They immediately ran to their cars and touched them with their hands. It was as if he was caressing his own child, with love and caressing in his eyes. Although the appearance has not changed at all, they acted as if they were seeing their motorcycle for the first time. The two men rode on their motorcycles and looked at Tang Ko with smiles on their faces. "Mr. Tang, let's go out for a few laps together," Chen Zimo asked with a smile. "You don't have to call me Mr. Tang. Just call me Tang Ku or Brother Tang." Tang Ko walked towards his Augusta and put on a black and gold helmet. "Since you invited me, let's go together. By the way, let my wife see my driving skills." He moved his position to make as much space as possible at the back. Zhang Yashuan sat elegantly behind him, their bodies pressed tightly together, with her slender white arms wrapped around Tang Ko's waist. "Wait, I want to go too." Jin Yumeng frowned and called out in a tender voice. She looked at the three people's motorcycles with some envy and really wanted to experience the feeling of blowing wind on a motorcycle. But this motorcycle seat is a single seat. If two people want to sit on it, they will definitely be very close. As the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. She didn't know what to do. "If Miss Jean doesn't mind, please sit in the back seat." At this moment, a hint of shyness appeared on Chen Zimo's handsome face, and he said in a low voice. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan could both feel how much courage Chen Zimo mustered when he said this. "Okay. It's you." When Jin Yumeng heard that someone was willing to invite him, he agreed without thinking. She happily ran to Chen Zimo's black Honda CBR 1000RR. I thought she would sit there nonchalantly without caring at all. But what was unexpected was, when Jin Yumeng sat behind Chen Zimo, he realized how close they were. A blush appeared on her delicate face. "Hee hee, little girl can actually be shy. I thought you wouldn't be shy." Zhang Yashuan, with her head resting on Tang Ko's back, smiled charmingly. "Oomph, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up." Jin Yumeng's pretty face turned red as she retorted angrily. "Ha ha ha. Let's go." Zhang Tian laughed, stepped on the accelerator first, and drove out of the garage. The moment the engine started, he felt the difference in the car's performance. If he accelerates at full speed, it will definitely be beyond his imagination. Tang Ko asked his wife to hold him tightly, and then followed Zhang Tian. Only Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng were left in the garage, and the atmosphere somehow became ambiguous. "Ahem. Let's go too." Chen Zimo coughed twice and tried to remain calm, but his flushed face betrayed him. Jin Yumeng chuckled and didn't expose the other party. She gently wrapped her arms around Chen Zimo's waist, not daring to get too close, and the blush on her pretty face never faded. The two also drove out of the garage. Under the leadership of Zhang Tian, the five of them arrived at tomorrow's competition venue together. Magic City Motorcycle Racing Stadium. The total length is 5 kilometers, and it takes an average of 4 minutes for a professional rider to complete one lap. When Tang Ku and others arrived here, this place had already been booked by Ingfeng Group. There were only 5 of them in the entire arena. "Yashuan, you can go to the spectator seats." Tang Ku turned his head and said to his wife. "No, I want to ride in your car." Zhang Yashuan shook her head. "We are running on the track. If you sit behind me, it will be easy for you to fly out." Tang Ku explained patiently. "What if something happens to you? I want to sit behind you, so if something happens, we'll get into trouble together." Hearing this, Tang Ku immediately said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Children should not be afraid of what they say. Children should not be afraid of what they say. How can you say such things? You are so ignorant." Sometimes Zhang Yashuan is like a little child, silly and dares to say anything. "Tong Yan? You treat me like a child." Zhang Yashuan suddenly became like a cat with its fur standing on end, and she pinched Tang Ko's waist hard with her delicate hands. Tang Ko felt a pain in his waist, but he said expressionlessly, "Aren't you just like a child now? You are such a jerk, Tang Ku. I think you can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king." Zhang Yashuan was furious. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tang Ko simply pushed himself up with both hands and jumped out from the front of the car. Zhang Yashuan also got out of the car immediately and chased after Tang Ko without hesitation. Fortunately, Augusta added an automatic balancing device. Otherwise, this car worth millions would probably collapse. Tang Ku and his wife started playing around, and not only ignored the car, but also ignored the people around them. "Run, just keep running." Tang Ku had not run far before he was caught by Zhang Yashuan. She rode directly on Tang Ko's back, pinching Tang Ko's handsome face with her delicate hands, looking like a winner. You've been studying for years and haven't exercised, and you're actually competing with me, who runs every morning? It's wrong, please forgive me, princess. Tang Ke straightened his back slightly, and Zhang Yashuan also stood on the ground. He turned around, put his arms around his wife's slender waist, and laughed, I won't dare to do that next time. He kept begging for mercy, but his body kept taking advantage of Zhang Yashuan. Humph, seeing how capable I was just now, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Yashuan snorted. He. Mainly I wanted to lure you over here to tell you something. I'll tell you in secret, I added an origin to my motorcycle, so nothing will happen when I drive it. Tang Ke leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered. If you add the origin into it, isn't it the same as? Zhang Yashuan suddenly covered her red lips and stopped talking. Both of them understood that adding artificial intelligence to the game was actually cheating. Because in this way, it is not the individual's own skills that are driving, but the skills of artificial intelligence. It's like playing an esports game with auxiliary software. Although there are no clear regulations now, if it is publicized, it will definitely be banned by the people of Augusta Company. Got it? Even though I'm just running around now, it's also a warning to outsiders, lest I show off too much tomorrow and get suspected of cheating. Tang Ke winked at Zhang Yashuan, signaling her not to spread the matter. Chapter 54, 200-yard automatic extreme bending. Okay, go ahead. I was wondering why you suddenly said you wanted to participate in the competition. Turns out you were using cheats. Zhang Yashuan sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say to Tang Ke. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Tang Ke would actually load the origin on a motorcycle. Origin can control the car's steering wheel and gears to achieve various driving skills. But motorcycles are different. Steering is not just about adjusting the direction, it also requires the body to turn sideways. In this world without automatic balancing devices, everyone subconsciously thinks so. Even if artificial intelligence is installed on a motorcycle, it cannot control the motorcycle. Okay, Yashuan agreed to let me play, let's get started. Tang Ke smiled and sat back on Augusta and put on his helmet. The racing suits were already put on before arriving, so we could start straight away. Jin Yunwen got out of Chen Zimo's car and went to the audience seats with Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Tian didn't waste any words, just smiled, stepped on the accelerator and took the lead. Tang Ke and Chen Zimo followed behind. Boom! The sound of the engine rang out on the third track, and the speed of the three-person motorcycle gradually increased. 150 km/h. 180 km/h. 220 km/h. The fierce wind rushed against my body, as if the waves were crashing into my body. Zhang Tian was afraid that Tang Ke would not be able to keep up, so he did not go too fast. I came here today for other reasons besides test driving. It was also to help Chen Zimo and Tang Ke get familiar with the track. At the same time, let us also take a look at Tang Ke's actual strength. Zhang Tian always felt that Tang Ke was just here for fun. After all, he had never heard of Tang Ke riding a motorcycle before, and he even suspected that he couldn't ride a motorcycle at all. But when Zhang looked through the car mirror to check the situation behind him, he made an unexpected discovery. Tang Ke actually followed closely behind, looking very relaxed. Straight line speed only requires skills and courage, it doesn't mean anything. Zhang Tian disagreed and continued to the corner. Boom! Zhang Tian leaned to one side and bent his body, almost touching the ground. He passed the bend quickly with an extremely cool attitude, maintaining a speed of about 70 miles per hour. Zhang Tian gave himself a passing score for the cornering performance he just performed. He looked at the mirror again, trying to find out where Chen Zimo was. But before he could look at the mirror, a dark shadow suddenly passed by. Boom boom boom. A strong wind swept past Zhang Tian, and he was so scared that he jumped inwardly, thinking that Chen Zimo had surpassed him. When he saw the other person clearly, he suddenly discovered that the person who overtook him was Tang Ke. Could this guy have failed to slow down when he turned the corner just now? An absurd thought emerged in Zhang Tian's mind. At this time, Chen Zimo drove his Honda CBR 1000RR to Zhang Tian's side and shouted excitedly, "Brother Tian, maybe we really have a chance to beat those professional drivers this time." Isn't Tang Ke an amateur? Zhang Tian understood what Chen Zimo meant and felt a little surprised. Originally, he thought Tang Ke was just playing around. If it didn't work, he would definitely ask the Inkphone Group's boss to replace him. But unexpectedly, this Tang Ke is actually a hidden talent. With that speed just now, it would be impossible to run that fast without the strength of a youth training player. Ha ha ha. Let's catch up. Zhang Tian laughed and speeded up again. Boom. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo accelerated at the same time, and their speed soared to 300. They lowered their bodies at the same time, using windshields to block the wind pressure, and shot out like a sharp arrow. The roar of the engine continued to echo on the racetrack, like waves sweeping over it. 330 km/h. The speed of Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo has reached 330. But even at such a speed, the two were shocked to find that they still couldn't keep up with Tang Ke's speed. What's going on? We're already driving at 330 yards, but Tang Ke is still widening the distance between us? Zhang Tian's face was full of shock. Chen Zimo in the back was also secretly shocked. It was the first time he knew about it. Tang Ke's motorcycle skills are so strong, and he is so good at it. Tang Ke is indeed a man of hidden talents, whether it is his black technology or his current motorcycle technology. Chen Zimo admired him deeply. No wonder the other party was able to marry the daughter of the president of Hongtai Group as an ordinary person. It turns out that this guy is not ordinary, but he is too damn low-key. Zhang Yashuan is the smartest one, and she discovered Tang Ke's strengths. How could it be a sacrifice to marry such a low-key and talented man? Chen Zimo took a deep breath, not daring to think about anything else, and focused on driving. Because there is a bend ahead. He slowed down too slowly. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were shocked again. There's a big bend ahead. If you take a turn at this speed, the tires won't be able to grip the ground and you'll fly out. Oh no, this guy is really a fool. Zhang Tian's face looked extremely ugly, and he even started to slow down, ready to get out of the car to rescue him. Boom! The noisy engine sound echoed throughout the arena, and Tang Ke pressed his whole body close to the car body. He didn't try to steer Augusta, and didn't even turn the accelerator. The moment he entered the curve, Augusta automatically tilted to the left at an amazing angle. Tang Ke pressed his legs against the car body, in an extremely irregular posture that violated the laws of physics. Quickly past the bend. His speedometer showed 200 km/h. What the hell? What the hell is this? Zhang Tian at the back couldn't help but swear. Chen Zimo's eyes widened in shock at this strange operation. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, who were sitting in the audience, had no idea how dangerous Tang Ke's move was. They were still discussing whether Tang Ke's driving skills were so good because he often drove at night. But Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, who were behind Tang Ke, were dumbfounded. What they didn't expect was that Tang Ke actually passed the big bend directly at a speed of 200 yards. And on the straight road, the speed soared to 400 yards. In an instant, a long distance was created between him and the two of them. Boom boom boom. The engine roars, the wind whistles in my ears, and my adrenaline surges. Tang Ke clearly felt as if there was a giant hand in front of him, trying to push him off the motorcycle. He did not dare to be careless and held the handrail tightly, trying to keep himself as close to the car body as possible. Apart from the tension and pressure, what's more is excitement. The speed of 400 yards on a Qilin car is different from the speed of 400 yards on a motorcycle. They're two completely different things. Only by experiencing the 400-yard wind in person can you feel how fast the speed is and how terrible the wind pressure is. The roar of the engine seemed to be Tang Ke's inner cry. The rapid secretion of adrenaline made Tang Ke feel unprecedentedly refreshed. He focused more on sticking close to the motorcycle and feeling the speed and strong wind. As for bending and so on, they have all been handed over to Origin to control. A 200-yard extreme angle turn is just a basic operation of Origin. Chapter 55, The Mysterious God Film and Television Copyright. Under the control of Origin, Tang Ke experienced the thrill of continuous cornering and extreme speed. The distance between him and the two people behind him became farther and farther, and finally he crossed the finish line first without any suspense. Wow, Brother Tang is the first one to cross the finish line. Jin Yumeng clapped his hands and exclaimed in amazement. Maybe he is lucky. Zhang Yashuan said with a faint smile. Luck? Luck is not a thing. Jin Yumeng said with some envy, Yashuan, you were so lucky to marry such an outstanding man. I also want to find an outstanding boy. There are many outstanding boys. The one who rode a motorcycle with you today is quite outstanding. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Jin Yumeng blushed and hurriedly explained, what nonsense are you talking about? He and I are not in that kind of relationship. Boom. Tang Ke drove the Augusta to a stop in front of the audience. He took off his helmet, smiled and waved to his wife. What do you think? Your husband is awesome, isn't he? TSK. Look at you, you have no idea how to be humble. Zhang Yashuan chuckled. But she knew that this was not the motorcycle driven by Tang Ke, but the origin. Tang Ke was just a passenger. The two girls walked down together, and Jin Yumeng called him Brother Tang all the time, so sweetly. After all, Tang Ke's skills are very good and she can participate in the competition on behalf of Yingfeng Group, which is very beneficial for her family's acquisition of Augusta. A moment later, Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian also arrived at the finish line. The two of them took a look at Tang Ke's timing information and couldn't help but gasp. 4 minutes and 1 second. Although it is not the highest single lap record, it is definitely among the ranks of professional players. Even if we try our best, I'm afraid we can only barely get close to this speed? Chen Zimo said in shock. I didn't expect that Tang Ke actually had such a hidden trick. Zhang Tian suppressed his inner shock and was deeply moved. Brother Tang Ke is really a hidden talent. I guess no one would have thought that you have such great driving skills. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo came over with a smile. We have a better chance of winning first place in tomorrow's competition. It's just so. I have a lot of things hidden. Tang Ke laughed, with no intention of being modest at all. Zhang Yashuan on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. She knew Tang Ke best. If it is his real ability, he will only respond modestly. Once it is not his own thing, he will instantly become inflated when faced with praise. It seemed as if all those motorcycle skills just now were performed by Tang Ke himself. That's great, Brother Tang is so awesome, you must help me win first place tomorrow. Jin Yumeng twisted her body and said in a soft voice. Zhang Yashuan reached out and pinched Jin Yumeng's pretty face, expressionlessly saying, You slut, talk to me normally, don't act like a green tea girl. Oh, I see, you're such a husband-protecting devil. Jin Yumeng slapped away her best friend's fair hand and laughed. Tang Ke ignored his wife and Jin Yumeng, and talked seriously with Zhang Tian and the other man. Brother Zhang Tian, you and Zimo are driving a little conservatively. I suggest you experience the performance of the car more later. Tang Ke said, I modified your tires. The grip is far better than any other motorcycle on the market. Your engine is also more powerful. There is also an automatic balancing device. You can accelerate as much as possible into the corners. The existence of the automatic balancing device means that you will not be able to roll over, and the grip of the tires greatly reduces the probability of you flying out. Even if it flies out, the automatic balancing device can adjust the body of the car the moment it lands. You two might as well go and feel it now. Give it a try boldly. Tang Ke smiled at them. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo were stunned and thought for a few seconds. Without saying anything, he got in the car and tested it. After being reminded by Tang Ke, the engines of their motorcycles gradually began to make noise. They raced along the track, gradually picking up speed. The face under the helmet gradually became more cheerful as the speed of the car increased. Especially the acceleration under the bends, which made them scared but also very exciting. They sped up little by little, running lap after lap, with their average speed getting faster and faster. The highest score even surpassed Tang Ke's previous time. It's amazing. What's going on with this grip? It's completely contrary to my previous feeling. Zhang Tianxia got out of the car and walked towards Chen Zimo with a look of ecstasy on his face. Tang Ke is indeed a master of black technology. The things he modified are really more than just modifications. He added too many things that we cannot understand. Chen Zimo said solemnly, I am confident now that I can run in the top 5 tomorrow. I have never felt so happy before. All this is brought to us by Brother Tang Ke. Zhang Tian looked around and was suddenly stunned. Where are Tang Ke and the others? I guess he's already gone. It's so late now. Chen Zimo glanced at the darkening sky with a wry smile, and some staff members gradually entered the venue. They have to decorate the scene for tomorrow, with various banners unfurled to attract attention. After Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian had a quick meal, they returned to the track to feel the changes on the motorcycle. Tang Ke and the other two have already returned to their respective homes. Tang Ke logged into the Penguin account and found that the online article editor had contacted him again. Editor, Boss Tang Ke, Fengshua Film and Television has raised the price and said they sincerely want to cooperate. They have raised the price to 50 million. If you are still not satisfied, we can discuss it again. Tang Ke Yimeng, I have a small goal, which is 100 million. Edit. Editor, no, Mr. Tangku, stop joking. I can feel that the other party is very sincere. This is an opportunity, don't miss it. Tangku Yimun, give them one last chance. If I am not satisfied with their offer, there is no need to discuss it. Tang Kiameng, tell them that I am not short of money and I am not interested in money, but I need to feel their sincerity. In fact, 50 million is already Tang Ku's bottom line. But he knew it could be even higher. But he was too lazy to haggle with the film and television companies, so he decided to be direct and give a final quote. Editor, okay, I'll contact them now. The editor had no choice but to contact Blizzard Pictures again and tell them what Tangku had said. After waiting for a while, Tangku received another message from the editor. Editor, that's amazing. 80 million. The other party directly proposed a price of 80 million. Editor, oh my god, this is definitely the highest film and television copyright fee ever. Seeing this, Tangku smiled. Tangku Yimon, okay, let them issue the contract, I agree. He thought it would be 60 or 70 million, but he didn't expect it to be a little more than he estimated. Well, it's okay. Just agree with it reluctantly. Editor, great, here is the contract they sent, please sign it. A contract was sent to him. Tangku read every piece of information on it carefully and finally signed his name online. The film and television adaptation rights of The God of Mysteries are for sale. Chapter 56, Old Tang's new book release. Tangku chatted with the editor about some details of the adaptation, and then received a call from Fengshue Film and Television. Hello, I'm Ding Liqiao, the China representative of Fengshue Film and Television. Is this Mr. Tangku? A girl's voice came from the phone. Tangku replied politely, I am Tangku, hello Miss Ding. Mr. Tang, you just signed a copyright agreement with Fengshue Film and Television. We will start the film and television adaptation of The God of Mysteries tomorrow. Do you have any requirements for the work? Ding Liqiao asked over the phone. Every author has the right to have a certain say in the adaptation of his or her work into film or television. For example, casting, director selection, investment, etc. Not yet, but I hope you can do a good job in the plot and special effects. As for other aspects, I don't have any requirements. Tangku responded. Aren't the most important things about a movie the camera shots and the plot? As for the actors, Tangku still trusts them very much. Fengshue Film and Television will never cast people who have no acting skills, as that will only bring them bad reputation. Okay, if you have any requests, you can call me at any time and I will pass it on to Fengshue Film and Television headquarters as soon as possible. I have added your WeChat, and I hope you can agree to facilitate follow-up contact. Okay, I understand. Bye. Goodbye, I wish you a happy life. After hanging up the phone, Tangku accepted the other party's friend request. The avatar seems to be Ding Liqiao, who is quite pretty and sweet. Does it look good? Well, it's okay, but not as pretty as my wife. Tangku answered subconsciously in response to the sudden question. But his reaction was quick and he connected the next sentence without any disobedience. Hee, you escaped a disaster. Who is she? Zhang Yashuan stretched out her arms from behind Tangku and wrapped them around his neck. Representative of Fengshue Films, The Mysterious God is going to be made into a movie, you can look forward to it. Tangku smiled and touched his wife's arm, which was white and tender, with a faint fragrance. He must have just finished taking a shower. Yeah, that's great. I've also signed a contract for Demon Slayer. Maybe our movie and anime will be released at the same time. Zhang Yashuan wrapped her legs directly around Tangku's waist and hung on him like a koala. Just talk, why are you climbing on me? Tangku asked puzzledly. Oh, I'm used to it. I originally wanted to tell you on behalf of the fans that they asked you to publish a new book soon. My wife stuck out her little pink tongue and said shyly. She almost forgot what she came here for. Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. I'll write it down now. Tangku broke out in a sweat. He immediately opened the typing software and started typing tonight. These days, I have been playing with racing cars and motorcycles. If you are not careful, you will forget about typing. It seems that since I came into contact with technology, writing books has become more and more Buddhist. Dear audience, your old Tang has finally started writing. Zhang Yashuan got off Tangku and went to the living room to bring the phone into the room. She lay down on the bed and pointed the live camera at Tangku, who was typing. Hey, isn't this old Tang? I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you're so lazy? You've only written the first chapter? My goodness, we've been waiting for so long, and you're telling me you've just started writing? Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to rest like this. I haven't seen Lao Tang for a long time. You haven't been writing novels these days. What are you doing? Are you making Dubai? Where's our Dubai? Why hasn't he come out yet? Don't even mention Dubai. I haven't even made a smart car yet. It's too damn slow. As soon as Tang Ku was filmed, the number of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Zhang Yashuan was a little annoyed and kicked Tang Ku with her delicate feet. Look, my live broadcast room has become your live broadcast room. Seeing that Tang Ku, who was typing, didn't react, she suddenly became playful. The jade feet were suddenly raised and swayed in front of Tang Ku's nose. Unexpectedly, Tang Ku suddenly opened his mouth and bit Zhang Yashuan's toes. Oops. Zhang Yashuan cried out in pain and immediately retracted her foot. He is such a bastard. He even bit my toes. 666-6666, Sister Yashuan actually wanted to bully old Tang. I didn't expect that old Tang was such a ruthless person who even bit my toes. No one really thinks this is a punishment, right? Sister, step on me. My goodness, why are there so many perverts? The scene of the two people interacting was broadcast in the live broadcast room, and another large wave of barrage passed by. Who asked you to interfere with my book writing? I'm biting you for the sake of my fans. Tang Ku said while typing. He types quickly on the keyboard at an average speed of 10,000 words per hour. What a high-sounding statement, worthy of old Tang. Old Tang's hand speed is pretty good. Is he really not typing randomly? You only focus on the speed of his hands, but as the author, I can tell you clearly that the strength of Tang Ku's speed does not lie in his hands, but in his brain. Every author's hand speed is fast, but their brain can't keep up. Every word needs to be thought about, and every paragraph needs to be conceived. Typing is something that looks simple, but it is difficult to do. Tang Ku's brain is too powerful. He can keep up this speed. Doesn't he need to think about the plot and sentences? Awesome, I finally understand why old Tang updates so quickly. It's fine if he just keeps up the pace, but he even has time to interact with his wife. That's outrageous. Tang Ku was even able to answer his wife's questions while typing. No matter what Zhang Yashuan talked to him about or interacted with him, nothing can cause any interference to him. Even if I stop to eat the fruit my wife has cut, I can get back into the state the moment I turn back to the computer. This kind of ability to concentrate is what all authors dream of. It is also what students want most. If nothing around you can disturb you, then everyone has the ability to become a top student. The biggest difficulty in learning and writing is lack of concentration. Tang Ku wrote for 2.5 hours, and the 30,000 words were divided into 15 chapters, which were directly posted on the website. There was a sudden cheer in the live broadcast room. Finally finished writing it. Wow, it's already 15 chapters. I'm going to get the position of Alliance Leader. Boss Tang Ku has published a new book. It's set to be the top of the charts. Congratulations to old Tang on releasing his new book. Awesome. It's actually a science fiction novel. Is old Tang planning to write his own technology into the book, or is he planning to make the technology in the book a reality? Let's go read a book. Old Tang, go to bed early with your wife, don't tire yourself out. Won't you get tired when you sleep with your wife? He. After Tang Ku published the chapter, he went on Weibo again and wrote about the release of the new book. New book, Swallowing the Universe, asking for support. Chapter 57, My wife wants to join in the fun. Within seconds of the novel being published, people started liking and commenting on it. All of them have words like new book takes off. On the novel website, it topped the reading list in less than an hour. Tang Ku can now be said to be a super celebrity in the online literature world, with the largest number of fans. Whether you are into the fantasy or the fairy tale genre, everyone comes to watch it out of curiosity. Can this man who can create miracles write a different science fiction? Boss Tang Ku has finally started a new book, even though the last one was just finished not long ago. I just finished reading it. I feel like chapter 15 is just the beginning of the main topic. Can you please update it quickly, Tang Ku? I'm really impressed by Tang Ku. How did he manage to write each novel in a different style? It has a very sci-fi mechanical feel. The secret god also has steam machinery, but it feels really different from this swallowed universe. It's magical. I heard that the mysterious god is going to cooperate with Feng Shui Films. Is it true or not? The above is fake news. Isn't Feng Shui Films an overseas film company? How can they pay attention to the just completed The God of Mystery? Isn't my boss Tang Ke's reputation too big? Who knows, I hope it's true. I don't know where this person got the information. Tang Ke had just signed the contract with Feng Shui Film and Television, and it was exposed like this? No way, isn't the internet a little too unsafe? Origin, check this person's LP address. Why does he know that I am working with Feng Shui Film and Television? As Tang Ke finished speaking, Shi Yuan directly began to search for the LP address of the person who posted the message. The end result is Din Liqiao, the domestic agent of Feng Shui Film and Television. After knowing this result, Tang Ke guessed that the other party was planning to warm up the movie. After thinking about it, Tang Ke sent a message to the other party. Tang Ke Yimeng, Ms. Ding, do you need me to post on Weibo to warm up the movie The Mysterious God? Ding Liqiao, ah. Ding Liqiao, if possible, it would be good to warm up. Tang Ke Yimeng, okay, someone actually got the inside information from my Weibo, how do you think this person knew it? Ding Liqiao, maybe it was leaked on the internet. That's how online contracts are, not very safe, ha ha ha. Ding Liqiao, but this is not a bad thing, it can just help us warm up for the movie, ha ha ha. Tang Ke Yimeng, yes. Tang Ke laughed and was too lazy to expose the other party. Posted a Weibo again. The Mysterious God is about to be made into a movie. The production company is Feng Shui Films, so stay tuned. Fuck. The inside information just came out, and it's officially announced? I understand. The man just now is a big shot. His words are followed by his deeds. 666, looking forward to it. That's amazing. The God of Mysteries is going to be made into a movie so soon, and it's produced by Feng Shui Films. It must have a box office of 1 billion. Will the protagonist be played by a Chinese or a foreigner? I think it's a foreigner. After all, the protagonist in the novel becomes a foreigner after traveling through time. But the protagonist was originally a dragon countryman, he just traveled through time and space and became a foreigner. I think we can find a dragon who can speak English to play the role. Yes, there are foreigners with yellow skin too. I think it would be better to have a dragon country person play the role. There is a heated discussion on the internet. Feng Shui Film and Television was not willing to remain silent and directly posted a Weibo and at Tang Ke's account. At Dream of Longevity. Hashtag The Mysterious God is adapted into a movie. Feng Shui Films decided to choose Long Guiran as the protagonist. Recruit. The protagonist of The God of Mystery. Wow. The entire internet was in an uproar, and countless people couldn't sleep tonight. My goodness, are all officials so fast nowadays? Who is Meng Dao Changsheng? Same question, who is Meng Dao Changsheng? It is obvious that The God of Mystery was written by me, Tang Ke, how dare you add Meng Dao Changsheng? Oh my goodness, old Tang lost his pen name at a large-scale event. Oh, I forgot that Lao Tang's pen name is Meng Dao Changsheng. People on the internet call Tang Ke Lao Tang every day, and those who know Tang Ke also know him by his name. Nearly half of the thousands of netizens don't remember Tang Ke's pen name. Tang Ke can be said to be the only online writer whose pen name is not remembered by readers. I suspect these people live on Weibo and know everything that happens. Whatever we discuss, they publish it immediately. It's like they're monitoring us. It's terrible. Same fear. Although it's scary, this news is really great. Who do you think is suitable to be the protagonist? Anyway, don't choose that Lulu thing. Ha? Lulu? The Lulu that was in the previous fan war? Yeah, who else but him? Aren't you afraid that his fans will come and attack you? Fuck, who was it that slandered my Lulu just now? Stand up right here. Boy, you're here so fast. Tang Ke smiled foolishly at the computer, constantly flipping through the information. What are you doing? You're laughing so happily, like a little fool. As soon as Zhang Yashuan turned off the live broadcast, she saw her silly husband laughing. So she immediately came over and stared at the contents on the monitor. Seeing the excitement on Weibo, she also became interested. Should I also post some news about the animation of Demon Slayer? The internet is so chaotic now, you want to join in the fun? Tang Ke said speechlessly as he sniffed the faint fragrance from his wife's body. I think it's very interesting. Well, if you want to publish it, just do it. It would be best if you put a sign saying that the novel was written by me, so that these people won't be able to sleep tonight. After saying that, Tang Ke took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. He doesn't give netizens any sleep, but he himself wants to sleep. It's better to sleep with my beautiful wife in my arms. Hee, then I'll post it, and it you up by the way. Zhang Yashuan took the computer with a smile, logged into her Weibo account, and began to write Weibo content. My husband-ish short story adapted into a manga Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, is finally going to be animated. Production team at Tianji Animation. Investor at Hongtai Group Zhang Hongguang. A few seconds after the Weibo post was published, it immediately received responses from fans. Demon Slayer? Ah. It's the manga that Sister Yashuan drew during her live broadcast. Wow, Demon Slayer is being animated? Old Tang just said that Secret God is being adapted into a movie. Are the couple playing mixed doubles for us? A big move tonight? Do you want to keep all of us awake? Yeah. Tenji Animation? The animation production team that does both 2D and 3D well. Now there's something to watch. The technology of Tianji Animation is very good, but it lacks a good story. The short stories produced by Lao Tang will definitely not be bad. I'm getting excited. It's the movie The Mysterious God and the anime Demon Slayer. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. This couple did it on purpose. Not only did they not want to sleep tonight, they even wanted to keep us awake. Why aren't they sleeping? The front is small, and they never sleep at night, they only sleep during the day. Wow, you can drive on such a bad road? Millions of people were partying that night. Tang Ke's new book, the movie The Mysterious God, and the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. These three topics are being discussed not only in China but also abroad. Many people chatted excitedly until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. A string of mysterious numbers that can prompt updates. Chapter 58-5 Professional Teams. A reminder before watching, all teams with the same name as real ones are fictional. The next day, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan brushed their teeth and washed their faces in the bathroom, and put on their clothes in the cloakroom. Zhang Yashuan was wearing a double-layer t-shirt, with a pure white short-sleeved shirt inside and a layer of light pink transparent gauze outside. It looks like a fairy's gauze dress, coated with a layer of pink halo. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts, revealing a pair of white and slender thighs with perfect proportions, which were extremely attractive. A stunning beauty and a simple outfit give her a different kind of charm. Tang Ke's clothes were much simpler, and their sartorial style formed a sharp contrast with his wife's glamorous outfit. He was wearing a black and gold racing suit that covered his body tightly. When he put on the black helmet, it even blocked the rest of his handsome face. Before going out, Tang Ke also took a set of clean clothes. You can change into them after the game and then go to the hotel for dinner to celebrate. Yes, before the game even started, Tang Ke was ready to celebrate. In his mind, the game was already won. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo still have some skills, and with his modified motorcycle, they just need to perform normally. As for the rest, just leave it to Tang Ke to show off on his own. Let's go, let's go. The sound of the engine is like the sound of waves, surging and pleasant. Zhang Yashuan leaned close to Tang Ke's back and drove the Augusta F4 Claudio towards the Shanghai motorcycle racetrack. Neighbor Jean Yumun pouted and reluctantly got into Zhang Yashuan's bodyguard's car and followed behind. Not many people know about motorcycle racing, so most of the people who came to watch the race today are from the motorcycle industry. They received news that many professional racers would come to compete today. Some motorcycle fans came and bought tickets to enter. Professional racing competitions are rare in China, and most of these competitions are held abroad. Boom! At this time, contestants wearing racing suits came one after another driving their motorcycles. In the rest area beside the track, one can see more and more runners arriving, causing countless people to exclaim and shout. Oh my god, is this motorcycle race serious? BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and boy, Suzuki. They are all professional racing drivers. It seems that the bet between Ingfoam Group and Augusta is real. Well, I'm new here. What's the bet between them? It is said that the Windward Group intends to acquire Augusta, but Augusta has made a request, that is, the Windward Group must find 3 non-professional racers to compete with the professional players and win first place. Hearing this, the people around gasped. Want a non-professional driver to beat the professional racers arranged by Augusta? How is this possible? How will Ingfong Group respond? Have they found the person? One of them hurriedly asked the question that everyone was concerned about. The person who had some information shook his head. Not sure, it is said that they have found it, but I don't know who they are looking for. They are from the Dongxing team, a youth training team. 2 of the 3 are from the Dongxing team. Another person who also had the news said directly. Even if it's a youth player, it's hard to beat a professional racer, right? The gap between the 2 is still huge. I think so too, and I've never heard of this Dongxing team. It sounds familiar to me, but I can't remember where it is. It seems to have been mentioned in something before. I have the same feeling, but where did this convoy come from? The people around him thought hard about it, but they always felt that the memory was a bit distant and they didn't pay too much attention to it at the time. As a result, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remember. At the same time, Tang Ku and others also arrived at the scene and entered the rest area. Brother Tang Ku is here. Do you want me to tell you the rules of this competition? Chen Zimo walked towards them as Tang Ku and others got off the car. Tell me, I'm not sure either. Tang Ku took off his helmet and helped his wife get out of the car. This competition is a 3-person time trial. Each person runs 5 laps. The final result is the sum of the 3 people's lap times. Chen Zimo said, so if we want to take first place, the 3 of us must be fast, and our combined time must be the shortest of all. In a 3-person time trial, the most feared thing is a bad teammate. If one person makes a mistake or runs too slowly, the whole team will be held back. Basically, one person's mistake means the whole team is finished. At that time, each team will send out 1 player and take turns to play. Chen Zimo continued, Brother Tang Ku, you have never participated in a competition, so Brother Tian and I will go first. You can watch here first, and it will be your turn in the 3rd game. He knew Tang Ku had skills, but had never participated in a competition. Tang Ku certainly didn't know what to do after entering in some of the rules. Even if he said it verbally, Tang Ku probably wouldn't be able to remember it. So Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian decided to put Tang Ku in the 3rd round and give him some time to digest it. By the way, you can also see how others do it to avoid making mistakes when you go on stage. I'm fine. Come on, you two. Don't hold us back. Tang Ku joked with a smile. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be no problem between us. After all, we were brought up by Brother Long. Chen Zimo laughed. Who is Brother Long? Tang Ku asked curiously. He is one of my brothers. He used to be very famous in the car industry. It's a pity that he has quit the team and joined Lamo. Zhang Tian came over, smiled bitterly and shook his head. I see. Tang Ku nodded without taking it too seriously. As the number of spectators grew, professional players also arrived. There were many familiar foreign faces, which almost drove the motorcycle fans in the audience crazy. 5 professional teams, each with 3 professional racers coming. Augusta doesn't want to give Ingfong Group any chance. They actually spent a huge amount of money to invite so many professional drivers. By the way, who is the 3rd person from Ingfong Group? Asked a fan in the audience. That's not clear, but it's not from the Dongxing team. My friend knows someone from the Dongshang racing team. I heard that he is just an amateur driver, but he is a top-notch rider. A commoner expert? Come on. This is not a martial arts world. No matter how great a commoner expert is, he can't outrun a professional racer. Some people immediately expressed doubts, saying that perhaps there are masters among the people, but at most they can only compete with some young trainees. But if you race against professional drivers, you will definitely be beaten badly. Wow! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes turned to the track. 6 drivers drove their motorcycles onto the field at the same time, causing cheers from the audience. There was a constant din of whistles and shouts. 104 Last chapter. Answer 184 is Book Friend Group 3933. Chapter 59, a rider who can also ride a motorcycle? Among the 6 contestants, 5 were professional racing drivers that the audience had seen on TV before, which excited the audience. As for the other one, he is Chen Zimo, a player from Dongsheng Racing Team who was invited by Ingfong Group. The audience is cheering, but they are not cheering for me. But it doesn't matter. I will use my strength to meet your cheers at the finish line. Chen Zimo smiled handsomely under his helmet, and the Honda CBR 1000RR under him was roaring, ready to go. Welcome everyone. This tournament is not a professional tournament. It is a private tournament jointly organized by Augusta Golf Club and Windward Group. 5 professional teams were invited to this event. They are BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and Suzuki. As the host's voice came out from the huge loudspeaker, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited to the highest point. The 3 players that Ingphone Group has found this time are aiming to win the 3-person time trial championship. There is no restriction on the type of motorcycles. Let's take a look at their information. The next moment, an electronic screen displayed the names of Zhang Tian, Chen Zimo, and Tang Ko, as well as the vehicles they used. A civilian version of the motorcycle? No way? How confident are you in your modification that you plan to use the civilian version to outperform the track version? The car is a civilian version, but they have already converted it into a track version. Didn't you see that the rear-view mirrors have been removed? Yes, the calipers and the driving computer have been modified. How could such a low-level mistake be made? After all, he is someone hired by the Windward Group. Although he is a youth trainee, I still feel that he is worth watching. The fans at the scene all know something about motorcycles, and they can start a discussion with anyone. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo would naturally not make such a mistake. They had already taken apart the rear-view mirrors and replaced them with wind wings last night. As for Tang Ko's Augusta, it was naturally replaced as well. He is someone who understands locomotive manufacturing technology. How could he not understand this? The reason I kept it before was because I needed to drive around in the city and it was convenient to see cars coming from behind. Wait a minute, what did I see? Fuck, Tang Ko? Are you kidding me? Augusta F4 Claudio, driven by Tang Ko? Oh my goodness, it's really Tang Ko. That's him in the photo. Oh, does Tang Ko know how to ride a motorcycle? My friend who knows the Dongsheng racing team told me yesterday that Tang Ko's skills are no worse than those of professional racing drivers, the previous whistleblower said again. No way, isn't Tang Ko a novelist? A novel writer can drive? Well, he can drive, but not a motorcycle. Wow, anyone can ride a motorcycle. I think Tang Ko is a sure thing. Brother, are you from Taiwan? You speak in a very weird way. At the same time, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng in the rest area opened the live broadcast room at the same time. How can we not broadcast such a great event live? Hello, everyone, do you know where I am? Zhang Yashuan waved at the camera, then pointed it at Chen Zimo on the track. Those on the track are ready to go, the sound of the engines humming like wild animals ready to attack. She turned the camera back and said, "It's at the Magic City motorcycle race. There's a special race here today. I believe you will like it." Muah. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out of the live camera and kissed Zhang Yashuan on the face. Then he dodged at an astonishing speed, and the fans in the live broadcast room didn't have time to see his face clearly. So fast that it blurs. Zhang Yashuan stood there and smiled helplessly. Oh my goodness, did a big rat just run over there? Yeah, I saw it too. I guess this big rat is called Old Tang. Don't hide, Old Tang. Who else but you would do such a thing to our millions of viewers? What is Old Tang wearing? It's so black. The audience had long been accustomed to Tang Ko's act of stealing a kiss and then disappearing. Don't hide, come and say hello to my fans. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pulled her husband into the camera. Tang Ko appeared in the live broadcast room wearing a black racing suit with gold patterns. Tang Ko's racing suit surprised the fans in the live broadcast room. What's the matter with the way Old Tang dresses? Does he think that just because he's wearing a racing suit, he's a racer? Well, I feel like it might not be as simple as we thought. Sister Yashuan just said there's a special competition today. Could it be that Old Tang wants to go up and play a few rounds? Ha 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 ha. Don't be funny. Old Tang is good at driving, but he can't drive a motorcycle. Sister Yashuan, please tell us, why is Old Tang dressed like this? Is he cosplaying to blend in with the environment? Everyone in the live broadcast room was extremely curious and was talking about it. You guessed it right. My Old Tang is the contestant in the third round. Enough talk, the competition is about to begin. Zhang Yashuan said no more and the camera turned to Chen Zimo again. This? Did I hear it right? Old Tang is going to play? What the hell, don't tease me. I guess you're kidding. Old Tang is just a novelist. He can't drive a shit car. That's true. I guess Sister Yashwan was just joking with us. On the court. As the countdown ended, 6 motorcycles started at the same time. Boom! The engine roared, and the speed of the 6 people gradually increased, turning into several dotted lines. The players exchanged positions and the professional teams competed with each other. As for Chen Zimo, he was simply ignored by them. In their opinion, this race was just a formality. How could non-professional drivers possibly outrun them? In order to make the game more interesting, the players from the 5 teams regarded each other as competitors in this competition. Under the watchful eyes of so many spectators, it would actually be a very good thing if you could win first place. Soon, the 6 contestants arrived at the bend. The speed difference on the straight road is almost the same. What can really widen the distance is the cornering technique. When cornering, it is easy to fly out if the speed is too fast. This tests the driver's skills, motorcycle performance, and other aspects of his abilities, including his courage. Currently leading are the Ducati team players, followed by Kawasaki and Suzuki, while Chen Zimo is in 4th place. Chen Zimo grinned under the helmet. With the automatic balancing device, his car would not flip over at all. In addition, the grip of the modified tires is extremely terrifying. Without hesitation, he turned the car sideways, increasing the speed to 180 km/h. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if a wild beast was roaring in the arena. Chapter 60 Madman Chen Zimo. The 5 professional racing drivers were suddenly shocked, thinking that Chen Zimo's motorcycle had lost control. But the next moment, the 3rd-placed Suzuki team rider saw a figure rushing out from the side. Chen Zimo was in the middle of the track and drove past him at an extremely fast speed. What's going on? I was driving on the inner circle, but he was overtaking me on the outer side? What kind of speed is that? The Suzuki driver was horrified. He didn't have time to recover from the shock. Chen Zimo once again cut in front of the Suzuki driver at a perfect cornering angle. Entering the 2nd turn ahead, he suddenly leaned to the right and turned. Chen Zimo didn't seem to be worried at all that such rapid cornering would cause the motorcycle to become unstable. To the shock of the Suzuki driver, Chen Zimo took advantage of the gap and took the inner turn. It is also tied with Kawasaki, which ranks 2nd. Chen Zimo was on the inside and Kawasaki was on the outside. The 2 motorcycles were so close that it felt like they would collide in the next second. At this time, what is being tested is courage. As long as you are not timid, you will have a chance to grab the 2nd place. But if you are afraid, you will be forced to retreat to 3rd place. Crunch! Chen Zimo's motorcycle rubbed against the ground, creating sparks. The Kawasaki rider on the outside was more nervous than ever before. In particular, Chen Zimo's wheel was very close to the Kawasaki rider's face. The wheel seemed like it would scratch his helmet at any time, and a large amount of sparks flew around, greatly obstructing his vision. In desperation, the Kawasaki driver could only slow down and wait for the next overtaking opportunity. Chen Zimo successfully took 2nd place. In 2 consecutive bends, Chen Zimo overtook 2 professional players with his ultimate cornering skills. In an instant, the stadium erupted with a loud noise that was enough to cause a small earthquake. Awesome, a roar rang out. Too awesome, who is this person and why is he so powerful? It's Chen Zimo from the Dongsheng racing team. Oh my god, he actually used his cornering skills to overtake 2 professional racers. What a crazy act. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Zimo is so amazing. No wonder Ingphone Group asked them to come and help with the competition. It turns out they have the real talent. How did he do it? He took the turn so fast and the car didn't flip over? Don't even mention flipping over. When we were turning the corners and overtaking the Suzuki and Kawasaki just now, the speed was unbelievable. Countless people were shocked, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Although many people don't understand the dangers of motorcycles, the continuous overtaking just now was really cool. Especially when overtaking on a bend. Even people who don't know much about motorcycles can understand how dangerous this is. Damn it, this guy is a powerful figure who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. How come I've never seen him? What amazing driving skills. I underestimated this youth training team. All the contestants in the competition became serious at this moment. They all bent down and their speed increased at this moment. 280 km/h. 300 kilometers h. 330 kilometers h. Boom, 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 boom. On the straight track, 6 people accelerated at the same time, as fast as lightning. The spectators only felt a strong wind blowing past them, causing the flags and banners in their hands to flutter wildly. The pupils of all the contestants behind Shinzimo suddenly shrank at this moment. Because there was about to be another curve ahead, everyone began to slow down gradually and prepare to turn. Although Shinzimo slowed down, he still maintained his speed at around 180 and did not seem to be worried about flying out at all. At the moment of entering the turn, the spectators and riders held their breath. Shinzimo sneered, concentrating all his energy at this moment and performing a 64-degree bend. A large amount of sparks flew on the ground, and the body seemed to be rubbing against the ground. He got ahead of Ducati and entered the inside turn. At this moment, Shinzimo was like a gambler risking his life. I am not afraid of death at all, nor do I worry about the vehicle losing control and colliding. Shinzimo is not afraid, but the Ducati players are. He didn't dare to bet his life on the other party. If the other party lost control, the wheel would probably fall directly on him. Mad. Ducati cursed inwardly and was forced to slow down. Once his speed slows down, it means the end of this game. Shinzimo took the first position and accelerated again after the turn. This time he no longer had any reservations, and his speed increased to 380 km/h. There was a big gap between them and the 5 professional racers. Every time these drivers were about to catch up, they happened to reach the bend. It was that familiar and perfect bending technique again, so ferocious that it shocked them. After several turns, Shinzimo was already far ahead. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. Amid countless people's exclamations and cheers, he successfully finished 5 laps in first place. It took a total of 18 minutes and 13 seconds. Beautiful. Zimo is really reliable. Zhang Tian in the rest area pumped his fists excitedly and won first place in the first round. This is a good start. It will deal a certain blow to the enemy's morale, which is a good start. The players from the 5 professional teams all looked extremely solemn at this moment. They didn't expect that they would be outperformed by someone who was not a professional racing driver. And it's the kind that crushes you. Take your time in the second round and don't make any more mistakes. Don't underestimate your opponent. The second player to come on the field is the captain of the Dongxing team. His strength is definitely not worse than Shinzimo. You all should cheer up. Yes. After being scolded by their captain, the people in the 5 teams became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The fans in the audience in the live broadcast room became agitated. Shinzimo's far-leading performance just now really impressed them. Jin Yumon, who was holding a mobile phone at this moment, had an unusually rosy face. I don't know if it's because of excitement or other reasons. Tang Ko, who was waiting in the rest area, had a feeling that there might be some unspeakable secret between Jin Yumon and Shinzimo. Hey, congratulations on your first win. Tang Ko greeted Shinzimo. Shinzimo walked over with a smile, bumped fists with Zhang Tian first, and then sat down next to Tang Ko. Not bad, it's all thanks to you, brother Tang. If it weren't for your automatic balancing device, I'm afraid I would never be able to use the driving skills like I just did in my life. Shinzimo took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thank you so much for helping me realize my dream. What? You don't plan to continue playing with motorcycles? Tangka sensed something hidden in Shinzimo's words. With Shinzimo's talent, if he continues to play motorcycles, he can definitely become a professional racing driver.